I think we're good to just jump right in.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how long this is going to take. Like, if we're
Yeah.
if we're agreeable enough to like let this just be kind of short and sweet, or if this is just going to be really bad and like it's.
I think that the deciding factor is how much we wind up wanting to kind of like gush about each of these things and saying our kind of final piece about them.
Yeah, that is going to be really tough to like control personally, but like yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing.
Okay.
I'm ready to press the record button and all that junk.
All right.
Though.
I am also recording.
Okay, I'm recording.
All right. And 3, 2, 1. Ow, fuck. Oh. Clapping really hurts with a ring.
Oh, yeah.
I always wind up with like a little welt.
Damn.
In like a little straight line on my hand.
That's no good.
No. Hello and welcome to the very first inaugural Human Insects End of the Year episode. I'm Hazel.
And I'm Nicky.
I don't like. Look, we're gonna be figuring this out as we go.
Yeah, right.
Mostly. Yeah. If you are an avid listener, then you would know that we took submissions from listeners.
Oh my god! I forgot. I'm not an avid listener because my ass forgot. Oh,
well,
shit.
the thing is, I should have thought about it a little bit more. Because I closed the submissions like before a few like late in the year releases came out, like before Pokemon came out and before I don't know, some other shit. So like there's some obvious. Yeah, it was like early into December because I was editing the episode with William and I was like, well, this is the only window of time I'm gonna have to do this tally before the end of the year, which number one wasn't even true. I just managed to finish my videos sooner than expected.
That was really funny. Like it was like how quick like between those two videos, but
yeah, it was a week. I think. Yeah. On the dot. I started work on the Lucky Star one the second I finished the Pokemon one.
That will probably never happen again.
No, definitely not. And I won't lie to you, dear listener. I did it for the bag. I won't make any pretenses otherwise. I did it because ad revenue is really good at the end of the year. But also like I wouldn't have done a second video if I didn't know that I really wanted to talk about Lucky Star in that format and wanted to make that information more available.
Fucking awesome.
So that part was not for the bag.
Yeah.
Nor was me extending the runtime, shall we say, with the like cooking and all that bullshit. That was just because I wanted to. And because I don't know how to say no to myself.
Yeah. And neither were the kind, mysterious individuals that scanlated that chapter.
Yeah, God bless them.
Yeah, they did not do that for the bag.
I tried to stress so hard that I wanted it to be uploaded and credited to nobody, but it went up and it was not only was it credited to somebody, it was credited to me. I didn't even do the translation. It was Alyssa. So fucking stolen valor. It's like a fucking Margaret Keane situation.
That's so fucked. You motherfuckers can't listen. I swear to God.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I'll be bad cop. I'll be bad cop. But
look, all I'm gonna say is that if this gets me in trouble with the law,
right,
someone's gonna have some splaining to do, and it's not gonna be me.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway. Look, but you listen to this, you listen to podcasts, you know what an end of the year podcast is for a podcast about media. We're going to talk about everything that we did this year. We're going to run them down, rank them arbitrarily, and then we're going to say what our own personal favorites are, what the listener favorite was, and that's going to be that.
Yeah, and then you guys...
It's going to be a good time.
And then you guys are going to get mad and then like discourse weirdly about it in the comments for years to come, to be like, man,
honestly, I would both be really surprised by that and also kind of stoked about that.
Yeah, that'd be kind of awesome or whatever.
Yeah, because I feel like for the most part, like on this show, we present our opinions on things in, I think, a pretty rational, or not rational, what's the word I'm looking for? In a very matter-of-fact way. Yeah. This is how I feel about this thing.
Right.
I like this thing. Yeah. I don't. It's great. Yeah. Not into it. But I feel like a format like this kind of inherently necessitates a degree of
I don't know, just being declarative.
Not quite flippancy, but being declarative. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. It'll be really funny. That, like, I can't believe Nicky argued so hard for, like that sort of thing. But yeah. So I also I would like for you guys, just as a thought experiment, and by experiment I mean it'd be funny. Just imagine like, since this it's a year-end thing. This is coming out after Christmas but before New Year's, so like kind of it's like a New Year's paired thing. Right. Imagine me, but in like a really like tacky, like gold glittered tux or whatever. Like I look like RuPaul for some reason. Like that's what I'm dressed like, and then Hazel looks like Vanna White.
It's perfect.
Yeah. And we're just but we're in a recording booth for some reason. So like
we're in the theater. We're in the theater.
Oh right. Right. We're in the theater watching the Avatar: The Way of Water.
Brand new Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah.
We will see if this podcast outlasts its runtime. If we have to take this back onto the streets.
Yeah. So.
If they kick us out of the theater for being rabble rousers.
Yeah. And
unfortunately, the theater is empty.
Right. Yeah.
Save for us.
Yeah. Nobody's seeing it at like 10 at night Eastern time.
Yeah, like a week after it came out.
So this is a great companion piece to Avatar 2. So if you're watching Avatar 2, you can just
you can try to maybe sync it up. You know?
Yeah, and we'll
see if there are any moments where we jokingly allude to something on screen and it actually lines up.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk about the whale for a second.
There's a whale.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've seen like one screenshot of the entire film.
My brother saw it last night.
That is true. I did see that.
So I actually know a couple like
nice. Okay, it's perfect.
So I can throw out some things.
Yeah. You can kind of guess where in the runtime they crop up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Jim Camera's Avatar. So
the only thing I've been watching these past couple days is my little cat's litter box. I've been on Piss Watch 2022. Piss Watch. Because he's developed urinary problems.
Okay, so while you guys are all like in your blue face paint in Avatar 2 watching the film, you also need to be listening to this podcast, but also praying to whatever deity do you prefer for Wander's health, because Wander is the greatest cat that's ever lived.
Yeah, it's true. He's my second favorite thing on this earth. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like Wander. So Wander's going through a sort of tribulation at the moment.
Well, he's really not at the moment.
Right.
He's sleeping very soundly.
Okay.
On top of one of my sweaters.
Maybe a sort of different tribulation. You don't know what sort of dreams he has.
That is true. Yeah.
He's running away from something.
Yeah. But yeah,
we love Wander.
The TLDR, just for anybody who's worried, it's nothing too serious. Because we have the means and the time to care for him and whatever difficulties he faces that may crop up. So we do just need to make sure he's peeing at least once a day. That is the thing. I watch very closely the litter box, and I look for little pee spots. I put on my little like Sherlock Holmes cap.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, shouts out Wander. He's strong. He's a trooper.
He is. Yeah. It's true. Yeah.
But fuck. So this, it like you've like Hazel said, you've listened to year-end my cat is just making sounds.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Molly.
Your cat is sharing sympathy.
Yeah. She's singing right now. Well, that's weird. Anyway, she kind of just does that.
She's trying to get Wander's attention for sure.
She's like fixed, but I think she just like I don't know.
She has like a primal memories, like like Wyatt's hunter-gatherer dreams,
like Wyatt's chimp in the canopy dreams.
Yeah. Instead of that, it's primal memories of being in heat.
This is like her phantom ovaries. Okay, sorry. This is like the most off-track 10 minutes we've ever recorded, and it's like the first.
Yeah, at the start of like our most monumental episode. Yeah. It's fine. It's in character for us.
It's okay. It's
fine.
But yeah, so but basically the elevator pitch for this is this: what if two gay nerds made the Giant Bomb Game of the Year podcast, but it was all in one thing and not 5-hour podcasts. Yeah. And we were
likely in the future we'll branch out. Branch out.
Yeah.
With our topics.
Right.
Kind of examine things on a little bit more of a micro scale. One of the things that we asked for was on our fan submissions was to write down stuff that you wanted to hear us arbitrarily rank. I don't think we incorporated any of that this year just because we were short on time, and moreover, like if we're not categorizing the things that happened this year as they're happening, it's going to be kind of hard to look back on. A lot of people wanted to know favorite foods that we ate this year. I don't remember.
Gosh. I don't remember either.
Yeah.
That and a lot of the foods I ate this year were fucking reruns of foods I eat like most weeks.
Yeah, I don't eat too many new foods.
Spaghetti again, the 75th time.
Exactly.
But yeah.
But next year, who knows? Yeah. Maybe we'll keep track of whatever new treats come out. Whatever else is new on the Taco Bell menu.
I'll throw you guys out a Scooby snack here, and I'll say that the grilled cheese like burrito from Taco Bell. Like,
did you get the one where they put the jalapenos on the top of the burrito?
Yeah.
That's the best kind.
Yeah, that one was really good. I think that was this year, so I'll say that. I
think they had it a few years ago and then brought it back with like a revamped recipe, and I think it was better this new time.
I also tried out the peppermint, like new for winter peppermint. What's it called? Frosty from Wendy's or whatever. Dad got it, and I was just like, oh, let me try that and stuff. Not very good. Not that good. So that would be a definitive
so yeah,
number
we've got our
2.
best and our worst.
Yeah, our best and worst. Yeah, there you go. So
perfect.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, shit, do you want to just get into the first, big category and fucking...
Let's jump into video games. I think that it goes without saying that the worst game we both played this year was, unfortunately, Valkyrie Elysium.
Oh, we're going with this year. Yeah, okay, yeah. So Valkyrie Elysium, unfortunately...
wait, maybe we should go Belated first.
Maybe, yeah, but hey,
yeah,
let's shout out Valkyrie Elysium for a second though, since you just started it and stuff.
But yeah,
and we'll just say, man, I wanted there to be a cool Valkyrie game. I was actually into the demo, but the demo is like the first hour or 30 minutes, first 30 minutes to an hour of the game. With a couple side quests, and I did that, and I was like, you know what, this is fun enough that I'll buy the whole thing. So I got duped, but that was like the most exciting it ever got, and it was boring. It was too mid for this world.
I will say this: I've heard Thor say some much more positive things about this game than I could muster what little I played about it.
Yeah.
God bless him. I'm looking forward to hear his take on it.
Right,
so
yeah. I just...
Neither of us chuckle fucks could stomach to finish it.
It was so... Yeah,
I played about an hour and then returned it.
Yeah.
Which I almost never do.
Yeah. For anyone that knows me and stuff, I'm like usually fairly good at like sticking it out and finishing what I start. You know, I video games wise, I like to finish my meal, you know. This one I couldn't. It was just too boring. I haven't traded it in though. I still have it, but I'm just like... It's just way too dull and lifeless.
Yeah.
In every other, like, kind of flavor section
of the game. I have to say...
Yeah.
It looks terrible on PS4. I was really taken aback by how bad it looked on PS4. Yeah. I was really shocked when Thor started sharing screenshots, and I was like, whoa. This looks like a video game.
Did you play it on PC?
No, PS5.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Man, he scored a PS5? Man, like,
I think so. I might be misremembering.
I haven't kept up with the guy. We should get him as a guest for this show sometime.
We should, yeah.
Shouts out
hang. We'll have to do it at like a weird hour again.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll make it happen. Yeah, let's do Belated first.
Okay.
So just for context, we're not necessarily going to be ranking the Belated games, especially because inherently there's going to be less crossover.
Yeah.
However, we'll just talk about a few things from this year that surprised us and left an impact.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you play this year? Wait, you played... Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, See, okay, so I'm a weirdo, right? Certifiably. And one of the ways in which I'm a huge weirdo is that for some reason most years, at least recently, I will just pick a fucking thing that I want to zero in on and just play a motherfucking fuck ton of. Yeah. So 2020, I played just a mountain of Yakuza games. I caught up. I went from 0 and caught up in 1 year, which is inadvisable. Crazy. That's way too much Yakuza for one human to handle. And I do kind of feel the effects of that because sometimes someone brings up something from Yakuza and I'm like, what? But I totally played that and I know about it, but I'll just be like, huh? Oh yeah,
this is just every piece of media for me.
Good, you know what?
Every episode of Chainsaw Man.
Yeah. As someone that talks with you every week, I'm like, yeah, that is just how you are sometimes. Last year was Shin Megami Tensei. I definitely felt like my power level raised when I did that. I became a lot more, I don't know, powerful at harder RPGs and much more patient and stuff. So that caused me to be able to go back and kind of conquer a dragon that I've wanted to do, to kind of slay for a really long time. And that is Final Fantasy Tactics, as well as the rest of the Ivalice centered games. And it just so happens that the more we learn about Final Fantasy 16, the more that's okay, I'm catching a lot of whiffs of Yasumi Matsuno influence here and everything. So it kind of just is congealing together. But Final Fantasy Tactics, Vagrant Story, Final Fantasy 12. I've even been playing the massively popular MMO Final Fantasy 14. I played 3. I played I started A Realm Reborn last year, but I finished that this year, and then I did Heavensward and Stormblood, and now I'm doing some extra stuff at the moment. But that's the bulk of what I played. But then I also played all the 2D Mario games up to a certain point. So that's a weird thing I did that was back in February. I was let me just play all the 2D Mario games up to a certain point. And so I went from Super Mario Brothers all the way up to Yoshi's Island. And then also I played Pikmin at some point just because I felt like it.
I didn't even, I feel like I missed that. That was a surprise to me when I saw it on the list.
That's a shorter game.
It is, yeah.
So that one, Pikmin is one of my favorite things I played this year. And,
nice.
And that is mainly because it's as someone that like very like I'm not like a huge NES fan or whatever, obviously, but like one of my favorite Zelda games is the original Legend of Zelda, and there's like a part of me that really likes that sort of almost like arcade, like like descended from arcades game design language of Nintendo and stuff, and just kind of going for like some stuff that's like pretty brutally hard but very simple in terms of its like gameplay systems and loop. And I think Pikmin 1 is maybe the very last time we ever got that. And it was really weird and surreal to play that on a semi-modern system. I was playing it on Wii, and I was like, this is strange. I'm playing a Wii game that feels like it has the spirit of an NES game, and it makes sense that Miyamoto like directly had hands on it and everything. So yeah, I don't know. I'm interested in playing 2 and 3 and stuff. I know 2 has like weird like procedural dungeons and shit. That's bizarre. Like the word procedural dungeon and Nintendo game like are not two things that go together in my mind. So that'll be fun to look at. But Pikmin 1, that's a big one. Looking more at my list. I also played the Friends of Ringo Ishikawa, which is great.
Yeah, I've had my eyes on that one for a long time. I'd really like to give it the old go.
It's great. It's got a lot of Hangout vibes. Like it's about as hangoutable and just like I don't know, like as like a 2D indie game can possibly get. Like a game, like it's a game that very much feels like it is just a .exe folder, you know, like just on your desktop. And like those games don't exactly have hangout feel, right? Like you can't really like hang out in Undertale, as great as it is. And so I'm sure some people do hang out in Undertale, but Ringo it really prioritizes hanging out, and then eventually the game ends, and it kind of doesn't like really take into account like the ending doesn't really get affected by like what you do. It's more of just like you just have to live, and like the gameplay systems are just in the they're just for the sake of making you feel more lived in and make you more attached to the characters. And I don't know, I thought it was
really cool.
It was really cool, really special and everything. It was just kind of like one of those things I played on a lark or whatever. So but I guess, I don't know, I guess since I'm blowing through it all and everything, I'll say that Final Fantasy Tactics, though, very, very closely behind, very closely behind is Final Fantasy 12. But both of those games are, like, the things that I was the most attached to in this year. Both of those are games that I think about, like, a lot. And just how much I enjoy them, and how much I really wish Square or just anybody would make more games like them. Where like Final Fantasy Tactics has such like a rich, genuinely like interesting, affecting story attached to like a truly bizarre game. Like the gameplay systems in Tactics, like, I don't know, if you ever go into it with, like, a Fire Emblem mindset, you're gonna fuck it up. Like, it's just not gonna happen. You have to acquiesce to what that game's needs are. And what it needs out of you are very weird things. And very weird, like, planning, like, habits and stuff. Particularly with, like, how you build your characters. And Final Fantasy XII is maybe the best role-playing game Squaresoft has ever made.
Holy shit.
Like, maybe just in pure gameplay terms. In terms of being an RPG where you roll around dungeons and upgrade your guys and kill things and then plan out of like a party and like and how you're gonna approach a battle and stuff. It is the best experience I've ever had doing that with with anything Square has made. The story is like, it's like really good, but it's very hands off. Vagrant Story is the same way. It's just like super like all the cutscenes are like 2 minutes tops, and it's just like, all right, just keep going and stuff. And then, like, it's very comfortable letting you just play the game for, like, 6 hours before anything happens, like, with where a cutscene has to come in or dialogue or whatever. So, like, you know, that's really cool in its own right. And I do really love the story, especially the way it wraps up. But Tactics, like, eats at me stuff with what it did. The ending of Tactics is, like, genuinely, like, holy fuck. Like I can't believe it just, you know, it goes there with everything. And I don't know, yeah, it's just really great. And, like, right now I'm playing the Ivalice raids in Final Fantasy 14, and
right,
it's like fully like it's like both like taking a lot from it in like a fan servicey way, but also like kind of trying to like reckon with it in its own text. Also, that quest line is written by Yasumi Matsuno himself, so like it's this really weird like kind of like 25 years after like fucking like reckoning with the game, thinking like kind of a retrospectively thing, and like I've just been marking out the whole time playing it. I've been just like holy fuck and stuff. So like this is one of those things.
You picked a really, really good time for all of those things to
just
coalesce.
Click. Yeah. So it just like it's just one of those things. Like whenever I look back, and I try to think of it this way, whenever I look back on this year, I'm probably going to remember it as the year where I got really into Final Fantasy Tactics, like when it comes to just games and stuff. So I don't know. So Final Fantasy Tactics is my answer as my favorite Belated thing.
So
what'd you get into?
Really quickly, I will talk about it more in a video that will happen eventually. But Guilty Gear, I think it's Execond is technically how you pronounce it.
That's so stupid.
Accent core plus R is, I described it in some notes that I took as like it's like they fermented Guilty Gear. It's like they pickled it. Like they took an already really strong thing and then let it develop for literally a decade. Like Guilty Gear Accent Core was or Guilty Gear Execond was built upon and iterated on for literally a decade. There's functionally a decade of tinkering with this singular game, and the end result is like so like crystallized that it kind of blows my mind. Like, I don't know that I can think of very many way more than even like Super Turbo and its iterations, like way more than Street Fighter 2. I can't think of very many fighting games that were given the reign to just like stew.
Yeah.
Like they took a stock and they turned it into a sauce.
Oh man, it's like a they actually boiled bones and like
exactly. Like the bones got like soft at the end.
Like, can you imagine if they just let Street Fighter 6 go on for 10 years and just let that motherfucker cook? And,
I feel like
cool.
if any modern fighting game I think could pull something like that off with the hype that Street Fighter 6 has now, if it delivers on that and continues to run with that, I could see something like that happening.
Real quick current events thing. I have played the beta.
That's right.
Yeah. My brother got in the beta. Shouts out my brother Isaac.
Yeah.
But
take that to the nice guys of the world. We can't even touch that.
That really. Oh. Anyway, that really made me laugh. I didn't even think about that. But just don't ask about it. Don't worry about it, guys.
Don't worry.
The game, like it's so cool. I'm so bad at it. So it was kind of discouraging.
That is important. It's so to cool. Specify.
Yeah.
I'm also terrible at Guilty Gear.
Right. Yeah.
But like, I still have that glowing a response to it, even with the degree to which I'm bad at it.
I think that's
how you know it's good.
I think that speaks a lot about certain fighting games and stuff. Like, I had some GGPO days in high school and stuff, and I got really into Third Strike and then the Last Blade 2 and stuff.
Yeah,
and
Last Blade 2 is fucking amazing. Yeah.
Last Blade 2, fucking Garo, there's some fighting games that really made a mark on me that, like, I will just outright say, like, I love this game. Yeah. But, like, if you play me, like, it's, like, I won't stand a chance. But it's great, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the true sign of a really strong fighting game is one that has kind of an equilibrium between the people who are really good at it, who love it, and the people who aren't, who love it anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's kind of like the thing about, you know, like Melee or whatever, why it's so enduring. It's not just because it has a really strong competitive base. It's because there are enough people who are engaged in that competitive space and who love it for any number of reasons that those two things are able to intertwine. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not trying to, like...
I totally feel that, though. Like, you could bring, like, you know, like Third Strike or, like... I think Third Strike or Last Blade 2, like, have a sort of, like, electric... like quantity of like, oh, let me try this and stuff. Like same with Melee, where if you like brought it to a party, it would probably get some sort of response that, like, I don't know, something like a recent King of Fighters maybe wouldn't, or like fucking like Under Night in Rebirth or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, but I have loved seeing your Guilty Gear journey go on.
I cannot wait to put it into a video. Yeah. As soon as I'm able to get this fucking computer to turn on. As soon as I can get Windows installed on this goddamn son of a bitch, that video can resume progress. But as it stands, I don't have a computer that can run Exerd Rev 2 above like 20 frames a second.
Can you capture off a PS4?
I played the PS4 version of Exerd, like, not Revelator. But I have Rev 2 on my computer because it was the cheapest way to get that game. Yeah. And then I had to build an entire computer because of it.
I actually think I have Rev 2.
Nice. On Steam?
On PS4.
Oh, on PS4. Yeah, shit, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
don't know if there's crossplay on that one. I know they added it to Strive very recently.
Yeah, I think I got it because it was like $8 at GameStop sometime.
Yeah, that's a great price.
Yeah,
I think I will say this. I think Accent Core Plus R is a billion times better than core, like, stock Exerd. We'll see how I feel once I hit Rev 2.
Yeah,
we'll see how I feel about Strive, but Accent Core Plus R is like. It boggles the mind.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, in addition to that, I talked about it in my summer vacation video, but Metal Slater Glory made a pretty big impact on me.
Yeah.
The guy who made it has a really funny Twitter account where he draws all of the girls with gigantic tits. Like, even the side characters, like the girl who works at the burger shop, she's stacked now. It's great. It's crazy.
Could you imagine if that's how Tagashi used his Twitter account? Like, instead of posting progress, he's like, here's Killua with big tits.
Yeah, baby. But yeah, Knuckles Chaotix probably became my like single greatest video gaming experience of the year.
God, that's I was overjoyed when you were talking about like how much you enjoyed that. I was like, fuck, yes, someone has to, and I'm glad it's you. Yeah,
playing that game with like significant input delay, screaming at a friend of mine over net play on a live stream was definitely like a core experience from this year.
Hell yeah.
For those wondering, we'll get back to doing those Sonic streams eventually, but in the meantime, I sometimes pop into Kyle's streams, so you can jump over there and donate money to Kyle, because if anybody needs it, if anybody on this planet needs a career in Twitch streaming, it's definitely Kyle. You can mark my word.
That fucker.
Great stuff all the way through.
That fucker.
Just a very, very, very I don't even have the words. Twitch, Twitter, I don't know. Armuda_.
Yeah.
Just go. Just go.
This Morbius was this year, right?
Jesus fucking Christ. Right. I can't even think about that right now.
Okay. I'll just, there's a stream Armuda did with about involving Morbius. You should ask them about it.
It's not even, you won't even find it.
No, you're not going to find it.
That's been scrubbed from existence.
It's lost media, except for the screenshots I have. But I'm not sharing them. Nuh-uh. But fucking
what a time.
Knuckles
Chaotix. What a time. And then obviously, like, okay, look, before I get to this last thing, I just want to say I've been on this earth long enough to understand recency bias and to understand that it takes a while for opinions to truly simmer on something, more than a year, significantly even maybe. When you look at a lot of people and you ask them their favorite things, they tend to list things that hit them at a very formative time, sometimes a decade on.
Right.
And I think that, not only is that the case because they became sort of like core experiences, core memories, but also I think because you just have a lot of time to stew on it and let your opinions on something develop and your love for it deepen. So obviously these are things that I recognize, but from where I stand now, having played through it in January, I think Drakengard 3 is my favorite video game, like ever. That's I love that. If nothing else, it is the perfect snapshot of the things in art that I truly value and truly look for at the exact moment that I played it. So.
Yeah. Fucking Yoko Taro. That motherfucker, he strikes again.
Yeah. It's just got everything.
I own that game and I should play it, but I absolutely abhor turning on my PlayStation 3 and then having to
imagine having to figure out how to get the fucking DLC running. But god damn it, I did it and it was worth it. I'd do it again.
Also having to consider like a controller situation is so irritating to me on like a core level.
PS3 controllers are like literally like built to fucking self-destruct.
Oh yeah. I hold a DualShock 3 in my hands, and it just disintegrates in my palms.
Yeah. It's like they make that shit out of like the cups that they make like extra large Carl's Jr. cups out of, or out of the plastic.
Yeah, DualShock 3. If you ask me some days, I will definitely. I would. If you ask me some days what my least favorite controller of all time is, it might be that one.
But also, it's either that or the stock Genesis controller for me. Yeah, because the D-pad is it hurts.
Right. Yeah. I'm also like a giant like pervert for like having like controllers that like feel substantial and have weight. Yeah. Even if it's not even contributing to like the controllerness of it or whatever. Yeah. Like the fact that the Xbox Elite controller like was made out of steel and it just felt like a gun or whatever like was a genuine selling point to me.
I used that to play through a lot of Drakengard 3. I got an adapter so I could use that thing to play through Drakengard 3. Our wiring at our old building before we moved here was like the wiring was fucked up, so the metal in the controller would shock me sometimes.
Holy shit.
But I still considerably preferred that to using a 6-axis.
That's crazy. Yeah. Fuck that shit. Sony from 2006, eat my nuts, dude. And so fuck off with that control. So for you, it's Drakengard 3. For me, it's Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah. I feel like on one of the first Pop Spirit episodes of the year, we basically had this conversation. I love that has stayed the exact same.
Yeah, that's true.
I love that has been steadfast. Is that both of us are like, oh yeah, it's these games.
For sure. Yeah. For sure. Okay. With that, let's get to ranking the games from this year. We've already decided that out of all the games we've played, Valkyrie Elysium is sadly the weakest link.
Yeah. Goodbye.
What do you think? Goodbye. I kind of think we should just maybe run down the list a little bit.
That's what I'm thinking.
And organize them. Except maybe jump past the ones that we think are going to be like top 3 until later.
Honestly, if you just want to list out the games and then we can talk.
Sounds good. So the current games that are in the ranking are the aforementioned Valkyrie Elysium, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which is the only other game this year we both played, Dokusei Remake, which technically came out in 2021, but the English release did not happen until 2022, therefore it counts.
It counts.
The Eve Remake, Splatoon 3, Pokemon Scarlet, Live Alive. It's Live Alive.
I think
it's Live Alive.
I think it's Live Alive or it's Live Alive. I don't care.
No, you know what it is? It's Live Alive.
Yeah, I think it might.
I just remembered this because I had to look up the katakana. It's Live Alive.
Oh, that would be the
God of War Ragnarok.
Resource. Yeah, right.
Vampire Survivors.
Which I will note, Vampire Survivors was early access last year, but it actually came out
I didn't hear
year.
a single word about it until this year, so it counts for this
year. It was like early access like December 22nd or whatever last year. And then people talked about it in January. So yeah, it's basically 2022.
Yeah. Tactics Ogre Reborn, Pentiment, and Dragon Quest Treasures.
Yeah. Which Hazel is the only one seeing this because we're on the Google Doc together.
Yeah.
I put Dragon Quest Treasures in like wide text.
And spaces between every letter.
And that's because the week that I was playing Dragon Quest Treasures, I was basically on fucking crack and meth at the same time. Like I was so wired by that game that like I was like, this one like in like this one needs to be emphasized. Holy fuck, this game.
Yeah.
So I guess we should maybe start with the game we both played, right?
Yeah.
Kirby's
well, I'll
great.
tell you this, it's better than Valkyrie Elysium.
Absolutely.
I feel like the only thing that I really have to say about it that I don't think we already said when we talked about it earlier in the year is just that that has continued to be a game that I think on very fondly, and part of that is the fact that it is a game that is 100% lean.
Yeah.
100% lean beef.
Right.
Not a single second is spared.
Yeah, and it's like a genuinely like I don't know, like the abilities leveling up and like morphing into something else or whatever, like I don't know, just feels like a really like smart thing. I'm not like a huge Kirby diehard or whatever, so I don't know if that's been a thing, but it felt new to me as like someone whose like primary Kirby experience is like 64. So
64 is like one of the kind of weirder ones.
Yeah, a 64 is for like in my opinion a certified god game.
I fucking adore that game.
That is maybe peak N64 in my opinion.
It's almost as good as Klonoa.
Ooh, yeah. I haven't played Klonoa. Though that actually, I think, did that come out this year or last year? It was like the remasters or whatever.
I think it was this year, yeah.
But we didn't play that. No. I hope it's not expensive.
The remake?
I hope I didn't miss the boat on it and it's like expensive now. Whatever.
I kind of believe most people who are diehards of the original that prefer that though. So, you know.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land is so good that whenever Bayonetta 3 like was running into like even like the simplest of setbacks, let us say, culturally, I was like, I don't need it because I have the final boss of Kirby this year. I don't need Bayonetta because the final boss of Kirby was basically a Bayonetta boss. So
yeah, that is very true.
That shit kicked ass. I couldn't believe what I was playing. I was like, holy shit, I'm like actually bitch time dodging this shit.
Alyssa played through the entire game while I was editing the Anime Countryside video.
Oh, that's great.
Even though we were in the same room because we were in a studio at the time, I didn't see a fucking lick of it. So when I actually got to sit down and play it, Alyssa was kind of like she was watching over me and she kind of knew what was coming, but she didn't like let on to too much. So it came as like a big series of surprises.
Yeah. This is a dope game. It's like so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also like maybe the only first-party Nintendo game I played this year, which for me is extremely strange.
Really funny. Yeah, we inverted.
Yeah, we inverted. I'm the Nintendo guy and stuff. But yeah, no. This year I like really just played Kirby and like not really much else. I didn't play Pokemon. I didn't play Splatoon.
I will say this right now. Yeah. I'm more than willing to put the Eve remake between Kirby and Valkyrie Elysium.
Okay, so below Kirby. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It is really solid. I really love Eve.
Right.
Revisiting it was really nice. I wouldn't say that it was anything revelatory.
Right. Eve I'm like completely unfamiliar with that.
Yeah, it's like one of the RPG Maker horror poster childs. Poster children.
Got you. So I'll just go ahead and say, I'm gonna throw you this one.
Okay.
I think Dokusei, from what I know about it, definitely can go above Kirby.
Cool. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah. We'll see if it goes above even that. But I'm totally down with that because that game seems awesome.
I feel like it's almost a little bit difficult to articulate my stance on it where it sits right now. So I kind of feel like we should just say that, and then when it comes time to rank it above other stuff, we can kind of have that conversation about it in time. So
I think
I'm gonna put Splatoon 3 right below Kirby, I think, as well.
All right.
Just on that note. Personally, the two games are pretty close in quality.
Right. Yeah.
But I think Kirby, if Splatoon's multiplayer was a little more balanced, if the children weren't too good and beating this granny's ass up and down the sidewalk, I think I might have considered putting it up above Kirby. But I'm bad at Splatoon.
But does Kirby have? Never mind. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in the other.
No, you know what? You're right. You're right. Kirby does not have a certified Midori song.
Oh, right. Okay, that was what you were thinking. Okay, I was thinking of the other thing. But that's
which other thing?
That's different. That's a different segment.
Oh yes. I see what you mean. Yeah.
I was making a joke, but
yeah.
Let me see.
I think if we're comparing Kirby's final boss sequence to Splatoon 3's Midori song, I think even still I would put Kirby above it. That's where I'm standing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's whittle down my list because
Yeah.
All right. So I think I've already made my peace that God of War Ragnarok is not going very far here. But I will just say my piece and say that that game really genuinely surprised me because if God of War 1 through 3 was kind of showing...
Oh god, I feel like we should have specified.
Yeah.
We're going to try to go pretty no spoilers on these picks,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really would not want to spoil Ragnarok for people.
Yeah.
If God of War Ragnarok... if God of War 1 through 3 kind of showed a very incurious, very just butthead vision of the world and masculinity and things like that, and was just really, I don't know, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and I like dumb shit. I'm a Fast and Furious fan, but if that's what God of War 1 through 3 is, and then God of War 2018 is showing regret for those things, and kind of doing a bit of interesting, I think genuinely interesting, cool course correcting. God of War Ragnarok takes it to a whole new height and has fun with itself again, but it's so full of ideas and crazy shit. The only thing that I'll say that's even vaguely spoilery and stuff, there will not be a third one. I don't think there. I don't think there's a next one. I think
interesting.
I think if there's a next one, they have to completely change the setting again. Like they did everything they possibly could have.
Fascinating. Okay.
And it's really like actually quite long, and there's a lot of story.
Huh.
And my weird psychotic take on it is that it is the closest a Western development studio has gotten to making a Western Final Fantasy game.
Huh.
It's weirdly like God of War Ragnarok and Final Fantasy VII Remake are a very similar type of game.
Interesting. Right. I feel like I can picture that.
Yeah, it's like the amount of heart and drama and like gravitas it carries itself with, and how much fun it has with the material, all while like being very dramatic and like kind of intense or whatever. Like it really reminded me of playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, except this was a bunch of like right. kind of like California guys writing this, right?
Yeah. So on Face, if this were your list,
right,
where would you put it among everything that we have ranked right now?
I would say below Kirby, above Splatoon, personally.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that.
Right.
Let me add that in. There we go. Okay. And then, how are you feeling about Vampire Survivors? I feel like inherently it's almost kind of difficult to rank it among all of the other games here.
It is really difficult, but oh my god. it is, it's like just for me personally, it's maybe my ultimate podcast game. Like I foresee myself playing this for a very long time.
Cool.
It's like mindless like bubble wrap popping while also being like kind of an RPG and kind of having like a cool like Castlevania aesthetic.
Right.
And it has like legs, like it just like all the levels are cool, like little variations on stuff. Like there's a level that's a tower, there's a level that's a giant field and stuff. And then also like I experienced the last time I really seriously sat down and played for like a few hours, I encountered some like genuine creepypasta shit, and so like that game has tricks up its sleeve.
Cool. Well, I can tell you this.
Yeah.
Looking at it, I think it has, save for maybe like compared to Pentiment, I think it has the best name of a video game on this list.
Yeah, it is.
So that gets it somewhere.
Yeah. I personally, if I was to place it somewhere, I'd maybe put it under Dokusei. Over Vampires, like over Kirby.
Over Kirby.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I would put it over Kirby, just because of just the pure like bullet helliness of it. Like it's just so it's so absurd and so fun. And again, I foresee myself.
I feel like that is more in line because functionally we are not curating the Nicky and Hazel end of the year list. We are curating the human insects end of the year list.
I don't know if we established that. Yeah, this is what is representative of the podcast, right?
And I feel like with that in mind, the kind of maximalism on display with Vampire Survivors, I keep calling it Vampire Savior.
Wyatt,
I think that
Wyatt told me that he thought I got into Darkstalkers for some reason, like just posting about it.
Yeah. I think with that in mind, I'm comfortable putting it over Kirby.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It is. It's just so. I don't know. It's just so much, and it's so much of itself, and it's so like and it's so like dead simple. Like it's super accessible and just fun. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think of the easier ones to rank because I know Pokemon might be difficult.
Yeah. Do you want to put Live Alive on there somewhere?
Yeah,
because I can say that while I didn't play the remake, I saw footage of it. I watched a little bit of someone playing it, so I know what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like. And I played a good chunk of the original in high school on my phone on a SNES emulator.
It rocks. It is kind of like a cool, like sort of Rosetta Stone for a certain genre of like indie RPG, right?
Yeah,
right? Like,
definitely.
Like Toby Fox has said, he was very heavily inspired by Live Alive.
Yeah. And I think the Live Alive scenario writer, or one of the scenario writers, went on to do at least some of the scenario on Mother 3.
Right, yeah. I really, I don't know. I just loved it. And I think that there are so many ideas on display with Live Alive.
Yeah.
That we even as like I'm trying to think of a way to put this. RPGs have a long way to go, I think, even still. And I think Live Alive shows a willingness to experiment in ways that we still don't see in bigger budget games.
Yeah.
And it kind of just feels like a weird little game jam they did, right? That's all inclusive within itself.
Right.
And there's so many just like great ideas. The game, like, as a result, has to be a little bit bare bones and has to be like, well, I don't know, this is not particularly deep. All the characters, I think, max out their level at like 16, which is hilarious. Like, but the experience of playing through it and like discovering what it is and what kind of tricks it has up its sleeve was really fun. However, I'm trying to think of its. This is so weird because I feel like on my personal list I would have it above a lot of the other stuff. Yeah. But I feel like for Human Insects.
How do we compartmentalize it being a very direct remake, do you think?
It's like...
Because there's simultaneously a part of me that doesn't want to care that much, and there's also a part of me that feels like that is an important factor here. I guess I should specify, because obviously Dokisei is also a remake.
Right.
I don't think there was any way, unless you knew Japanese... or brute forced it with machine translation to reasonably play that game before this year. And as I'll get into, there are obviously also a lot of quality of life changes that were made, narrative changes that were made that I think really factor into it. Whereas I think Live Alive is a lot more like they kind of took the cream of the crop of Super Famicom RPGs that weren't the big name ones and said, hey, we should do something with this.
So the way I kind of see the HD 2D remake thing, especially considering Dragon Quest III is coming, and I'm really curious about if Dragon Quest III is also voiced and has like voiceover lines and stuff, because the way I sort of started to see, and this is like not the way anybody fucking talks about these games, so like I don't know if I'm like either wise or like really weird for this, but I think Live Alive, like the HD 2D stuff, it kind of comes off like it's like a weird, it's almost like the PS1 remake of Live Alive, but just like it's also in HD stuff, like it has RTX enabled or whatever. Or it's like, I don't know, it kind of has like Satellaview energy where it's just like random voiceover in like a Zelda game and stuff. So like it kind of has like a cool like, or like a PC port, whatever. It kind of has like that sort of energy to it.
I see what you mean.
Nobody looks at it that way, and understandably so. But I don't see it.
I like that angle on it,
but I don't see it as the like aesthetic ruining like thing that some people think it is, right? Because some people are really bummed about HD 2D stuff, and I kind of get it, but I also think
play the original.
But I just think it looks cool. Like I don't know, I think it looks cool, and I think it's cool if they have voiceovers.
I was thumping for 3D Dot Game Heroes before anybody ever said the Dark Souls of.
So I do think the remake context is important to consider. It does add a little bit to the game. Like there is an extra bonus boss battle. That's all I'll say. But it's not the best remake on this list. It's not the best remake compared to what's left to rank either. So,
right.
So I feel like it kind of has to be middle of the pack.
Do you want to put it maybe above or below God of War?
I feel like maybe it... For this podcast, it goes above God of War.
Okay.
For Human Insects, it's above God of
I
War.
would be comfortable with it going below also.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Right.
So it's your call.
I'll give it one more once over once.
Sounds good.
But I'm feeling like maybe above for, again, for Human Insects,
Sure. I mean, I don't want, like, the other thing is I don't want it to just be like
impersonal,
like a kind of
right.
Yeah, like I think that there's inherently there's some of our, or a good amount of our own personal opinions on these things that are factoring into our final decision.
Right.
I just also know that, like, for those listening, like, the games that I'm gunning for as best of the year aren't necessarily my own personal favorites.
Right.
Well, not just games, all the media that we're talking about, but right. Should we maybe do Pokemon next, or do you want to do the other remake that we have left to rank?
Let's do Tactics Ogre Reborn, because I admittedly have only done chapter 1. I haven't played that much of it because I know I'm going to be slow rolling it for like forever because it's really hard. but it is maybe I'm really bad about hyperbolizing. I know.
I'm really comfortable with ranking it based on vibe.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not that worried about the idea that it's gonna get dog shit in the second half.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm thinking. That's not what I'm thinking of at all and everything. But I do agree. I'm really bad about hyperbolizing, but I really want to, like, emphasize how good of a remake this is. Or at least like a remaster.
I watched a video breaking down all of the different editions of Tactics Ogre, and when it got to Reborn, I was stunned.
Yeah, it is
by the amount that was put into this.
It is maybe the best I've ever seen, or at least in the last several years.
Right.
I haven't seen a remaster / remake this, like, loving and full of, like, attention to, like the fact that they rebalanced the entire fucking thing and then added a card mechanic where
that, like, completely restructures like the entire thing.
Yeah,
right?
Just the way you think about it. And it's like really cool because it has this, like, because now Tactics Ogre has this, like, weird internal logic as a series. Ogre battle stuff aside, which is the rest of the series. Tactics Ogre, I don't know if anyone realized, or I don't know if some people realize this. I didn't until I got into this. Tactics Ogre is one game that they keep remaking. And part of me thinks that, like, the mission of Ogre Battle Saga that, like, you wanted to do with Tactics Ogre, because whenever you start up the game, it says Tactics Ogre, and then it says Episode 7 of the Ogre Battle Saga, and it's like, I don't know, Yasumi Matsuno fucking had like Star Wars brain and was, like, making random episodes of stuff. I think that mission kind of got turned into the Evilise stuff in Final Fantasy,
right,
and that's where he's getting to spin his yarn and just do, like, weird, like, iterations and stuff, but or where he got to, but, like, Tactics Ogre, it's a Super Nintendo game that became a PS1 game that's basically just a Super Nintendo game with voices and stuff, or Saturn, whatever. And then it turned into a PSP game, which is a complete retooling of that game, with a whole bunch of new stuff and everything, but no voices. And then Tactics Ogre Reborn has voices, adds mechanics, rebalances the PSP version, which is a rebalancing of the SNES version. So now it's like a series of games where the story is exactly the same, but the game itself changes every time. And that's really fucking interesting. And strange.
Definitely.
Like, you never see that ever. And it's like, I don't know, it's like the story that's like that's as old as you as me, because it came out in 95. So, like, I don't know, it's just like this weird thing or whatever, where, like, I think if I played the Super Nintendo game after I beat this, I would have a completely different experience with it. And it would, I don't know, that's just such an interesting thing to think about. So it kind of like
it's like that Phil Collins album where he changed the album art to be the same like composition photo of him but as an old man.
Oh right, yeah, that's crazy. That I really love that. So it's like one of those things that weirdly inadvertently, just by being so loving in how it recreates things.
Yeah.
It kind of turns the idea of a remake on its head again. Like, because I feel like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Resident Evil Remake already did that too. So, like, game remakes as a topic is, like, really contentious and weird.
Yeah.
And I kind of love thinking about it, even though it kind of pisses everybody off all the time. Like, it's just one of those things that just makes people turn into fucking, like, psychos. But, like, I just think it's so fascinating, especially whenever you have cases like this and Final Fantasy VII Remake, where, like, the people that were originally involved have something to do with this new version. And Matsuno was, like, directly involved. There's an Algebra Factory splash screen before the game starts, so, like, that's his company. He basically made his own, like, Mistwalker, like Hironobu Sakaguchi did. So, like, he's involved. He okayed all of this shit, and, like, it's a completely different game. but Tactics Ogre fans, because there's, like, a guy on YouTube that I follow, I think his name is, like, Coffee Potato. I want to give him a shout out, because he gives very helpful guides on Tactics Ogre and how to get better at it and how to, like, strategize and what to consider. And that guy is a dude. He did YouTube videos for years just running weird challenge runs of Let Us Cling Together for the PSP.
Jeez.
That's his whole thing. And then this game came out, and and he got a preview code of it, which is crazy cool of Square Enix to do. And so he gets a preview code of it. He doesn't even have that many subscribers, and he's, like, positively giddy about it. And like, he says that this is, like, the best version of the game, period. And it's, like, coming from this guy who's been playing this game for 10 years.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like,
literally.
And I'm sure
nobody else's perspective quite matters the same way.
Yeah, and it's like, and I'm sure there are other Tactics Ogre fans that also feel the same way. So, like, I don't know. Tactics Ogre Reborn, like, I kind of want to make a bid for the top spot here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it comes down to a battle of the remakes in these top spots that we have now.
Yeah, and so I didn't really think I would... whenever I started this tangent, I didn't think I'd say maybe it should be in the top spot, but the more I talked about it, the more I'm like...
Yeah, the more you talked about it, the more I felt pretty secure that it was going to either... that it was going to come down to which remake, Tactics Ogre or Dokusei, preferred.
So now...
And I think that what I can say...
Yeah, now I want to ask you what Dokusei brings to the table, and, like, or you know...
It's a little bit hard to gauge.
Right.
It's a little bit hard to know, because I think this is a difficult situation where the changes that this game brings to the table are not necessarily fully understood without a very intimate understanding of the previous two releases of this game. Which obviously are both locked behind esoteric hardware. I mean, obviously they're PC98 emulators, and you can run a virtual machine for the Windows 2000 or whatever it is version. But point being, they're both locked between a language barrier and a certain amount of esoterica.
Right.
So, like, it kind of fundamentally changes how you view it as a remake. So what I mean by that is, I went looking for it just now to try to refresh myself, and I couldn't find it. But I read a thread about some of the narrative changes that this remake brings to the table, and I don't really fully remember all of them. But it basically, like, okay, so first things first, Dokusei is a remake, a remaster of a remake of a PC98 dating sim, one that released it predated Tokimeki Memorial.
Right.
It was kind of a line of, like, erotic adventure games that were common on the PC 98, but it in and of itself kind of brought to the table a lot of it kind of coalesced, keep using these same phrases over and over again. It, how do I say this? Like, a lot of the kind of stray ideas that were being brought on how to gamify romance kind of were... Gosh, it's really hard to, because I neither want to overstate nor understate it.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like a cornerstone title in the history of dating sims. I would argue that it was more mechanically revolutionary than Tokimeki Memorial, but Tokimeki Memorial had the benefit of garnering a much wider audience.
Right.
That's not to say that I think Tokimeki Memorial was stealing ideas from Dokusei.
No.
But I do think that it was maybe not quite as revolutionary in terms of what codifies a genre,
right,
as Dokusei was. This is a game where obviously you're doing a lot of talking with girls, but there's like an overworld that you're navigating, and there is a timer that is run every time you enter a building or spend time during an event. And all of the girls have really in-depth schedules that they are adhering to and that you need to kind of get a sense for, either through a lot of replays or by kind of identifying patterns in their schedules that will determine if you can interact with them and if you can ask them on a date and things like that. There's a lot of chance that factors into your ability to romance these girls. And unlike what we know with like dating sims now, you're not locked into just one route per playthrough, because like functionally your goal is to kind of like romance as many women as you please in a single playthrough. But when it comes to the kind of history that this game has had with remakes, this is where it gets a little fuzzy, because tonally I can tell you that a lot of the very formative romance adventure games and eroge were very playful in tone. They were very funny and very silly, whereas something like Tokimeki Memorial is a lot more like kind of like a romantic in kind of the classical sense of the word,
right?
You know, like there's a lot of goofy stuff that happens in that game, but it's very down to earth, and played very safe and kind of close to the chest from an emotional standpoint,
right?
Whereas I think Dokusei is very cartoony.
Yeah.
However, there are a lot of moments of clarity that crop up in these really interesting places. And it sounds like some of those things were added in either this remake or the Windows port, which this remake sources a lot of its graphics from, but not its character art.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of its mechanics from, because I think they were slightly revamped, schedules were changed, all that stuff. I think that version may have even added a heroine or two. I'm not really sure. So somewhere along the line, bless you, darling, we wound up with a game that has these moments of reflection that kind of call into question a lot of the things about visual novels and dating sims that a lot of modern visual novels kind of think they're breaking ground by subverting or questioning.
Right.
But therein lies kind of the conundrum, right? Where it's like, do you give this remake points in the event that it added those things? Or do you give the whole experience points for that having always been there?
Right.
Does that make sense?
No. I totally get that. And I think important context that kind of colors both of our perceptions of these games is the fact that this is both your first version of Dokusei that you've played, and also my first version of Tactics Ogre.
Exactly.
So both of the things, so we're both having to consider the fact that, like, we're enjoying it for the new things as well as the old things that were always there since the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. And then furthermore, like, we're also both coming at this where, like, these genres are kind of our respective bread and butter.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But I've never been a huge tactics RPG head, but it's still an RPG.
Sure.
So, like, you know, like,
yeah.
So, but tactics RPGs became, like, a thing that I'm really into now, and so
definitely.
I guess the big thing I found out is that I just don't like Fire Emblem that much, I guess, and I like all I like all the other stuff. But so this became a lot harder. So maybe let's rank all the other stuff first. Actually,
yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll table it.
Okay, so
do you want to do Treasures?
Yeah, Dragon Quest Treasures is a deeply evil game made by wicked people, who I love. Dragon Quest Treasures is not what I thought it was going to be. I will definitely, like if we're gonna give superlatives, I'll give it this. It is the most surprising thing I played this year, because I went into it thinking, oh, this is a Dragon Quest Monsters game, which is a spin-off of the Dragon Quest series where you just, like, get monsters and they're in your party and stuff. That's what your party is, rather than a bunch of named characters like in usual Dragon Quest installments. I thought this was going to be a Dragon Quest Monsters game where the goal of the quests, the goal of the story, was like, oh, there's this treasure. You should get this treasure. And, like, maybe there's a money-making element to the storyline, but, like, it's not really so much. No. This game is an open world, dive in, dive out, borderline roguelike experience. So it's not roguelike at all, because you don't lose. You lose is just the treasure that you tried to pick up. But if you bring back treasure and cash it in, the numbers that you see before you are truly dizzying. and I described it on Twitter in maybe some of my funniest tweets of the entire year. Personally.
Yeah, honestly, if you want to just read them verbatim, you have free reign to do so.
I don't have them completely on hand, I don't think.
That's fine.
But the sentiment is basically that this game quantified what I was doing with numbers so large and so life-changing for any human being, let alone me. That it made me start to understand the sort of psychopathy that rich people have. And so maybe this game is actually edutainment, because it teaches you just exactly how evil the feelings and inner thoughts of rich people are. Because this game will show you. Because I was like, because what you're literally doing is going to these lands, which are almost basically naked and stuff, and just with monsters running about, doing monster things, whatever they do in Dragon Quest when they're not fighting you, which is not much. But like, and you go there, you fight them, and the way you recruit monsters in Dragon Quest Monsters games is very funny, because it predates both Shin Megami Tensei and Pokemon. So this is like the first time anyone's ever done just recruiting monsters on the field, right? And basically the way it works in Dragon Quest is just you beat a monster so hard that they come to you later, like, please let me join you so I don't ever cross your path again. So I'm on the winning team. And so it's like it's like mean-spirited in a really funny way to me. And I I don't know. I was just brought so much joy just by the fact that it's just like you go into these lands and all it is monsters. You're just beating the fuck out of these things and then they join your side. And then what you're doing is you're digging shit out of the ground that doesn't belong to you. And then you're bringing it home and like you'll get valuations like, yeah, this is worth about 15,079 billion fucking dollars, and it's like, okay, cool, that's awesome. Now my gang, my treasures gang is worth like a million bajillion gorillion dollars and stuff, and it's just like the coolest thing ever. And the way it makes you feel is truly diabolical. I loved it. I was making jokes at the expense of backlogged users, who I apparently am the king of now. I guess I'll just say my account, Anti-Laser, with nothing in between, just Anti-Laser, all one word, on backlogged. I've gained a lot of followers and likes on my stuff. So I feel like I have some sway whenever I say that the reviews on Vampire Survivors that were clutching pearls about like that game being manipulative, those motherfuckers are, one, stupid, and two, would completely shit themselves if they were fucking faced with the true fucking might of Dragon Quest treasures and just how fucking because the added also thing to this is that all the treasures are also fan service for old Dragon Quest games.
Right.
So it's just fucking with you. So like it's just fucking with your brain chemistry enough to make you fucking go and chase this shit down and make stupid amounts of fake money, and then you're just so happy with yourself that like it just totally like it just redirects your entire day. And like I don't know, like I was deep in a hole when I played this game, to the point where I knew I had to finish it somewhat quickly or else.
Right.
So I finished it in like a week or so. And whenever I posted my backlogged review for it, a friend of mine in our server that we're in just said, "You finished it already?" And I couldn't even deign them with a response because I just couldn't face myself with what I had made myself do. So I kind of think it's one of the best games of the year because it's just utterly arresting. And I think for the reasons I said, I personally might put it under, like either over or under Vampire Survivors. I feel like they're both like the same genre of weird thing, except Dragon Quest Treasures is way more potent. Like if Vampire Survivors is like a joint, then Dragon Quest Treasures is like a diabolical like science experiment dab. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's that sort of weird shit. It's that weird shit Seth Rogen's smoking. Like so like this is way more powerful and will kill you on like if you take too much of it. So maybe it's above Vampire Survivors.
Cool. I'm down with that. Okay. I'm gonna do Pokemon then on that same note.
Right.
So I need to preface this by saying I fucking hated everything I saw of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet before the game came out. I was in hater mode. I thought it looked like dog shit. I thought the environments were ugly. I thought the NPCs looked terrible.
You're right.
I was not excited about any aspect of it.
Yeah.
And a lot of those things have continued to be true. But when the game was gifted to us by a dear friend of ours, because in a server that I am in, everybody was planning to get it and to play it together.
Right.
They wanted us to be able to participate, even though we were on the fence about whether or not we wanted to pick it up. Mm-hmm. I was not very interested. I had been burned by everything surrounding Bayonetta 3. I was underwhelmed by Sonic Frontiers. I was going into which isn't even on this list.
That's crazy.
Because I played like 5 minutes of it, and Alyssa went through the first world, and then Pokemon came out, and she hasn't touched it since.
It looked cool.
Yeah. I was feeling pretty bad about the state of games that I think otherwise I could have been more excited about.
You're getting black-pilled on video games.
Exactly. And then I sat down and I went, you know what? I'm going to give it a shot. And I fell in fucking love with it.
Wow.
All of the concessions that I had, the environments, still pretty ugly for the most part. A lot of sub N64 level textures being put on things where clearly they have higher resolution textures loaded up that they're just not rendering in the open world because they are rendering out so much. The weird resolution it's running at, just like so many other Switch games, it looks like the whole thing has been smeared in Vaseline. It looks like it's about to go up someone's ass. I still think the characters.
That's that really. I don't know. That really fucked me up.
The characters I think are still I think the models are just ugly. I think a lot of the character designs are really weird and fucked up. A few of them are really great though. Shouts out to gay people. I think that the frame rate is at times sickening. It is often very buggy. The game crashed on me and I lost some progress, I think 3 times. All of those problems have melted away in my mind because it's Pokemon and I can camp and make sandwiches for my Pokemon. And I can clean them when they get dirty from faffing about.
Aww.
And I played the game significantly underleveled. Anytime my Pokemon got too high a level for something I was about to face in its open world, I would build out a totally new team of Pokemon that I had caught. And like every other Pokemon game where I try to do things like this, it endeared me to brand new Pokemon that I didn't really give much thought to previously. I think the batting average of this new generation has a lot of really, really great Pokemon designs. I think it's really, really solid. I like a lot of the new mons a lot. I think the ways in which it is open world are pretty like in terms of marrying that with the tried and true Pokemon format, I was really impressed.
As soon as I found out what the format of the game was,
right,
I was genuinely like, oh, this is what it needed to be for a while. This is what it needed to be. Like this is the kick in the ass. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
I think that if they take this and they hone in on this base and they basically just do this game again but in a new setting with new Pokemon and some new wrenches thrown in, I think that it could really be one of the best Pokemon games. I think as it stands, these problems that I am able to compartmentalize very easily, very simply, are not going to be that way for other people. And I think that until those things are ironed out, I don't think this is something that is going to be necessarily universally within Pokemon fans regarded as really revolutionary or whatever, because I think people are very, very focused on the technical aspects, which I understand. But I also don't care. I think that as it stands, when I think about games that I just had a really uncomplicatedly good time with, I don't think there's a game that is true of more than Pokemon Scarlet. Like Dokisei was a game that really I was just elated by, but sitting down with it definitely felt like, all right, me and Alyssa need to be in the mood to read a whole bunch of dialogue,
right,
and figure out how to schedule our day so that we're able to see these routes with these girls we want to see. Pokemon, the franchise has just been second nature to me my entire life.
Right.
And I think that the ripple that open world format brings to it made it even more so.
Yeah.
And and I think that it just kind of felt like home in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I feel like I feel sort of similarly with like with Dragon Quest Treasures and
right.
Another thing where it's like where Dragon Quest Treasures has like a weird amount in common, like gameplay wise, with like Pokemon and like Xenoblade and things like that, where it's just like kind of like open running around and stuff. So just having that like uncomplicated feeling with it and stuff, I definitely totally get that. Yeah, Pokemon, I was kind of, I don't know, it's like weird. I've been super back and forth on this one. Like whenever it was first announced, I was kind of just annoyed because I was like, man, they just pushed out like they just threw out one on January. Right?
Yeah.
And that was
you can hear us on an earlier in a Pod Spirit episode from this year saying like, why are they doing this?
Yeah.
There's no way this game can be good with how much they're pumping these out.
And then like Arceus came out in January, and then that was 2 months after November when they released the Diamond and Pearl remakes. And those are maybe the worst Pokemon games in a long time. Like, they're horrible. And so, like, and I haven't even played them.
Yeah, I haven't played them, but I've heard very few things about them that ring positive.
My dear friend and other co-host, Wyatt, who I trust really, like, I really trust him on Pokemon stuff, absolutely fucking despised the Diamond and Pearl remake, whatever. So I was just like, kind of just like, why are you doing this to yourselves? With Scarlet and Violet and stuff. And then like, whenever I found out about the format of the game and how it did the open world stuff and how it has like 3 story paths, quest lines.
Yeah.
You go through. I was like,
the 3 story paths thing was the first thing about it that made me go, oh, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah. That made me go like, oh yeah. Also, I like Fuecoco. I like that guy.
Yeah, Fuecoco's really good.
Yeah, I
picked Sprigatito and I gave it an Everstone, so it would stay a tiny little cat forever.
That's cute.
Because I'm a femoid. What do you want out of me?
What do you want? But yeah, so like I've been back and forth because I like the chili pepper guy, but I also like I don't like these other things, and I'm annoyed that it came out broken and weird, and I like weird games, but like not when it's like it looks like a product of neglect, you know?
Right.
So it's like annoying to me that happened. But then also I found out that there's a dolphin that like you can evolve into like a muscle guy.
Yeah.
And that's maybe
and it's got a really cracked means of evolution. Like this is the thing. Like this is so past Pokemon games, I think since X and Y in particular have been getting weirder with evolution methods. But this game takes it over the edge with tying its evolution methods into mechanics that are unique to this new game. And I think that everybody bitched about fucking Dexit or whatever about there not being every Pokemon available in these games. Who fucking cares? Number one, I don't want to catch 1,000 of them anyway.
No, fuck you.
Number two, in issuing the obligation to have every single fucking Pokemon in every generation, they're able to do weird shit like this. And these games are able to not just be the more like feature complete version of the previous one. Also, like we're in a scenario where Pokemon is becoming more and more like games where it's not a question of which one is the best, but which one has the most things in it that click with you. And I think that's really great.
Also, whenever you don't have every single Pokemon ever in a game, you get this little thing that people appreciate sometimes called balance.
Right, exactly.
And game design, you know?
Right.
But yeah, so that Muscle Dolphin is maybe the closest I've come to buying a game outright just from like a Pokemon and stuff.
I will say there are a lot of new Pokemon that are very tokusatsu and kaiju inspired.
I heard about the okay. I know about those. I know about the Kamen Rider one, and I know about the Godzilla one.
They're both really good. There's also a new moth Pokemon.
Ooh, Masura.
That I really like. I'm gonna send it to you.
I have one last question though, and this is gonna influence the ranking. Is Heracross in it?
Alyssa, is Heracross is in Scarlet and Violet, right? Heracross? Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, all right.
No, I remember seeing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
the big blue stag beetle. No, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, hold on. We have to. I'm.
Well, yeah, Alyssa did complete the dex. But it is in this game.
Okay.
So Alyssa's wrong.
Heracross.
Yeah, Pokemon, it is for sure in this game.
Scarlet and Violet.
I'm literally looking at it. It appears above the big lake.
All right.
And in the area. In Scarlet.
So I do.
I'm literally telling you. I saw it in the overworld. I'm looking at a website.
So I am not going to dock points now.
Cool. Perfect.
Because I would have.
Yeah. This is the other thing. This game has my 2 favorite Pokemon.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Heracross is the only Pokemon that fucking matters to me. So I really need him to be in a game. If I find out he's not in a game, I'm not buying that game.
No, literally. Like, before I started this game, I made a post that was like, I need you motherfuckers to tell me, are Frostlass and Mareep in this one? And the answer was yes on both fronts.
Fuck yes.
So, so here's the other thing that I'll say about this game that I think really surprised me. There are like social links with the teachers.
You've got to be fucking joking me.
And they're all genuinely really cute and fun. Even the teachers with the worst designs wind up having really cute subplots.
That's incredible. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and ask you, where would you, like, if you were Overlord and you could just tell me what to do, right? And you could just boss me around.
I would put it above Dragon Quest Treasures.
That makes sense.
But
I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'm also comfortable with like I think this is a complex situation where it's difficult to know if the things about it that were easy for me to excuse would be quite so for you if you were in it. You know?
Yeah, I feel like I can get pretty forgiving.
Right.
So like
the way that I described it, I will say is that it's kind of like what if Kavya made a Pokemon game, but then they like stuffed Yoko Taro in like a closet so he couldn't make it evil and perverted.
Right.
Just in terms of like the way it runs, the way movement feels kind of bad, but in a kind of cool way. Like, okay, so here's the thing. This game has this feature where, because all the Pokemon are in the overworld, you have the ability to sneak around them so that they don't notice you. And what happens when you hit the sneak button while you're running is you'll do a little slide into your crouch animation. It's very your crouch pose. It's a very cute animation, but there's this weird feature about it where something about how the game calculates your momentum gets kind of fucked up when you do it off of a flat surface. So you'll get this kind of weird speed boost that'll carry you way longer than it should.
Oh.
And it's not exactly useful because you have a flying dragon, basically, that you can navigate through the game with. But every time I was on foot and I found a rock that I knew I would be able to do that off of, I would go over to it and do it, and it would feel good.
Yeah. Also, another point in Pokemon's favor is that the legendary dragons are just like motorcycles.
It's so weird.
And that is like such an especially like Toei Tokusatsu thing to do. Like that is
true. You know, I never quite considered that.
That's something where you would like open you'd get a magazine leak on Twitter, and it's just like, here's what the new Kamen Rider is, and it's like, what? It's about a fucking dragon, and he's a motorcycle now. And so that's just something. So it's like that's the sort of genre of weird announcement that I'm like way into.
Right.
So like Yeah,
and you know what I will say about this is that I think that is fundamentally true to Pokemon.
Yeah, it is.
Did you know?
It is.
Do you know about the inspiration for Pokemon having unique cries?
Is it Ultraman, right? Like,
yeah. So it is this little Ultraman like record book basically that would have these like I don't know if they were just like 7 inches or like floppy like vinyls or whatever. You'd pop onto a record player and they would play each monster's cry. I think it was like a little card that had like a tiny little groove in it that you could run a needle across to hear whatever the monster's sound is.
Also, and Ultra 7 introduces like a weird, because you're watching Ultraman right now.
Yeah, I am.
Tease for a future Human Insects where we talk about Ultraman.
Very true.
But Ultra 7 introduces this element where Dan, the main character, he has like, as Ultra 7, he can also like use like these little capsules that he throws and that he throws onto the ground, and like he can summon like a little. He has like 3 or 4 monsters that he'll use. Like he'll only use 1 per episode because they only have so much budget. But but like it's like there's like a cast of like 3 or 4 monsters that are like cool, that are like chill guys that he just like uses in battle and stuff. So yeah, it like this is the fucking Satoshi Tajiri or whoever, you know, like definitely was like a big Ultraman fan, you know, going into Pokemon and stuff. So yeah, no, like
and that has continued to ring true.
Yeah, completely. So I'm totally cool with it having a high
You tell
spot.
me, Nikki, how much Tokusatsu is in Dragon Quest? This is such a stupid thing to say because the real question is how much Dragon Quest is in Pokemon.
Exactly.
From a rhetorical standpoint.
How much Tokusatsu is in Dragon Quest? Probably not all that much. Koichi Sugiyama scored a Godzilla movie once.
Ah, that's right.
Godzilla vs. Biollante.
And they thought he was an asshole for it.
Oh yeah.
They thought he was a fucking wanker. For that one.
The Akira Ifukube, the guy that originally did the original score for Godzilla, absolutely fucking hated Koichi Sugiyama's score for Godzilla vs. Biollante so much that he scored the next 2 movies. So he was just like, I'll do it my fucking self. I'm like 90 and I'll do this. And so just because that guy pissed me off so much.
So funny.
The Biollante score is kind of fun. It's like really funny because you'll be watching this movie and then some guys will get into a shootout and like Dragon Quest battle music starts playing and you're like, this is awesome. Oh yeah, I'm glad that guy's dead. Anyway.
Yeah, fuck him. So can we just say really quickly?
Yeah.
I think Pentiment is going at number 1, right?
Oh, you think so?
Just based on vibe. I feel like that's what makes sense.
I want to talk about Pentiment, but for right now, I want to put, because I'm looking at the list right now and I'm looking at the color that's your color. And then my color. I think maybe Tactics Ogre can go right under Dokusei, but under the understanding that they're basically equal to each other.
Right. Yeah. I think I'm cool with that. I will say that. Let's see. How do we lay this out? Because I feel like there's still a part of me that could easily see that going either way. So maybe the fact that there's so much in common, you know, maybe we just literally just place them as tied for second place, or for whatever place they wind up being. It just fuck it. It's our list. Who gives a shit about a tie? I'm gonna mark them as a tie.
It feels right. It feels right to have them because. Like, I see the argument both ways.
This is our Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet.
Exactly. Pokemon Nicky version, you get like a really moody fucking medieval like fantasy story, and then Pokemon Hazel
is the one where you can have sex with them. Wait, no, hold on. Veto that.
You are cutting that out. So Pentiment.
Have you seen the green-haired bitch from Pokemon?
Yes.
She's very sexy.
I've heard.
I like her a lot.
Yeah. I mainly know about. I've seen her. I've seen fan art of her, and I've seen, and I know, and the other character that I've just had stuck in my mind, from that game is the professor for, I think, Violet version, who just looks like comic book, like right now Reed Richards from Fantastic Four. Because he has like a beard.
Yeah. Right.
But I think he looks like he sucks.
Yeah.
I don't like the look at all. But
yeah, that because the professor is different in Violet. She's like a weird cave woman.
Right, yeah.
That was the deciding factor for us getting Scarlet.
Yeah, it's like weird because like Violet, I like the vibe being futuristic stuff.
Yeah, me too.
But I also love a barbarian woman like so much. Like,
I will say this. I think that Scarlet has the better exclusive Pokemon.
Yeah.
There's kind of an asterisk on that, but it's enough of a spoiler that I don't want to say it.
But like like one of my recruits that I have in Tactics Ogre Reborn that I've like kept a lot of care for, and I've been like, you can't ever die, is this woman that's just a barbarian woman, and she's cool. Like I just like her. I like she's strong, but I don't just like her because she's useful. I'm just like, no, I just like you because I want to have a barbarian woman on my team. So
gotta. You have to.
You have to. It's just like you fucking loincloth wearing woman and stuff like what's better. So Pentiment, I'm gonna be real, this is a really hard game to talk about, and I don't know really how to sell it, because it's a game that I think should appeal to anybody with like sensibilities in like adventure games. It's like it has drama in it, but it's not so married to the concept of violence and like death and stuff that that it's like a constant pervasive thing. There are murder mystery stuff to like there is an arc to it that involves murder. Is it because you're basically a guy that's like an outsider to this village, that's painting like his masterpiece at this Catholic church, just on commission, and he basically ends up being like the smartest person in the room a lot of the times, like purely because of what he has had access to, not because of like out of any sort of like, I don't know, like annoying character flaw or like something like that, right? Like it's not like annoying about it, but he ends up having to kind of stick up for people and kind of play this detective sometimes, even though he's not qualified for it really, to kind of solve a couple murder cases that happen that have sweeping implications on the community that he's in, which is this village full of a bunch of peasantry that where there's a bunch of farmers and like textile people and stuff, like they have like their little trades that they do in ironworking and stuff, and then they're basically lorded over by this convent of nuns and monks from the Catholic Church that basically are kind of like they kind of rule over the whole situation, and the entire village is built over these like Roman ruins and stuff. Oh, there's like a whole focus on history. And like the whole village is built on Roman ruins from like centuries ago. The game's set in the 1500s. And then, but also before even the Romans were there, they were all like pagans also. So there's some really old people that still believe in the pagan customs and stuff. And that can be, you know, seen as like heretical like activity to the church and to the government and stuff, which is very married to the church. And the game just does such like a really good job building out these characters that you really care for and building out a community that you want to see prosper, but just has the hardest time because of the class struggle that they're in. And you're kind of having to play this character that has like a very worldly knowledge, right? And you kind of bring yourself into it, right? You bring your personal modernity into the situation, right? You bring your certain tastes and takes and stuff, and the character's a really great vector for that, right? By being the guy that has been to college, you know, and it's just like really hard, and the game like faces you with some decisions that make you feel like fucking shit.
Yeah.
And I remember I played like probably like one of the most memorable experiences I've had all year was I finished this arc of the game. And I didn't know it was just an arc. I finished a thing and I felt so shitty that I was like, all right, well, it's going to cut to credits now. And then I got an achievement on my Xbox and it said finished Act 1, and I did the fear like Wojak, like, oh no, and there was 2 more acts. I was so distraught because then was the uncomfortable truth that I had to deal with whatever I did. I like whatever decisions I made, I just had to deal with it. And Obsidian is this company that makes a bunch of Western RPGs. They made Fallout New Vegas and a bunch of other games.
Which most people regard as the best one.
Right, and Pillars of Eternity, like games that people regard are like pretty cool Western RPGs. Like Fallout New Vegas, a lot of people like that I know and stuff are like, oh, that's like easily the best one and stuff. So
right.
A lot of great stuff, but like I've never really had that much experience with them because I really like I can't even force myself to give a shit about Fallout or Pillars of Eternity and stuff. I'm just not a computer RPGs guy. I'm sure Planescape Torment is cool. I probably would like it one day if I played it, but Pentiment is like the closest thing that they've made that made me go, oh yeah, because my stupid fucking weeaboo brain was able to contextualize it and be like, it's kind of like 13 Sentinels, but set in the Alps in the 1500s and stuff. And you know, there's like certain things you pick out that are like your background, like your educational and like personal background and stuff. Like one of the things I picked for my character was that he was able to get his way by scheming and kind of threatening people and stuff. Like he kind of had like street smarts, and that gave me certain opportunities in certain conversations to be like, well, I can just tell this guy I'll fuck him up, and then he'll listen. And sometimes, like if you feel like, and I didn't take that option every time I was given it, but there are some times where I'm just like, okay, I'm tired of this. This guy's annoying. Yeah. I'm gonna threaten him, and stuff. And like, it's just really interesting the sort of like avenues it gives you. And I think Western RPG, like, a lot of those disciplines in the way that you build out your background before you even really start, I feel like, for me at least, the best vehicle for that really is something like this that doesn't have anything to do with combat and is just about conversationalism and so or just doing conversations. And I don't know, so it became like a really rich experience, and it is definitely one of my favorite things I've experienced this year. I love it so much. But I don't think it's for everybody, and I don't know if it's number 1 here.
Okay, because I will say I haven't played it. Yeah. I'm really interested in it. I feel like as far as these kinds of things go, I expect it to tick a lot of boxes for me. As someone who really likes adventure games and narrative games and games where you read a lot of dialogue and text and things.
I think the themes that this game goes for would really resonate with you.
Definitely.
It also has like a religious undercurrent to it that I feel like more kind of talks about from like the societal angle rather than like something super spiritual. So I think it's pretty like universal.
Definitely.
But also, as someone that has church-related weirdness and stuff, this game resonated, even though I'm not Catholic. It really, like, there are some things about it that really kind of struck me in certain interesting places, and I don't know. The choices that it makes...
So let me ask you this question. Okay. Would you say that any other game on this list resonated with you the way the Pentiment did?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say...
Not that that's the make or break.
Yeah, no.
But...
No, Pentiment definitely is the strongest. It's the only game on this list I rated 5 stars on Background.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It's just like kind of in a different league. But it's just so a thing unto itself that it's just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to like take this game and then apply it to everybody, right? And I feel like that is like sort of the measure of a classic game, is something that where it's just like anybody could fucking just throw themselves at this and it's awesome.
Right.
But this game, I don't know, it's like weirdly specific.
So here's the point where I think we need to lay down our full journalistic transparency.
Yeah.
One of my old roommates worked on this game.
Right, yeah.
One of my old roommates was an assistant concept designer on Pentiment, which means that I had no idea until the game came out. So that was news to me. But that means that given the timeline of events, that game was functionally part of why I was able to have a home.
Right, yeah.
For a portion of the 2020s, we'll say.
Yeah. It's
So I feel like, because this is our list, goddammit.
Right.
Even though I haven't played it,
numero uno,
I've been endeared to it very greatly on that basis. And I feel like, given the things that it's going for, like, look, let me just say this.
Yeah.
2D adventure game.
Mm-hmm. Unique
kind of sounds a lot like Twilight Syndrome. What more boxes do I need ticked?
God, man, fuck this show whenever a Suda51 game comes out, because that's just gonna win every time.
It's a foregone conclusion.
It's foregone.
Yeah.
But no, I think Pentiment, it just means a lot, and I think it's one of those games where my biggest takeaway is simply that I need there to be more games like it. I hope that it's I'm thankful, not too thankful, but I am thankful that Microsoft, in all their enormousness, was down to just like fund this game, right? Because like games like this and Psychonauts 2 are kind of, they're the things that like they're the things that are like the good stories from a big thing like Microsoft taking up a whole, like vacuuming up all these companies, right, and stuff like that. Those are the things you want to happen. And Pentiment is just one of those things, and I hope that Obsidian one day can make another game, not a Pentiment 2, especially because the name Pentiment has a lot to do with the story and the context of it and everything. But if they made another game that was like a 2D adventure game set in a different time frame with different stuff going on and everything, I'd be all in. So and I just want to see more games like it. And
I feel like when I think about a kind of marriage of our sensibilities for games, I don't see a game on this list that rings truer for than Pentiment.
All right.
And again, I haven't even played the goddamn thing.
Yeah.
But that feels like a Human Insect's number one to me.
Right, yeah.
So why don't we run this down and finalize it, and then 2 hours into this joint, we can move on.
I was just about to bring up the runtime and be like, holy fuck.
Fuck it. If this is 8 hours long, I'm fine. Okay. I bought a fucking 12-pack of 8-ounce Red Bulls for this.
Okay, yeah. Let's go for it.
So, the official 2022 Human Insects video game ranking is, from bottom to top, Valkyrie Elysium, the Ebe remake, Splatoon 3, God of War Ragnarok, Live Alive, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Vampire Survivors, Dragon Quest Treasures, Pokemon Scarlet, a tie between Dokusei and Tactics Ogre Reborn, and finally, at number 1, is Pentiment. How do we feel about that?
That is a beautifully human insects list, I think.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy about this. I have to say, we've done one so far, and I'm feeling very full of love for what we have here.
Yeah. I'm
both the games on this list and just like what we've curated here.
Yeah,
as a podcast.
Yeah, I'm really. That's just a cool list.
Yeah.
Are we gonna?
What is your? Are we gonna number 1? What is your personal favorite game of the year?
Oh, my personal favorite is Pentiment. Like I made that clear.
For sure.
I made that super
clear.
Mine
is Dokusei.
Okay, yeah. So there we go. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
Are we going to be publishing these lists anywhere?
I was thinking about it. I feel like I might do a paste bin,
right?
So that it's not spoiled directly, but the people can look at it,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. And then finally, oh my fucking god, Nicky.
Yeah.
We forgot something.
What the fuck did we forget?
So okay, really quickly, I'm going to run down the games that our listeners wrote in as their favorites.
Oh my god.
Anything that got more than 2 votes. You just realized it, didn't you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, go on.
How the fuck did we do that? Anyway, any game that got more than 2 votes, I'm going to read from in order of number of votes. So, in the 4 votes category, we have Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Stranger of Paradise.
Oh,
Sonic Frontiers.
Okay,
yeah, shouts out. Stranger of Paradise seems great.
Yeah.
5 votes, we have Live Alive. 6 votes, we have Neon White. 7 votes is Splatoon 3. 8 votes is Signalis. And 22 votes is Elden Ring.
Here's the fuck thing. I played 70 hours of Elden Ring.
I didn't touch it. So the egg isn't really on my face here.
Right. I played 70 hours. I thought it was fine. I thought... not fine. I thought it was great. I thought it was a really intelligent advancement of the franchise. But I ultimately didn't feel that much towards it, so...
Yeah. So you know what? Maybe I think it's kind of funnier that it's not on our list.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
It's way funnier.
It's way funnier than if we tried to retrofit it in there. Fuck it.
Is that 10, like, placements? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 11. That's hilarious. Oh, well. How about movies?
Oh, well. Yeah. So once again,
right.
Let's just break this down really quickly. As far as belated games, Nicky, your favorite was Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. Mine was Drakengard 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our cumulative favorite game was Pentiment. Your favorite game of the year was Pentiment. Mine was Dokusei.
Yep.
Our fans, our listeners' favorite was Elden Ring.
Respectful fave. I get that.
Yeah. So that is video games for the year.
Video games 2022.
Before we jump into movies, do we want to take a quick break? Because it's been 2 hours already.
Oh, I'm so worried.
Movies.
Movie.
Oh my god. Okay. So let's just jump straight into the belated stuff on here. I have a lot written down. I don't think I actually want to talk about all of them, so I'll probably just kind of briefly bring up a few of them. That fucking Cutie Honey live action movie is what a goddamn film.
Undoubtedly fucking dope as shit. Yeah,
great shit all around. I also really want to shout out Hype, the documentary about the grunge scene in Seattle and how it kind of transformed Seattle as a landscape. It was really a fun movie to watch while I was dealing with like weird business shit for my stupid band in my too expensive Seattle apartment. Especially like as an interloper, right? Like it was funny to watch that and recognize like, oh, like I'm a direct byproduct of what this movie is talking about.
I'm the problem. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I really like just really like beautifully put together, beautifully shot documentary. I've talked about this a bunch, but there's a particular interview that is filmed in the back of a moving truck. That's like in the back
awesome.
of a pickup truck. Yeah. They're just having a conversation about Seattle and about its music scene while they're just like driving through town.
Yeah.
Like a lot of weird, cool stuff like that. Like I feel like there's an interview that takes place on like a couch that's just in someone's front lawn.
Yeah.
So you don't really see that in a lot of documentaries, and I feel like that structure was cool. So those are kind of the main two that I feel like shouting out that I didn't really get much of an opportunity to elsewhere.
Yeah. I'll shout out some ones I did on my podcast with Wyatt. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is I'm fucking not shitting you even a little bit. The best.
What are you cracking open?
Four Loko.
Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just opened I think my 4th 8-ounce Red Bull for the day. I shouldn't have bought this. This is my
3rd Four Loko, so we're both gonna die before the end of this podcast.
Yeah.
Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah from 1991 is part of a trilogy with Godzilla and Shin Godzilla as the best explorations of Godzilla as a character and as his relationship to Japan you'll ever get. And it's also the dumbest movie ever made. But when it hits just fucking right on the theming and it goes risky with it, because there's a fucking time travel sequence where they go back and try to prevent Godzilla from existing. So they find him as a dinosaur in 1944 during World War II, and they basically have to and they're basically just sitting there alongside the Imperial Japanese Army. So
Jesus.
where Godzilla kind of incidentally, not on purpose, very clear by the end of the movie, not on purpose, incidentally ends up helping the Japanese survive against an onslaught by the Americans. So you get this really fun sequence where Godzilla stomps on a bunch of American troops and stuff. It's just very on the nose. But then the movie explores war profiteering on the Japanese side of things, and the way someone as a war hero can benefit from that horrific war for their own benefit, and how they can make things even worse in their home country. And it's just, the movie's fucking crazy, but it's this time travel movie that's the dumbest thing ever, and has an alien fucking species that morphs into King Ghidorah because of some really stupid plot shit. But it's a movie that I think is straight up 5 stars, one of the best Godzilla movies ever made. And it
feels like the perfect marriage of what a very broad-ranging people who like Godzilla come to Godzilla for.
Right. But I've really never seen people talk about how profound and actually really intelligent the movie is on a thematic level. But I had to be that guy on my podcast, and me and Wyatt had a really good conversation about it. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is on my list. Gamera 2, also on my list. Gamera 2 is the second Heisei Gamera film, and that movie is the action and special effects director was Shinji Higuchi, who went on to work on Shin Godzilla and direct Shin Ultraman.
Right.
With Anno's script. And Gamera 2 might be, on a pure technical level, probably the best tokusatsu film ever created. Like, the intricacy and just fucking sheer ambition of what they do with their like city effects and with their monster suits and everything. The Legion monster suit in that movie is fucking unbelievable. Like, just incredible stuff. And I think it's just really special. It's kind of impersonal as a movie, which is something that I've not really had too much of an issue with. Sometimes I feel like sometimes I've just noticed with like friends of mine, like talking about movies and stuff, that sometimes I'm able to kind of just get more into a movie that doesn't, more into a movie or a series that doesn't really care that much about its characters, and is able to kind of just spin this really interesting yarn. And I can get more into that than some other people that actually really want characters to like latch onto and get into and stuff. So
I definitely find that I tend to be more interested in characters and more long-term.
For very understandable reasons, Gamera 1 and 3 out of that Heisei trilogy are some other people's favorites. And I think those both those movies are fucking awesome. But I really like Gamera 2 because it's just like, it's just unbelievable. And the ending of the movie actually made me like stand up and yell. Like, it was that fucking like, holy shit, amazing. And so I just have to give it shout outs for that, because like watching it with my brother that night was like, just is something that rings that in my head. Michael Mann's Thief is just an incredible piece of work. It is a deeply angry, deeply, just deeply pissed off movie about capitalism and the economy of work and being a worker and being put to work and being someone that's taken advantage of in a very like sleazy context, but like making that context that's sort of hard to reckon with, right, as a regular person, of like someone being a thief for hire, and making that applicable to like anybody that's ever worked a job. Like it's really incredible stuff how they're able to kind of take that weirdly kind of ephemeral thing and then kind of actually make it like something that anybody can deal with and stuff. But it's this guy that like uses thermite to blow open safes for a living, right? And it's like no one does that actually. And so, so it's like, I don't know, it's just like a really interesting great movie and stuff, and it has but it's like really kind of low budget and really scrappy and stuff. It's the first Michael Mann movie. And I just really, really fell in love with it, and I've wanted to take the time to watch more Michael Mann movies. A lot of my friends are huge fans of Heat and Black Hat and stuff. But I've never, in Miami Vice, but I've never gotten into them yet. But Thief alone is like incredible, enough to the point that it's one of 2 movies on my list that I actually bought in a Criterion Collection sale.
Hell yeah.
The other one being High and Low by Akira Kurosawa. Which is probably my favorite thing I saw this year.
Nice.
Just to throw that out there immediately. It's a fucking amazing... It's kind of in a similar vein to Thief, but like it's an amazing like exploration of crime, but also why someone would want to even commit a crime. And then the exploration of people investigating, but people running. It's like a movie that's like the first hour of the movie is so simple, it's almost like stage play like in the way that it presents itself. But then the movie kind of pivots and turns into like this sprawl of why that movie even happened. In the first place, like why that first section of the movie even happened in the first place. And it's just, it keeps building and building on itself, and it just by the end of the movie, it just kind of fucking just leaves you completely cold in like a really productive, interesting way, I think. And I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, this guy's a master. He's one of the best to ever do it. Of course. This is why they studied this guy in film school. But it's one of his not samurai movies. It's one of his fucking, you know, I fucking made this about current Japan movies. And it's really cool. There's a sequence on a train where people are trying to like figure out like how to kind of take a picture of this criminal who will be waiting for a package at this certain stop, and they have to throw out something like while they're on the train through a window. That whole section is like incredible, and I can't believe like they did it, because it's literally like cameras running through a train and stuff while it's happening and stuff, and I don't understand how they filmed it. It's just incredible stuff to me. And
that's that kind of shit where like you look into the production history and it's like, we had to invent a new film technique for this.
And it's like 1950s film, right? So it's like man, this is like all new to everybody. So like incredible stuff. I absolutely loved it. So high and low. What else did I watch? I watched Battle Heater. That's a movie that's on YouTube, and you should watch it because it's about a kotatsu heater that's evil and wants to kill people. And it's fucking awesome. It's so good.
Holy shit. That sounds great.
I watched it in October with my friend Kat for Halloween. And we both were like screaming, like it was so fun. There's like
I've had Battle Heater in my on my Letterboxd watch list for ages. I didn't know it was about a fucking kotatsu.
Yeah, it's about like an evil devil kotatsu heater from hell.
That's amazing.
And like, there's like a punk band in like it all takes place in this one apartment complex. And there's like this punk band in there that uses way too much electricity and stuff. Like, it's so.
Oh my god,
good.
It's just like Driller Killer.
It's so,
which I also watched this year.
I would imagine it is very similar, because it's like fucking that just sounds like a very similar movie title. Battle Heater also has an amazing title drop, because it just because it's like a giant stone rendition of Battle Heater, like the title
that's perfect.
That just drops on somebody in the intro, and it's just like that's the movie. It's so fucking dope.
I definitely will need to see that.
You gotta watch it.
I'm actually struggling to find what my favorite movie of the year is. I kind of just want to be boring and give it to The Long Goodbye. But there's also a part of me that kind of wants to be evil and say Evangelion 2.22.
Evangelion 2.22 is the best rebuild film.
The best rebuild, yeah.
Just automatically.
Yeah. Listen to the Ava podcast that we did on the Explode When Defeated feed if you want any more opinions on that.
Please, absolutely do. I'm out of the podcasts I did this year. Those rebuild podcasts are probably my favorite things I did this year, because one, I did it with my best friends, and also two,
I felt similarly.
Yeah, and also too, like I actually think we got to dig in and express opinions, and also like certain.
I think I would have felt a lot more lost on the rebuilds had it not been for those podcasts.
Yeah, and I think like. We were able to express different emotions than we usually are able to on those podcasts.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we usually end up exploring stuff that we think is interesting positively. But with the Evangelion rebuilds, it's one of those things where it's like, we love Evangelion so much, just me and Wyatt, that we just kind of have to discover this thing, right? And then we have to kind of go into it and everything. But Evangelion 2 was like the most surprising, like, holy fuck, this thing rocks. Like, there's so much cool shit in it. And like, it has the most hang-outitude, but also has like the shonen like final arc ending of it. So it's just some cool shit. Like, I don't know, I just really, really enjoyed it.
Favorite movie scene this year is definitely the aquarium sequence for me.
Yeah, I think it's it's either that or the train thing from High and Low. I said It's like it's so like it really like that aquarium sequence. It just like it like. that was an instance in those rebuilds where those characters, I think, got filled out better than something I would see in the show.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that, and then also the first half of 3+1, which we don't need to talk about more than that, but the first half of that movie actually felt like it was additive.
Right.
Interesting for those characters. But the
rebuilds made me finally appreciate Rey.
Right?
As like a character.
She's
not
great.
Just what she represents. Yeah.
Right,
I would say the rebuild
great.
Rey might be my favorite of the kids in Ava.
Yeah, rebuild Rey is amazing. Like
rebuild Rey is better than like any other rebuild character.
For sure. Yeah, like she's like really rebuild Shinji, I think in those first two movies I think works great. But yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But Evangelion 2 for sure. That out of those, if we have to throw them out there, it's that one.
Yeah. I think I've decided that I'm just going to say Long Goodbye is my favorite movie I saw this year.
Tell me about
Long Goodbye. I wasn't really too blown away by a lot of the movies I saw this year.
Right.
I really liked Talking Head, the Mamoru Oshii film. It was one of his first live action films. But I don't know. I feel like something about Long Goodbye is just like a really brilliantly put together movie about it's almost kind of hard to know what to say about it because number one, it's a film that's just been talked about a lot. It's one of those movies where you watch it and you kind of go motherfucker, this is great because it's just an extremely there he is. It's great because it's just an extremely well put together film. Everything is in its right place. From a structural standpoint, it's just really impressive.
Sometimes you want that, right? Like this is
it was it was like when I watched Alien for the first time this year, and that was a similar thing. It's Jesus Christ, everything about this is just dialed in perfectly. It's like listening to the perfectly mixed pop song,
right?
Well, not even barring when I say that, I mean purely if you're looking at the mix, not the content they're in. I don't mean to say that they're superficial or even that pop is superficial. You know what I mean? I just really loved it. It's one of those movies that kind of is it's like a character study without being a character study. It's like a kind of a there needs to be a term for when something is a period piece, but about the moment it's made in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something that becomes a retroactive period piece. It's one of those without really being one of those. It's it kind of fashions itself as a kind of mystery or a sort of crime story, but it's not really either of those things either. It's kind of just about a loser, but it's also kind of not really about a loser.
You're saying a lot of these things, and a lot of these things are ringing true to what I would say about Pentiment, which is really funny.
Cool.
Where it's about the 50. It's set in the 1500s, but it's not really about the 1500s superficially.
Right.
It's kind of just about this community that was in there. And so and I totally get it.
Yeah.
But no, I have not seen that movie, but I really want to, and I think it looks
Shouts
amazing.
out to Robert Altman.
I've
seen 2 of this dude's movies, but already I'm he's the GOAT.
Yeah, he's like to you what Francis Ford Coppola is to me, where I'm I've only seen 3 of these guys' movies, but I think they're some of the best movies ever made, and I think
yeah. Shouts out to the 1970s.
The 1970s are maybe the best decade ever.
for film, anyway. As we'll get into, I think the 2022s are already kind of starting to and the late 2010s are kind of starting to bring a lot of that energy back.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, no. So I also want to bring up In the Mood for Love. by Wong Kar-wai.
Yeah, we both watched a Maggie Chung movie this year.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, Irma Veppa also stars Maggie Chung.
Okay, I did not know that and stuff. Yeah, In the Mood for Love is, like, incredible. It's a movie where, like, my Letterboxd review says that I would watch the last 30 minutes of that movie for 5 hours.
Yeah.
It is so fucking beautiful. Just this love story between people that are not supposed to be in love. They're both unhappy with their relationships, and it makes a really interesting, like, decision in never showing the other person in the relationship, and it kind of just, like, really focuses in on these two and giving you all the information from their respective relationships through the way they act about it, right? Through the way that they talk about their significant others. And the eventual decisions that kind of result in something like that either fizzling out or kind of blossoming in some certain small way. And circumstances and whatnot. And I don't know, I just think it's just such a beautifully well-made movie. I absolutely need to watch more of this guy's movies. But I've only seen this one.
I feel like 2023 might be the year I just do a Wong Kar-wai deep dive.
Yeah.
Because I really, really want to see Fallen Angels.
Yeah, same
especially.
Here. My fucking... Okay, so this is going to be a running theme that, like, we've already talked about off the podcast, but it's going to be introduced in this podcast. My sister is a Wong Kar-wai fan. And so she
really?
She showed me In the Mood for Love.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. No, I know.
When are we gonna have her on as the guest?
I know. So, like, the running theme is going to be she's cooler than me. But yeah, so and she's already seen Fallen Angels and says it's amazing. So, so I definitely want to watch that soon. I might watch it while I'm on podcast break in the next couple weeks. But In the Mood for Love is just one of those things that just stuck out to me. I was, like, looking through my letterbox and trying to find, like, any last submissions I want to throw on this podcast, and, like, that was one that was like, holy fuck, why did I not put this? And the reason why is because I fucking watched it in, like, February. But it's amazing. It's like, really, I don't know, like, I just loved being in it. Like, it was such a beautiful thing to look at and to kind of be invested in, and to kind of, like,
I feel like I read a
study.
review of Fallen Angels once that described it as being like a visual shoegaze.
Yeah, I think
just in terms of its, like, atmosphere.
I think In the Mood for Love definitely hits on that because the colors are so stark, and, like, you want to live in the movie, but it's not because it's, like, a giant world or whatever. It's not, Avatar 2, The Way of Water. It's not, you're not with the Na'vi so much and stuff, but like, you're studying these characters, and you're, like, kind of living in their small moments, right? And sort of, just like especially with the In the Mood for Love, with, like, how it's, like, this love story you really desperately want to see happen, but, like, can't for certain reasons. You're, like, living in the very small variances in, like, how these actors move, and you're just like, please just go for it, and it's just not gonna happen, and it's like it maddens you, but it's like it's just awesome. Like, I really love that movie. It's really excellently crafted. And it was on the, like, I think it's, like, within the top 10 that, like, Sight and Sound did for their, like, top 10 movies ever made, where people got mad about
I feel
John
like
Dillman for some reason.
Most movies, most lists of, like, best movies ever, it's in, like, the top 5.
Yeah. And
also, why is John Dillman being considered one of the best movies ever made news? I've never even seen the fucking thing, and, like,
I don't know.
That has been, like, the state of conversation about film for, like, fucking 20 years.
Yeah, like, it's like one of those things where it's like film Twitter. A bunch of people got mad about it because they were like, because they think that the best movie ever made on, like, a thing like Sight and Sound should be, like, something more accessible. But, like, literally, fucking Vertigo and fucking Citizen Kane win, like, every time. And so it's dope that something it's fucking dope that something that no one has heard of from the 70s fucking won and stuff like that. Like, I'm down for that. That tells me I should watch that movie. So I'm gonna watch that movie sometime. I'm gonna come back on this podcast next year and I'm gonna be like, yeah, Jean Dillman was amazing. So,
it's like one of those. I think the thing is, it's one of those kind of like green vegetable movies, right? Yeah. Where like it doesn't taste especially good, but you feel very enriched by the time it's over. Yeah. Is the kind of vibe I get from it.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours long, and I've heard there's this very long scene of her peeling potatoes. But like, that's cool. I live that. I watch, like, my mom peels potatoes for a long time, so like, I don't know.
I do that too.
Peel potatoes. And so I don't know. It's just stupid.
2022 was a year for movies.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
a lot of really good ones came out. A lot of really beloved ones came out. A lot of ones I haven't seen. I really wish I had seen RRR. It seems amazing.
Same. Yeah.
But we did see some movies.
I wanna shout out a genre of movie, okay, that we both saw, and I'm just gonna throw those out there, because we're gonna be ranking these, aren't we, or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So the anime movie, has been a big thing this year. Jujutsu Kaisen 0, Dragon Ball Super Superhero, and the One Piece film Red. I saw all 3 of those in theaters. They have made up the bulk of my theater going experience all year. And they're all great, but One Piece film Red is way better than the other 2. Which is crazy, because I thought Superhero would be the best one. But, yeah, I don't know. I think all of them are... I think the anime movies that came out this year were great. Jujutsu Kaisen 0, I don't want to name it the worst one, but it might... Oh, wait, no, Morbius is in the list. Okay, Morbius...
Oh, Morbius is in the list.
Okay. Read off the list.
Wait, fuck, I forgot about that.
Okay.
Well, that's easy.
Okay, yeah. Read off the list, and then we'll go over it.
All right, so the list is... And mind you, we haven't both seen all of these movies.
Right, yeah.
Same was true with games. I don't think I specified that. This is an amalgamation of shit that we've both experienced that hasn't necessarily been just the things both of us have. So, movies this year. We have Nope, Dragon Ball Super Superhero, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Morbius, Mad God. Did you see Mad God?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so then this is the wrong color. Drive My Car, One Piece Film Red, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, and Jackass Forever.
I love that I did that. Anyway,
no, that should absolutely be on there.
So...
Morbius is obviously at the bottom, just a hateful experience all the way through.
Right.
I watched it via a Twitch stream that was predominantly about playing the Nintendo Switch in a nearly empty theater. The less said about that, the better.
Yeah.
Just a really miserable time all the way around.
So, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, I would probably put just above that.
Not just above.
Yeah, well, okay, not just above. No, my bad. Like, it's not bad whatsoever.
Right.
It's just, when I look at the other movies on this list, it kind of just feels more like some new episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen that were stitched together, which is a good thing because Jujutsu Kaisen is amazing and it's one of my favorite manga that I keep up every week. But 0 is kind of just like, whenever you watch it, it feels like 4 chapters of a manga adapted into 4 episodes of a show that are stitched together, and it's totally cool for that. But that is kind of what it feels like. So, as in terms of like being a movie, it can't go super high, but I still love it all the same because Yuta is an amazing character, and I love Jujutsu Kaisen. It's great. There's some fucking Sakuga in there. There's some animation that happens in it. You know? So I'm
gonna put Mad God above it.
Okay.
I really loved it.
Yeah.
It made me really happy that it could exist. really disgusting and accosting.
Yeah,
and
it's a stinky poo-poo movie, but like...
Stinky poo-poo movie.
Right. But in the literal sense.
PS1 demo disc, hell diaper, whatever the reviews we've talked about like 4 times on this podcast say.
Shouts out Riff and Dice, yeah.
Yeah, shouts out Riff and Dice. Gotta have Dice on this iteration of the show.
Same. Yeah.
Whenever we do another public access, I don't know. But yeah, Mad God is really, really great. It's one of those movies where like inherently I appreciate it more than I like enjoyed watching it.
Right.
You know? The movie is kind of broken up into segments, right? There's the stop motion portion. There's a few portions that feature actors in like a very kind of photo manipulated landscape. I think the stop motion sections are obviously going to be the much more compelling ones, but the movie never would have came out if it was exclusively that. And some of those photo manipulated sequences are really amazing. I just also think that for a movie without dialogue, some moments hold longer than they feel like they need to. And I feel like that combined with the fact that it's kind of like a thematically intangible film.
Right.
Kind of keeps it from feeling compelling enough that I feel like I need to thump for it beyond where it is here.
Though I will say, like Human Insect stamp of approval, there should be more movies like it. But
yes, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where like if we were graced with there being more movies like this, it would probably feel like more of a minor number outside of the fact that it was a 30-year 30 years in the making. I want to ask you where the fuck do you think Sonic 2 should fit? It's hard because I think seeing the trailers for the Mario movie really forced me to confront the fact that Sonic fans are just literally never going to take a W. And that I think a lot of Sonic fandom comes down to, oh, this isn't terrible.
Right, yeah.
I like, look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me. I've played the Sonic popcorn machine in emulation. Well, I didn't. I watched a video of it. But I did that on a stream.
You just said
so that I could say that I've played every Sonic game.
You just said Knuckles Chaotix was one of the best things you experienced this year.
Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah. However, I have to acknowledge that by right, I'm getting the shit end of the stick.
Yeah.
Compared to fucking Mario fans who get to eat good all the time.
Yeah.
I like Mario. Yeah. I'm excited for that Mario movie.
I'm like
I think it looks really beautiful.
Like, I don't want to be smug or anything, but like I was honest, I might have been more surprised than you were that clip that they showed at the Game Awards was as good as it was. Because I was like...
It was great.
Because I was like, hold on, the music is amazing. And so I was so surprised and so like overjoyed by it, but I like really was not expecting for it to like be anything. And I was like actually kind of like my mind was swimming in a bunch of stuff, like just watching that clip. It'll be funny to see how we react next year, and we're just like, oh, fuck. So that was horrible. So,
I'm going to tell you, I think most of the jokes are going to fall flat, but it's going to be so much fun to look at and to appreciate as a fan of the Mario series that it is going to not really matter that much. That's my guess about it. Whereas I feel like the Sonic movie is like, look, there are a lot of like dumb like kid movie concessions that need to be made about it. But fundamentally, you know, despite the fact that the Mario movie has proven you could put a lot more Sonic into that bad boy. Yeah. And you probably should.
I will say though, Knuckles gave me so much joy in that new Sonic movie.
He's great.
Though. Like
he's great.
Like seeing him hop into the back of that dumb truck at the end of the movie and they're like going to go get ice cream or whatever made me happy. And I'm not even a big Sonic guy. But I
saw that. Yeah. That is the only movie that I saw twice this year.
Wow. Yeah.
And I really genuinely enjoyed it both times.
Yeah.
I think I have to put it above Mad God.
Ooh, yeah.
Because I think that, again, despite not having as much Sonic as it probably could have stood to have,
yeah,
I have to give some amount of credence to the fact that it, it managed to roll Sonic 3 and Sonic Adventure 1 thematically into the same film.
Yeah.
So that it can assumably be a Sonic Adventure 2 movie for Sonic 3.
Yeah.
And that's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
That's a crazy trajectory.
Yeah.
I feel like that is really weird and cool to me as a Sonic fan.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of care and a lot of love about Sonic that's being put into the background.
Yeah.
That I wish was more in the forefront. But the fact that it's there at all is still cool. Like, everybody was like, oh, why is Sonic's mom an owl? But then you look at all the owl insignias that are in whichever stage in Sonic 1 or 2, I don't remember which, that are in the kind of like ancient ruins in some of those stages. It's like, wait a minute, like, they're pulling that from somewhere. It's just a weird somewhere.
Yeah.
And that to me is cool. And I think that for what it is, there are just enough genuine laughs. I think that the animation and the character designs are just cute enough that I think it really all kind of comes together. That problems aside, I can say that I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I feel like I can stomach putting it above Mad God is I think both the fact that I think it's the fact that you managed to enjoy it quite a bit despite not really being a Sonic fan.
I liked it. It was fun. It was like you know.
Yeah.
Like I really had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother's a big Sonic fan, so I ended up going to see it in the theater, and we had a great time. And my brother absolutely freaked out whenever he saw the post-credit scene or whatever.
Yeah.
Sonic 3. So like, yeah. So I mean, good time all around. He's gonna get to see me do that in April whenever the Mario movie comes out. And I'm like, oh my god, fucking Luigi's Mansion or whatever. You know, like, you know, Luigi wins like a sweepstakes at the end of the movie, and it's like, oh my god, it's gonna happen. They're gonna make a Luigi's Mansion spinoff. Anyway, but yeah, so where then would you think Dragon Ball Superheroes fits on there? Because that's another movie that's kind of just like fun, good time, feely good stuff.
Do you want to put it above Sonic 2?
That'd be hilarious. But like, I'm like okay with it either way if it's above if it's above or if it's right below. Because I think Superhero is like really, really good in like what it does with Piccolo and Gohan. It's like a fun, very concentrated, very like pinpoint story. But also it kind of just does things that like it's supposed to do because it's a movie, you know, because it's like a Dragon Ball, like do we need a new Piccolo form or a new Gohan form? Like, not really. It's like, sure, that's like superficial spoilers, but like you're not losing anything from the movie if you know that, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But like, do you need that stuff? I'm not really sure. I think the Gohan thing is maybe... I think the Piccolo thing is, like, cool because he doesn't really get stuff like that. But then the Gohan thing is, like, a little bit overkill. But, like, story-wise, I think it's really good. I think it's great. Like, but it's also, like, kind of inherently fluffy and not exactly something that, like, super, like, you know, like, stays with you, I guess, but also that's kind of exactly what I want from Dragon Ball Super, because Dragon Ball Super I've almost described I think on Shit Shooters before on my Patreon podcast that it's kind of like the New Game Plus of like Dragon Ball. It's like the Dragon Ball post game where it's like they're just hanging out doing stuff and then people try to do stuff but like they don't get very far. You know, and it's like, that's just what Dragon Ball is right now. And like, that's really cool. But is it like one of the best movies of the year? Like I'm not sure, especially when One Piece was like as good as it was. That like
Yeah.
So now I'm like kind of like divided.
I think we should maybe put it below Sonic 2. At first I was kind of assuming it would go ahead of it, but given the fact that like I kind of don't want this to be like anime movie top heavy or like mid heavy.
Yeah.
I feel like putting it below Sonic 2 makes a bit more sense.
Yeah. There is one movie that obviously is going to be number one. Like, it's not even a contest.
Right, no, yeah. Like, we don't even need to fucking... Yeah,
but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll go ahead and talk about One Piece Film Red. And make my argument for why it goes over Sonic 2. Because I think it's just, like, so considered in its theming... shockingly, that like I like it honestly like really surprised the fuck out of me. Like there's pieces of Perfect Blue and even like Evangelion 3+1 in there.
Shut up. I believe you, but Jesus.
I won't I won't completely give away why I think that.
Sure.
But there's like pieces of those movies that kind of like feed into this where like this really does feel like, I don't know, like it's clearly not going to be the final One Piece movie. There's going to be a couple more, I'm sure, before it's finally over. And even then they're going to beat the dead horse because it's Toei. But it feels like a true gateway into the final section of One Piece where it like first off, it does a really surprising decision by being a movie that goes off of the manga's schedule and is more of a movie fitting into the manga than it is a movie fitting into the anime run.
Right.
And it then also like on a thematic level hits on a bunch of stuff that feels like it will continue to hit in arcs going forward about governmental intervention and things like that. I don't know. I get super nerdy when I talk about One Piece. And I think Film Red is the exact type of movie that will just make me become super nerdy talking about it.
Yeah.
We're like...
Even if Sonic 2 was as good a Sonic movie as One Piece Film Red is a One Piece movie...
Yeah.
On an objective level, I know that One Piece means more to you than Sonic does to me.
That is a crazy thing to hear, but yeah, that might be true.
There's a lot of things I like more than Sonic.
Yeah, right. One Piece is one of those things that I got into at an extremely important time of my life where I needed it, and it's just stuck for 12-something years now where I've been reading it every single week, and... I haven't really had the response to a One Piece movie that I've had with this one, maybe ever. There's One Piece movie 6 by Mamoru Hosoda, by which is Baron Matsuri, and that is a movie that a lot of people count as the best movie, and people still count it that way. But I think that movie kind of gets away from One Piece in a weird way that like it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't hit on the certain things that I feel like it probably should or I would want it to hit as a fan of One Piece. But Film Red hits everything, and it feels like it actually legitimately could fit into the manga in such a way that I could reasonably recommend it to someone that has finished the series up to like the Wano arc to just watch this movie before they go forward, and it would still make sense. And that's a incredibly rare thing to get, especially for a movie that's doing completely original stuff. Jujutsu Kaisen 0 and Demon Slayer, that movie, are both kind of literally just adapting manga stuff, and then you just have to watch that movie if you like have watched the anime and stuff, and because it's just important. It's just you have to. But with One Piece, it feels genuinely additive because they made a story that fits as a movie for the medium of filmmaking, and then also fits into One Piece as the larger story that it is. So yeah. So I think it goes over Sonic 2, but it will not be number one. I see you highlighting Jackass Forever. And
where are we putting that?
I'm so... this is actually low-key the hardest one to rank, because
I'm genuinely okay with putting it literally anywhere among what we have so far.
So Jackass Forever is a movie... so Jackass is a movie series full of so much joy and gleeful harm that, like, I don't know. I think there's nothing like it in movies, and you don't see that very much in movies. It's combination documentary filmmaking and John Waters and Charlie Chaplin. You know?
What are you looking for, baby?
It's
okay.
It's so many, like, old Hollywood things, or not old Hollywood, but, like, so many just, like, fundamental movie things with genuinely subversive stuff in it. And it's about the dumbest people on earth. And that's just so endearing. And I think Jackass Forever hits it at, like, hits this it hits at this with, like, the most empathy and the most, like, love for its subjects that it could possibly have, where, like, genuinely, it takes care of just the fact that, like, these are people that are getting older, but they just genuinely still want to have a good time and do, like, really dumb shit just to see if they could do it. And so you see fucking Steve-O put, like, a fucking hive of bees on his balls and stuff, and then just, like, fucking yell because they're stinging his balls. Like, that's just, like, what happens. And stuff. Fucking, like, and then, like, fucking, like, there's so much ball and dick torture in this movie. It actually, like, this movie actually, like, gets to a point where it feels genuinely progressive for the fact of how much male nudity is in it.
Yeah.
It has more male nudity in it than, like, most gay porno has in it. Like it has an astounding amount of dick and balls in it.
So from where I'm standing, right? I didn't watch Jackass growing up. I wasn't. I didn't even try because I knew I wouldn't be allowed, right? Yeah. It wasn't really, it was a part of my periphery as a child. Right. However, I think I have kind of an innate fondness for it regardless because of its kind of stature at that period in time. And I think that when this movie came out, I expected a kind of split down the middle.
Right.
Among the people that I know, where there were going to be people who kind of fundamentally took issue with it from conception, and that there were going to be people who weren't really going to let that get in the way of their enjoyment of it. So when I saw universal warmth toward this movie and toward the people in it, I felt my heart grow 3 sizes, and I don't even know who most of these motherfuckers are. And that, to me, as like the fact that Jackass could be a cultural moment in 2022 that felt so unanimously like celebratory. I don't know that there is another movie this year that rings truer of. That I have not seen any dissent toward it.
Yeah, I think
the kind of fundamental contrarian that runs in circles with people who are more aggressively contrarian than I.
So honestly, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, this is above Film Red.
That's what I want personally.
Like Jackass Forever, like there's a whole section where they just like they introduce the idea to all of the guys that there's going to be a rattlesnake let loose in the room as a bit, and like they have a bunch of people on staff and everything to take care of it, and then they turn off the lights without anybody knowing, and it causes complete mayhem. But the trick is that they never let loose the rattlesnake in the first place. So these people are literally going insane, like in this complete darkness. And then they exit this room, and what Johnny Knoxville has done is set up a whole, like, fucking Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, like, series of, like, frying pans, like, hanging from the ceiling, and, like, all these different, like, things that, like, are just gonna hit and lampoon these people as they're fucking genuinely scared for their lives. And it's the funniest thing I've seen in a movie theater. I'm so happy I saw it in a movie theater. I got to see... Yeah. On a giant silver screen, these people's dick and balls, and, like, getting tortured and getting hurt and killed. Not killed.
They don't censor, like, their dicks and balls.
Not even a little bit.
God bless.
God bless. There's a bit where they find, like, little, like, plexiglass, like plate things, and they put their dicks in between the plexiglass thing.
Yeah.
And then they like screw them together and make their penises as flat as possible in these, like, little plexiglass see-through dick things. And then
do any of them accidentally get hard and then, like, it pops through the plexiglass like a cartoon character?
No, because they're in a room full of their own bros and stuff. But like, but they flatten their dicks out as much as they can in these plexiglass little glass things, and then they play ping pong with their dicks. I actually think everybody in the world, okay, that's over 18, should see this movie because it's amazing.
Yeah. Every time Jackass has come up on the show, because like I think we talked about it when it first came up. Like I haven't seen any of Jackass, but I have seen all of Kenny and Spenny, which is an actually cruel, mean, bad version of Jackass. It's like what if Jackass was what you thought it was based on the premise, you know, except even crueler. Yeah. That's a terrible show that nobody should watch. I think about it a lot.
Yeah. The very fact that Jackass is so inspired by Looney Tunes and Charlie Chaplin and shit really elevates it. Like the fact that Johnny Knoxville is at the head of it, and he is such an old head for, like, film shit like that. Right. That's what makes it good. Is that stuff. Definitely. And then the fact that, like, you know, John Waters, like, I think literally makes a guest spot in one of the episodes, in like one of the movies or whatever. Like, John Waters just shows up and everything. So like they know where they're pulling it from. And that's what makes it good. And full endorsement to Jackass. Yeah. Jackass Forever is one of the best movies of the year, and you heard it here first.
Well, I think it goes without saying that our last two picks are going to be above everything.
Yeah, that's so far, right? Like, I think it's really easy, actually.
Yeah, this is really easy.
So Drive My Car is over everything else because it's a beautiful,
without a doubt,
considered thing that like elevates its source material to the point of, like, almost parody, where it's like, oh, this is almost like this is so much better than what it, like, is pulling from, that, like, it's not even funny. And then
Drive My Car is, I think, the one movie I saw this year that I kind of find myself missing in the way that I find myself feeling kind of nostalgic for certain periods of my life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I want to see every single movie Hamaguchi has made at this point. Like, I love that movie.
Like, I'm thinking right now, as I'm looking at the name Drive My Car on this list, I'm like, I wonder if I can get Alyssa to agree to watching it with me before the year's end.
Oh, has she not seen it?
It has been no, I watched it alone.
Okay, all right, yeah.
It is it has been snowy where I live currently.
See, perfect.
There's snow just outside of my window, we'll say.
Yeah.
And I think that I find myself thinking a lot about that movie.
Yeah, it's seriously incredible. It's technically like a last year movie, but I seriously don't care. We should just put it here anyway.
I don't think I don't think it came out over here. I think it's the same thing with Dokisei. I don't think
it might have been like in January or something. That, like, it just dropped on HBO Max, but it's outstanding. It's outstanding. I think it made me want to sob. Like, it made me want that car that they drive. It's just awesome. It's just an amazing movie. It has genuine like amazing like Korean sign language representation in it. That, that actually like made me like, you know, for anyone that is new to this show or new to me and stuff, like I know American Sign Language. Both my parents are deaf, and so like any instance of sign language in a movie, I think is like kind of interesting inherently. And I think this movie,
right,
with how matter of fact it is with the character that uses the Korean Sign Language and stuff, it was just really interesting to me, like the way that the movie didn't immediately subtitle it. It like it like made you engage with it and kind of try to learn what she is saying while she's saying something.
Yeah.
And then pick up from what people say afterward to piece it together. And I don't know. I just think that's like it's a really intelligent movie, and it's awesome, and it's 3 hours, and I love a good long movie. That's just me. Like, my ears perk up when I see something super long, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking watch a movie for all day. But yeah, Drive My Car is incredible.
So Nope is like one of the best movies either of us have ever seen.
Nope is a movie that I unwisely drank like moonshine throughout the entire watching of, and so I became like actually legitimately way too fucking emotional watching. I cried so hard at the end of that movie. And it's not because, like, and it doesn't do any Pixar movie, like, emotional, like kind of, like, haranguing of you, like, type of stuff or whatever.
Right.
It, like, genuinely was just so loaded with so much that I could pick up from visually and from the script and everything. That I was so overwhelmed with how good it was and how smart it was. Jordan Peele has grown leaps and fucking bounds since Get Out and Us.
Yeah.
He is just incredible. And a truly like unstoppable filmmaker. And I think Nope is like maybe like the first like truest like statement of intent of his career where he's like, this is the sort of thing I'm going to start making now. And people are going to let him make it. And he's going to be one of the greatest filmmakers of our lives.
Yeah.
Like that. I just believe that. He's incredible. I really like, I can't believe how good it is. Like the layers, and it's not just that that like imagery and like subtext makes a movie, right? But the fact that the movie is able to evoke so much through its characters, through the fact that it's able to like I saw a director's roundtable, right, from this year, with another director that I wish I got to see his movie this year before this podcast, but it comes out tomorrow on Netflix. Fucking Glass Onion. So no Rian Johnson love this year, unfortunately.
Oh, that comes out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow or the next.
Oh, shit.
I think it's tomorrow or the next day.
Well, perfect.
Yeah,
I will definitely watch that.
I think it's on Friday. I love Rian Johnson, but that just goes without saying, and we'll just have to fucking see about it next time. But there's a directors roundtable with like Jordan Peele, Rian Johnson, Daniel Kwan from like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is also a great movie. I don't know if that should be on the list. I don't know if you saw it, but it's great.
Saw what? Sorry.
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh no! I didn't know you saw that.
I did see it. It's great.
Oh shit! Okay, word. Should we put that on there somewhere? It would also be kind of funny if it wasn't. Yeah. I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it? No, I saw it.
I will tell you right now. It is also our audience's pick.
Okay. It's fantastic. If I was to put it anywhere, I'd probably put it right under Drive My Car, maybe.
Okay.
But I saw a director's roundtable. Jordan Peele was talking about it already, and like another director brought up the idea of the UFO in the movie. Not to be too spoilery, but like I'll bring this up. the UFO in the movie being itself a camera lens hovering over the entire film. And I don't know, I just loved that idea.
God damn it,
on top of all the other things that I loved about it. Like, that we talked about in an earlier episode about the things it has to say about animal cruelty, and the fact that the things that it has to say about race, and the things that it has to say, like,
it is so amazing that a film that is casting such a wide thematic lens is able to make it all feel like a single artistic statement.
Yeah.
I've never ever seen that to quite this degree in a movie.
It's
like, obviously, like, there are always going to be movies that I love more, but I was floored. I was buzzing after seeing it because I felt like I had never seen anything quite make everything connect the way that it had. I love pieces of art where things don't always connect, but I was in awe that Peele managed to thread the needle so well.
It's about an incredible number of things, and the fact that it's able to take such, like, stark, like, choices in the way that it structures itself with having chapters, that really struck with me too, where I was like, holy fuck, like, he's just so confident in how he's pacing this thing. And I don't know, I also want to shout out, even though this has kind of almost nothing to do with this, but I think it has a bit to do with it, but we don't have a TV category that's not anime, so, you know, spoilers. But I feel like this movie kind of struck at something similar that I had with watching The Rehearsal, where The Rehearsal had so much that was digging at me when I was watching it about, like, the relationship of actors to the film, to the content, and especially child actors to what is something bigger than they even understand, right? And this film has even stuff to say about that, and like with the monkey stuff that it does and everything, like so much of it is just so, like, powerfully profound that it kind of wraps even this other TV show that I watched that I absolutely loved. That the TV show I would kind of also count as one of the best things I ever saw this year. Like, that kind of almost gets swallowed up into Nope, because Nope gets everything. It just does everything. It's amazing.
I feel like when I talked about Drakengard 3 feeling like the perfect encapsulation of where I was at when I played it, I feel very similar with Nope, but just kind of in a different sense. Like, obviously not everything in there quite meant so much to me in a cosmic sense, but as far as, like, how I feel about the way art functions in this moment, a lot of that felt like it fit into Nope in a very beautiful way.
Nope was so good. It gave me faith in blockbuster filmmaking again.
Right. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Like, not to kind of get too far out with this comparison, but a friend of mine recently made the observation, and, you know, this isn't very, like, revolutionary or whatever. Like, rather what I mean is that I know people have been saying this for a while, but, like, there really is something special about the way Tatsuki Fujimoto loves movies on principle enough that he can love things like fucking X-Men Origins Wolverine as much as he loves, like, the classics, you know, as much as he loves
Pulp Fiction,
fucking Brown Bunny and Pulp Fiction, right? Like, this is somebody who is so in love with the medium that these things are on the same level in his heart. I feel like Nope is a movie that feels that way about kind of encompassing the entirety of cinema and all of the different forms it takes into something that is still digestible, which is amazing, and is only like what, like 2 hours.
It's
like that's
it's
crazy.
Like a solid
like it's
like 2 hours, like maybe 5 minutes. You know, like
the film brings up what is it, the fucking Scorpion King.
Yeah.
And you think like, oh, that's like a funny joke to a movie that people don't really think of especially fondly, and then when it gets to that climax, you're like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Like this is on that same level. Like this is what a fucking blockbuster looks like, through the lens of like a new cinema.
It's like, oh my god, like it's like
lens.
It's like a 70s, you know, like Jordan Peele brings so much like fucking wild fucking fervor into his films that like it's almost like the Midnight Cowboy take on E.T.
Right, exactly.
It's like so fucking bananas in how it fucking brings it out, but it also brings that same fucking wonder that Jurassic Park fucking gives you.
Exactly.
No, I'm with you on this. Nope is like, it's outstanding. It's the best fucking thing.
I'm emotional right now. Just fucking recounting everything about this film. I feel like
it's like
if there was any doubt that this was number one, our conversation would have elevated it single-handedly.
It damn near is the thing of 2022. It's like the thing I liked the most. Like I didn't even really, I really actually like almost avoided thinking about it before this podcast, because I was like, like, oh, there's other things, but like the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, oh my god, nope, oh my god. It totally took me by surprise. I like wasn't expecting to feel it so thoroughly. But, like, it was really intense for me, because I hadn't seen a movie that fucking good in a really long time. Especially a new movie. It fucked me up all the way. I was crying. It was so good. So, Nope is the fucking movie. It like not even a fucking argument there.
So, to recap our little movie discussion, Belated Movie of the Year for you was High and Low by Akira Kurosawa. Mine was The Long Goodbye, directed by oh my god, we've been doing this a long time.
Robert Altman.
The fuck is the guy? Robert Altman, thank you. He made another one of my favorite movies, Three Women. How did I forget his name? I kept wanting to say Sidney Lumet, but that's the guy who did Dog's Day Afternoon.
Yeah, which is another one of the best movies
movies ever made. And then finally, our ranking of movies from this year are bottom to top: Morbius, Jujutsu Kaisen.
That's on a much lower level than everything else. Yeah.
Morbius, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, Mad God, Dragon Ball Super, Superhero, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, One Piece Film Red, Jackass Forever, Drive My Car, and Nope. And then jumping over to the films that our listeners decided on. Again, everything higher than 2 votes each. 3 votes is Dragon Ball Superhero, Inu-Oh, and Jujutsu Kaisen 0, fucking weeaboos. 4 votes is Crimes of the Future, which I hadn't even heard of.
No, it's a Cronenberg movie. I wanted to see that really bad.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it really bad.
5 votes was Sonic 2.
Okay.
17 votes was Nope.
Yep.
And a whopping fucking 32 was Everything Everywhere All at Once.
That's a good movie, but it ain't as good as Nope.
I doubt
it. It ain't as good as Nope. It's really good though. Like it's very much like pop filmmaking at its like strongest right now. But like Nope is so heavy and so like it's just, I don't know, it's so dense. Oh no, I love fucking Nope. Nope, man. I will be talking about Nope for another 10 years. So,
definitely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
So do you want to take a break for a second and talk about the Goodest thing?
Yeah. That sounds great.
Let's talk about the Goodest thing from this year.
This is a little bit of a vague category, and no doubt there will be more entries next year when we are able to know that we are doing this from the start of the year. Right.
Yeah, we're going to be like probably keeping another Google Docs with just like everything we've ever done this year.
Do we want to rank these things, or do we just want to pick a number?
Let's just pick a number.
I'm good.
Let's
pick
a number one out of just like the list, and then you can read them off.
Yeah, definitely.
And we can elaborate if we want to.
Yeah, I think we should just go down the list and then pick one as we talk about it. So first things first is Togashi made a Twitter account this year. I haven't seen it once.
It's amazing. He it's basically signs of life.
Right.
Where he's like, hey, I'm still drawing Hunter x Hunter. It's great. And I hope to get it done soon. There's actually very recent news where
that kind of hasn't fully come to fruition yet.
Because it's from a leak of a Shonen Jump issue that is coming out on Sunday, but
which will be after this episode comes out, so we're not breaking any laws.
Exactly. So the news is that Hunter x Hunter will be continuing, but it's on hiatus right now. But they are reconsidering the publication status of the series to more accommodate Togashi, which is telling me he's maybe going to Jump Plus and going monthly or something, or maybe bi-weekly or something. But they are focused on the idea of making him, of having Togashi print semi-regularly on like a schedule, but still getting the series done, but in a way that's comfortable for him. So, and I think Togashi's Twitter account, combined with Miura and the matter of his passing, has kind of kicked Shueisha in the ass to kind of like consider the humanity of their artists a bit more. And Togashi's Twitter account, I think, has just been an amazing thing to just see. Like, he'll just post a photo of like a corner of a sketch of a page, and be like working on $4.99, or like working on $3.99, and it's like, I don't know. I have no context for what this page even could be. And that's why the tease is good. Because it's like, it's like some tree roots that you see. And it's like, okay, that's interesting. But I know he's drawing it right now, which is kind of like a cool thing. So it's like a sign of life thing. But,
Right. So likewise, more or less, like my version of this is that... I talked about it in a video. We're getting that Lucky Star spinoff where Konata is 31 years old.
Yeah.
It's everything I could ever want.
Yeah, that's like
something very a manga very beloved to me, finding a new life in a new form in this new age.
Yeah, it's like it's something that really makes me happy too. Like, even as someone that like doesn't even like care for Lucky Star very much at all. I've had one experience with Lucky Star, and it's like a high school friend lending me a DVD, and then I gave it back to them after watching a couple episodes, and it's like, I don't think I like this very much. Because like nothing happens. And I was in like 9th grade or whatever, but like it's just cool to see things like that continue on. Especially with something with like Lucky Star, that's just like, it's just comedic, like fun stuff, So
and I think the fact that it's kind of found this new life that feels like a reflection of where the people who grew up with it are at is really fascinating. I didn't say this in the video because obviously it was a can of worms, but like that news came not that long after a lot of the shit regarding Bayonetta 3 came to fruition, and I was just feeling kicked in the fucking ass.
Right.
Like, I was trying not to let it kind of strike me in a very emotionally raw way, but for someone for whom Bayonetta was kind of like an artistic reawakening for me.
Yeah.
As someone who engages with art and thinks about it in a lot of ways, Bayonetta was kind of huge for me. So kind of seeing this like very like the game that I was anticipating more than any other for years and years kind of feel like it just kind of landed with like a wet like splat sound.
Yeah.
Kind of really made me feel weird and bad and sad.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't think I was quite prepared for. So for something like that, so completely and utterly unexpected to just happen out of the blue,
yeah,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, is this a lot?
It really, just kind of felt good.
Yeah. This is something like, yeah, you can't help yourself but feel it intensely. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I put in here, the Roboco chapter where Bondo's dad comes back. I'll probably bring that up in a different section, but like I just really love that chapter. That's really like it was just so sweet.
It's really cute.
It's really so sweet.
Yeah.
So that one's not gonna win, but I just like that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. I feel like I was gonna say I feel like a shout out that I feel like is eternal, but we can make some specific polls now and stuff. But like, I don't think it'll ever be something that can win this category of goodest thing. But I just really love that it happens. Is that like a whole bunch of like retro game fan localizations came out.
We're getting a lot more PS2 and PS1 translations as of late, which has been really great.
Yeah, there's like that simple series like Made like game.
Yeah, the Made in Machine Gun, which I own. So I was really stoked to see that get a translation. Shouts out to Hilltop. They put out a video kind of documenting their fan translation process. Super interesting. Yeah.
But yeah.
Great stuff.
A lot of amazing stuff came out that way this year, and I really just want to shout it out.
Yeah. There was a teaser for, I think, Moonlight or Twilight Syndrome. I can't remember which translation. We'll see if that comes out. If it doesn't, that'll
be awesome, though. Yeah.
People are doing this for free. I understand.
Yeah, no, they are the most selfless individuals among us. Yeah.
The Nier Automata subreddit saga.
That was amazing.
With the mod announcement was really amazing. I fucking loved that.
That was so fun to watch. It's just like all the teases and stuff. I knew it couldn't have been like there's no way this was how they like announced the next game or whatever. But like it was so fun to just see like weird stuff come out and then just like people having fun with it and just kind of just like having just like all these weird theories and stuff.
Every video game video essayist in the past like 7 years has talked about how badly we all wish we could experience the kinds of the sense of mystique about video games that kind of came about in the like late Game Boy Color, N64 era of games. The mysteries that came about that fueled people's imaginations because of these small details that we couldn't really prove one way or the other. Everybody has talked about how badly we wish that feeling could still be maintained, and I fully agree. And things like this are the modern incarnation of that. Yeah. And I value things like it very, very deeply for that reason.
Yeah, it's fucking...
I was really stoked
it's fucking
about
awesome.
That.
Should we talk about two creators?
Two very special YouTubers?
Two very special creators that have touched our lives this year.
Yeah. So obviously these aren't necessarily things from 2022, but they kind of became cultural moments for our friendship and many of our shared friendships this year.
Yeah.
How the fuck do we even talk about 1980s gamer?
He is a very, very interesting little man that has TikToks and YouTube shorts that he makes about himself, and a character that he has named Napoleon that is sort of
literally just Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, it's like Napoleon Dynamite, but it's also kind of his own thing now.
Yeah. Like it's a version of Napoleon Dynamite that was childhood friends with him in the 80s.
Yeah, and he kind of just like does skits about like gaming when you were young, sort of. But then also there's other skits about like working at a game store or dealing with weirdos at a game store or something.
And then there's just a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah, there's some shit like one we saw today where he was like, "This is the biggest twist in video game history. Metroid, you play the whole thing thinking you're a masculine male, and then at the end you find out you're a fucking femuloid." And
yeah, so the thing to specify is that his videos are like the most like fucking like a boomer gamer shit, right? Like, but not in that like Mike Matei way,
right?
Like there's a kind of weirdly wholesome bend to how lame his videos are.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
He's not being like, declarative and just like, you guys are motherfuckers if you don't. You know, like
Like he's just kind of talking about these games in ways that people have been doing since like 2007.
Yeah, except like it's like he was unfrozen.
Exactly.
Like from like 2007, and then just just started making videos immediately.
Yeah. So like he's got a video where he's like, "Wow, can you believe that the first level of Super Mario Bros. Teaches you how to play the game?"
Yeah.
Literally. Like that's one of them.
Yeah.
Like we're so entranced by this guy and like all of the idiosyncrasies that kind of become consistent parts of the work that he does throughout these videos. Yeah. He's always screaming. He's always shouting.
Yeah. He's like his cadence of voice is so loud and so like obnoxious and it's so funny. It's like it's I love it. Like he really like it's been a light in my life. And so it's like him uploading something that's so stupid and so not funny that it fucking kills me.
That it kind of wraps back around.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I feel like this is the kind of creator that was made for Discord servers like this.
Yes.
Where like when Isaac started posting this guy, I was like, who is this fucking bonehead?
Right.
But then just like through repeated exposure, I suddenly found myself very endeared.
Yeah.
To the kind of work that the kind of things that he was making, and the kind of lore that he created therein, and the kind of like the kind of like freewheeling like dad spirit, the kind of was born therein.
It's like seriously something to behold. So I really commend our listeners to go check out some 1980s gamer videos and see if you think that's nearly as funny as we think it is. But like, I think it's amazing.
Genuine recommendation.
Right.
Though.
Yeah.
Why don't you set the stage for our next?
Yeah. I have to also spotlight the JRPG YouTuber known as David Vink, who I have known for quite a while through YouTube for some amount of years through his like top 10s that he would do on various like JRPG topics, and he's always had like this interesting like way like manner of speaking that's kind of like cartoonish and like I'm just like really funny and like sort of flamboyant as well, and like something really broke in like a good way when he finally did like a face reveal a couple years ago, and it really and the realization was, holy shit, this guy's jacked and he's hot. Like, he's just insanely, like, he is this JRPG YouTuber that has such weird, specific, old head tastes, and really is super opinionated on what he likes and doesn't like, and just, he's so shady and mean to the games he doesn't, like Live Alive, which I love. And he's like, it's.
He said it was worse than Valkyrie Elysium.
Yeah. It was crazy to me. It made me go insane. But I love this guy because he's just this weird, funny gay man who's enormous, like jacked. He is so chiseled and like fucking like formed by gods, and he's just like,
He's literally built like a fucking like a Final Fantasy character.
I literally
like one of those like buff Final Fantasy like like the SNES ones, like one of those
like
guys.
Sabin or something like.
Right, yeah,
I literally just watched a video of his with my brother where he talked about how he moonlighted as an underwear model for a few weeks. And stuff like
holy shit.
Like he is such a fascinating guy. And like he just like is he's like completely jacked and like health conscious and stuff. And like he just like does these videos and he just has like the most insane nuclear fucking takes on RPGs and stuff, and is like, yeah, they can't all be Star Ocean 6. And he's talking about Live Alive, which is like one of the best games to come out all year, and it fucking drives me crazy. But it's like, this guy is so funny and like unique, and just like, I don't know, I just love watching his stuff, even though like he completely like defies all of my personal taste or anything. He is a Final Fantasy. I feel like
David Vink is proof that old heads need to be respected.
Yeah.
Like on a fundamental level, you have to bow down to your elders. You don't have to agree, right. But there's a certain degree to which people like that need to kind of like have their place in the pantheon for how they how their taste was shaped and how they have shaped taste.
Exactly.
For people like us.
Exactly. And to not get like too like myopically, like, I don't know, like representation brained about it or whatever, but like I will just say, like, it is just super cool seeing like it's an old head about Japanese games, but he's also like an elder like gay guy. That has lived his life, and he's like, you know, done like club stuff or whatever. Like he's even like mentioned it like a couple times or whatever. Like he's just kind of like, he's lived his life or whatever, being a gay guy. He's gay married, you know, like he's just it's such a sweet presence to have.
Yeah.
That even whenever I fervently, like so passionately disagree with him or whatever, that I think he's so endearing. And also, whenever it comes down to the bare fundamentals, I still love that guy because he really loves Final Fantasy Tactics, and Dragon Quest is his favorite series of all time. So it's like you can't go that wrong when you have that as your like baseline. But like, God, David Vink is such a fucking character.
I think for the perfect introduction to him, he did a video that I think is literally titled "The History of Gay in RPG."
Yeah.
Like some kind of clunky title like that I think is really, really like that coming from his perspective is, I think, really great. Like it's exactly what's on the box. It's just him talking about a history of gay and gay coded characters throughout the history of JRPGs, and I think it's a really, really solid place to start.
Also, he has the most incredible thumbnails in YouTube history.
Oh my God, they're so good.
It's him and his chiseled body that he knows how to deal with.
And he's wearing like a very like tight dress shirt with like a tight vest over it.
Yeah, and he just is posing next to the game.
So you can see how cut he is from afar.
I need everyone to see the very first few seconds of his front mission video where he's wearing a mesh shirt. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen in a YouTube video. I've never seen a guy wear a mesh shirt in a YouTube video. So yeah.
Am I remembering right? He did a live stream recently where his viewers goaded him into doing like a series of like ripping his own shirt off.
Yeah, I don't know what
like tearing it in half. I don't
know what exactly was going on, but I clicked into his live stream and he was tearing a shirt in half. So I was like, this is awesome. I think every Human Insects listener should watch David Vink and learn some things here and there.
Don't tell him that you found him through us, though.
No.
Just approach him. Just approach his work as though you found it on your own.
Let this be a distant thing. Let this be like kind of like I don't know. I just want to appreciate him from afar. And just think that he's awesome, but like it doesn't need to be anything more than that. So yeah.
And then lastly, there was that new NASCAR tech, the new NASCAR meta that was formed by a particular GameCube game that the driver played as a kid.
Yeah, he like drove directly into the wall, and it like boosted him, and it worked. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. Unfortunately, though, since that video, I've also seen the video of Nikola Jokic passing in basketball, which is like across his whole career. So it's not just from this year, so it can't really count. But that dude is a fucking, like, I described him on Twitter as like the M. Bison of basketball. Like, he should be like levitating over the court. Because the way he passes,
like, I'm fully expecting him to do a head stomp before long. He was doing that shit like through like 3 people. Like, he was playing basketball like he's a fucking pool player.
Yeah, it's fucking the craziest shit I've ever seen.
He had like the fucking like, you know, like the how in like the first level of Bubble Bobble or Puzzle Bobble, you have like the fucking like laser scope that shows you where your piece is going to go after it ricochets a billion times. Yeah. He had that shit. Like he's just got that vision built in. Yeah. That shit was crazy.
Yeah. That dude plays with the Denver Nuggets, and he just like beat the fuck out of my Grizzlies like last night, and I couldn't even be mad because he's such a fucking like mad genius at the game that I was like, yeah, whatever, dude, like, yeah, sure. And so like it's just this weird Serbian guy just comes out and is just fucking like like actually just straight up like has to have like a mind palace trigonometry fucking equations like floating around his head and everything. Like, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And stuff, the way he passes, he just like throws stuff. Like he doesn't handle the basketball like a human does. He just like throws it like it's a fucking rock. And it just like gets to someone and they make a dunk. And it's the coolest thing ever. Yeah. So yeah, the NASCAR thing is like that, but for cars.
Can you ping me the next time you're watching a game?
Honestly, yeah, I will. Cool. There's going to be a game on Christmas Day. So I might not ping you then, but
sure.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'll just throw you a link sometime, just because like basketball is cool as shit. Like,
yeah, I've always felt that way. I just have never like found the time to fit it into my fucking schedule. But I figure since I'm on vacation, as of when we're done recording this,
there's such a style element. Yeah. But
yeah. I was talking about it with Max a little bit, but like basketball feels like this fertile ground where like there's not really like a skill ceiling or like a tech ceiling, like there are for a lot of other sports. Where like I will see shit that's like I like how the fuck like How are people discovering new ways to play this game?
Basketball
like
hacks.
New ways to be good at this. Yeah.
So what
personally out of all of these things this year, I feel like I want to give it to David Vink.
You think so?
Because we talked about him the longest.
I just feel like I've been like taking claim over so many of these, but also like.
You think so?
Maybe not actually, because Nope was kind of shared, but I don't know. David Vink is like I have such like David Vink and 1980s Gamer are kind of like a similar thing. Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like 1980s Gamer has the kind of like the dominion over our friend circle,
right?
That I think on a personal level is maybe more substantial, but as far as things that I think our listeners are more likely to get something out of that we can share, exactly. I think it's got to go to David.
Okay,
Vink.
Fair enough. Let's go. Yeah. David Vink is the goodest thing of 2022. Even though his top 10,
even though he's been around for ages.
He's been around for ages, and his like worst RPGs and best RPGs of this year are completely like. His best RPGs video fucking, like, kills me. Because he includes a video that came out... He includes a game that came out 10 fucking years ago, and it's a Zelda game I don't even like. And he just throws it in there like it's nothing. And it's like, why? Why would you do it? Like...
All the more reason.
It almost feels like he's fucking with me specifically. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like he knows I'm watching. But like, do you want to talk about best anime?
I think I want to do that one last because I think it's the most likely that we're going to have some disagreements, and I think that'll be a fun one to end on.
Okay, here's what I almost feel like best anime though is almost like your domain because I have watched so little of what's going on that like.
Yeah, we can do that one.
I feel like maybe like.
But I'm going to say this right now. I want you to act as though you've seen as much of these shows as me. You know what I mean?
All right.
Like, I want this to be like a mutual dominion. Yeah. Like, we're going off of vibes here.
Right.
I'm going to be right back, and then we can get right to that. I'm literally just going to say, like, what my belated anime of the year is, because...
I had nothing.
Yeah.
I haven't really watched a bunch of anime this year,
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Genshiken Season 1. It's all I've seen so far. I've watched a lot of really amazing stuff this year, but Genshiken is the show that has made me feel just kind of like the warmest, the fondest.
Yeah.
I almost gave it to Meisoni Kyoku. Yeah. But I feel like I haven't quite seen enough of it yet to really say definitively because I've been watching it very slowly while editing. But Genshiken is like, I don't know. I was talking to Bleach about it and they made the observation that it's just like so special to see a show and a manga as well about college students. And how kind of like what a rarity that feels like and how much it kind of highlights how many experiences about being a college student that are kind of unique and that aren't quite so applicable to the high school setting that most shows find themselves in. So definitely giving it to Genshiken.
And shouts out Bleach. We got to get him on too.
Yeah, for sure. For
fucking sure, yeah.
And then as far as anime from this year, our contenders are Akiba Maid War, Bocchi the Rock, Chainsaw Man, Pop Team Epic Season 2, Urusei Yatsura Reboot, Me and Roboco. It's on here twice for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason one of us put Roboco and the other one put Me and Roboco. That's so funny.
And then Do It Yourself.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm putting DIY on the bottom.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I dropped it. Whoa. Should Mom be on here too? How much Mom did you watch?
Like 3 episodes, so not enough. Not enough for me to say.
Yeah, and I also dropped it after. Yeah. Well, you didn't drop it, but I dropped it after 3 episodes.
Right.
So I'm putting DIY at the bottom. It just completely lost me. I thought it had a really good first episode, but the more characters it introduced, the more annoying the new characters got to me.
Right. Yeah.
They introduced a little English girl who speaks in like a really cloying way that I just found like usually I find anime characters who have like really horrible American accents extremely funny. That's usually a trope that I always find really hilarious.
Yeah.
But I just I thought she was so fucking annoying. And like I'm the moe bitch. Like I have a really high tolerance for things that annoy me.
Well, yeah. I think both of us are that way and stuff because I'm also the guy that like goes like, okay, the kids in tokusatsu shows are not that bad, guys. Like,
right.
Like, be normal. And so, but no. Sometimes you gotta call it how it is, and you're just like, okay, this sucks.
Yeah. It also just didn't really have nearly as much of a focus on the actual DIYing as I thought. The first episode kind of presents itself like it's going to, and indirectly ruminate on like, you know, kind of a lot of the stuff that I talked about in my anime countryside video. Just kind of like the struggle of kind of like finding the simple human pleasures that we kind of had in like a less industrialized world that kind of almost feel radical in a very industrialized society, but it's kind of just girls hammering some shit and then they build something.
That's crazy. Like just coming from you. That you saying something negatively is like, oh, it's just girls.
Well, okay, well, look, right. No, like, this is the really crazy thing, right?
You're right, yeah.
It would be great if it was just girls. I would be disappointed, but it would be great if I didn't think the girls were all kind of annoying.
Right, yeah.
And just, like, unpleasant.
Oh, man. What a fucking, like downfall. Because I honestly, like, right from the beginning of the season, I was like, oh, DIY is going to get it. So that definitely kind of came as like a surprise for me, because here's the thing, right? I can look at this from a million miles away and know that it exists because Eurocamp got really big, right? Yeah,
and I'm fine with that. I'm not uncomfortable with the idea of a kind of increase in shows that are trying to ape something another show's doing if it's doing it well.
Yeah.
But one of the things that elevates Eurocamp for me is the fact that it is very, very attached to camping, to its hook. It's very attached to it, whereas it feels much, much more superfluous.
Right.
With DIY. And there's another show on this list that's kind of the mirror image that I'll get to. So I don't think my criticisms are quite as out of line as it initially sounds.
No, yeah. Yeah, okay, so keep talking to me. What else?
I'm going to put Me and Roboco above DIY.
Okay. That seems fair to me.
Yeah.
I need to watch more than the first episode of it.
I've seen the first two.
Okay. The first episode kind of put me off a little bit because I was like, okay, you motherfuckers are going way too fast.
Yeah, the second one is also like that.
Yeah, but I've heard that that it levels out a little bit, and it's like it's like a little bit better about how quick it is, because it's like
I don't know that I would say that. I don't know that I would say that.
All right. That's interesting. Okay.
I think that the second episode, it feels shorter because the first chapter is 40 pages and the other chapters are 20.
Yeah, that's what would make me think that the 3-minute episode fits better with the other ones, with the other chapters.
Right.
But
Roboco, like, you know,
yeah,
the frequency of jokes in that comic is pretty high.
Right.
So there's definitely something kind of lost in having to condense it down to that degree.
See, this is just yet another example of the mighty fucking stature of comics compared to animation. Sometimes, you just get like a shining example like this. But hey, anything with Roboco's name on it, I'm there. Yeah. If Roboco has one fucking fan, it's me. If Roboco has
zero fans, you're dead.
I'm dead. I'm dead in the fucking ground. And so Roboco is incredibly important.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I totally understand that it's not one of the best, obviously.
Yeah.
I love that they got Studio Galp. They got the Yu-Gi-Oh guys. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh has been doing such workman-like work for that series, just doing the dumbest shit possible for Yu-Gi-Oh for years. And then they finally get off of it, and someone else is doing Yu-Gi-Oh now. And then fucking they have to do Me and Roboco. That's so poetic. But, like, it's just like, I don't know, it's just great. So, it looks good. Like, the show looks good.
Yeah,
but,
it does.
I would have gone with just a regular girl's voice for Roboco personally.
Yeah, that's the thing. I talked about this with Wayne in the server. Right. Like, it's way less funny that she's just got like a man voice.
Yeah. No, she's got to be just she's a regular girl, just like everybody else.
She's a regular girl.
Yeah, she just has built ass legs and stuff and knees and stuff and You know, like
it's funny how much that change kind of casts her differently.
Yeah.
As a character.
Yeah. I've definitely always read her, and I will read her as just like a regular girl. Just because I think it's funny. It's funnier that way. Because
literally, exactly. Yeah, there's no wokery on this podcast.
Don't say that.
We're purely looking at this from an objective artistic standpoint.
Right. Yeah,
and it's funnier if Roboco is a normal girl with knees like Nappa from Dragon Ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and she broke out.
Who's also a maid robot.
And she broke out from a fucking lab, and she's a fucking combat fucking, thing. Like, Roboco is so good, dude. Like,
she's a normal girl.
Anyone that talks shit about Roboco they haven't read Roboco, man. They just don't know. Yeah. They just don't know. But I'm comfortable with that, with Roboco being kind of lower.
Yeah. Personally, I'm going to put Urusei Yatsura above it.
Okay, fair enough.
I think
good.
I think that reboot has been continually really solid.
Yeah.
It's been really faithful.
It looks
I think
great.
Lum's voice actress has been getting better and better with each episode. Yeah. It looks really great. This most recent episode had a lot of really, really lively animation in particular. Most recent episode from where we're standing as we record this is the one where they introduced Lum's mom.
Right.
A lot of really cute, really fun animation in that one that I really enjoyed. I think that it kind of... It's like the Live Alive remake. Like, it feels like by right it's not really going to elevate the source material because there's no reason for it to. It's kind of against the mission statement to elevate the source material.
Right.
And so it being a very dutiful adaptation, I think, is exactly what it should be.
Yeah.
But compared to how stacked this season of anime is, I think that it's it just doesn't quite compare.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about these other ones? I know you've seen 3 of the shows that are on here. At least some of them.
Yeah, but not. I'm not up to date with any of them.
Sure.
I wish I could have been the guy to be like, the witch from Mercury is the number one, but I couldn't. I'm so bad at keeping up with this shit that I just couldn't.
I'll tell you right now that the 3 shows on this list that you've seen have maintained and if not exceeded the quality that you saw them at.
That I'm aware of. Yeah.
Yeah. So your judgment on what you've seen of them is going to track pretty consistently. My take on them.
So I feel like, personally, just out of what we have left, Akiba Maid Wars seems like it'll be above Urusei Yatsura.
Yeah.
But Bocchi the Rock, I feel like, could take it all, be number 1. But Chainsaw Man and Pop Team Epic Season 2 are going to be fighting for that number 1 spot.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think Bocchi should be below Chainsaw Man and Pop Team Epic.
Ooh, okay, nice. I love that because I know people are like so passionate about Bocchi that I think that's going to piss somebody off somewhere.
So let me just start by saying this. Bocchi has at certain points this season been my anime of the season.
Right.
I think that the last 3 or 4 episodes have kind of laid itself bare.
Yeah.
In a way that's how do I put this? So one of the things I praised about an early episode was that it felt like it had hit a stride that was on the level of the heights of Gainax's Karekano adaptation.
Right.
Where it's running with such a frenetic creative energy while still telling a very down-to-earth story that it something about that, those 2 elements kind of creating friction is really intoxicating for me. I really love it and I really value it.
Yeah.
By episode 10, 11... that we've reached at this point, and the show will be over by the time this goes live, but we haven't seen the finale yet. I feel like it's almost started to feel a little bit like a one-trick pony on that front.
Okay.
I think the animation has a little bit of an overacting problem where there are times where I just kind of want to watch the characters sit still. I think the animation is regularly very solid. but I feel like there are times where I just want it to be a little bit more restful, so that those moments where things look really good have a little bit more impact. And that extra goes for the multimedia stuff that happens in the show. I want it to happen less because I want those moments to feel like they hit harder. They feel like such a given because there are like one or two now that happen every episode that I'm kind of left feeling like, all right, let's just get through this. Because another thing that I really valued about the show early on was like, oh wow, like this is a really fascinating and grounded depiction of like social anxiety, right? Like there's a lot of media, a lot of art about social anxiety, and I feel like Bocchi's take on it is simultaneously very upbeat, but also kind of like there's this kind of undercurrent to it, right? Where like it kind of gets to the core of how like you almost kind of have to take yourself a little too seriously to in that process, right? Like your kind of brain's sort of stress response to being perceived and being a member of society kind of requires your brain to do that little bit of extra overdrive when kind of thinking about and perceiving your own self.
Yeah.
I say this is someone to whom I relate to. I'm not trying to say that this is like some kind of like indictment of people with social anxiety.
You're not being prescriptive here. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that to me, seeing it from that angle is kind of a sigh of relief for me, right? Where I go, okay, like I am able to make peace with the fact that this is all a little bit silly when I can step outside of myself and see it for what it is.
Yeah.
You know, like the show does a really good job of kind of showing that you can get so wrapped up in your head that you're thinking so many steps ahead of the people you're trying not to impose upon, that you wind up imposing on them more. That to me is kind of like a almost like kind of a freeing feeling of like, okay, cool, I can let off on myself a little bit. You know, these are things that I've largely but not entirely worked past in my time as an adult, but so it's not like I'm saying that Bocchi was revelatory in that regard, but it's kind of like almost sort of a comforting reminder. Wander used the bathroom and I needed to see if he's peed or not. I'll be right back. Give it up for Wander the cat, who just did a little peep.
Wander did a
in his litter box.
Fuck yes.
Pogs in chat.
Pogs in chat. Wander did a pee.
Yep. His he is not blocked. P-champ.
P-champ.
So that aspect of Bocchi kind of ties into its multimedia stuff very nicely, because there's this kind of back and forth where like those sequences happen when she is so inside of her own head that the kind of style shifts. It's really funny. Those first like half of the show, I love it, but you get to the other half and it starts to feel like it's kind of taking away from other aspects of the show that I really value. Like the series is building up to a climax where the girls play a show at the cultural festival, and I'm just not very interested in that, you know?
Right.
I get why that is important for the protagonist, because her relationship to school is kind of a fundamental part of her anxiety. I get it. It's starting to feel a little too much like K-On! For me, which is something that I know I will get a lot of shit for, because no matter how hard I try, K-On's just not for me. By every mark it should be, but for me, as someone who is annoying about the way that music is depicted in things, that was what made Bocchi a huge breath of fresh air. And as it's kind of subtracted from those aspects, I've found myself having a harder time feeling invested. Because like, again, like I think it's like the third or fourth episode of this show, they go to a the whole episode is about them trying to take a good band photo. And that episode is like, I felt like I could cry when it was finished. Not because it was even very emotional, but because I felt a part of myself being recognized by that in a way that I didn't think any piece of art would ever have any reason to depict.
Yeah.
Like the author of the Bocchi manga is like fucking Tom Clancy for musicians, right? Where like the fucking CIA had to knock on Tom Clancy's door and be like, hey, who told you about this? Right. And he's like, no, dude, I just guessed.
Right.
I just guessed. I made an educated guess. Like, that is the level of understanding that Hamaji Aki has for what being in a DIY band is like.
Right.
And I just like it's a weird thing where like I don't think I ever really thought about how much I want to see something like that captured in a work of fiction.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like I feel plenty represented at this point. I think part of that is the fact that I am a successful YouTuber, so I'm kind of sick of myself. like I get enough of seeing myself because I do that all day.
Right,
I don't really need to see myself in media to the same degree, if that makes sense. I hope that doesn't sound self-aggrandizing one way or the other.
No,
I'm not saying that this is how people should feel, but that's kind of how I've come to feel. So when I had this moment where I genuinely felt seen by a piece of art in this really weird way I wasn't expecting, things kind of clicked together for me in a way that I wasn't expecting, and it kind of, again, I assumed it would be a foregone conclusion that it would be anime of the year. I don't think it's going to lose me entirely or anything. I think it is still a show I really treasure and I enjoy a lot, but I feel like I'm pretty ready for this season to be over and to have a break from it until season 2.
Right.
So I think I want to put it below Akiba Maid War.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So Akiba Maid War we haven't really talked about, but that show is fucking cracked.
Yeah, and it has continued to be cracked.
Yeah. I only saw the first episode, but I was like so impressed by it.
Yeah, it is
what it was doing comedically.
It is a mixture of Yakuza media, kind of parody and pastiche. It's got a lot of elements from a lot of other anime and manga out there that feel like they're being borrowed from it very wholeheartedly. There's a boxing episode that has the fucking Ashita no Joe pose. There's a fucking baseball episode that's extremely funny. There's an episode about gambling that feels like it's kind of like playing on things that stuff like Kakegurui has done. It feels all at once very pastiche but also very fresh, and a lot of that comes down to how good it is at that specific style of comedy that comes from knowing that these things are being like, that the people who are making it are being very playful and think what they're doing is very, very funny, but they play the final product completely fucking straight. It is such a fucking funny show, while also kind of genuinely being like very endearing. Like I feel very attached to the cast, and I don't know, like there are just so many things about that show that feel like they are doing exactly what they're trying to do and succeeding with flying colors, and all of those things are for me Hazel.
Yeah.
like it is this hyper violent series starring a bunch of maids in a pre Densha Otoko Akihabara, and that is just such a weird combination of things that like no piece of art should be, but it is, and that's amazing.
It just came out of nowhere. You know?
It came completely out of nowhere. I literally didn't even like. I was accumulating a list of stuff to watch before the season started.
Yeah.
And that was the one thing that I started this season that wasn't on there, because Max was like, yo, have you fucking seen this? And I was like, no. Like, I kind of wasn't really sold on their description, because I assumed it was going to be a lot more outwardly ironic than it was. But when we watched the first episode, Alyssa and I, like, we were like laughing to tears. Yeah. And that continued to be the case for like the first like 6 episodes.
And it killed me too. Like I saw it too, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This is fucking stupid.
Yeah. And like the back half of the show, I think, hasn't necessarily been quite as like outrageous, but I feel like it's kind of how to say, like, it has sold itself enough that it's kind of pivot to being a little bit more grounded in trying to tell the story it's telling feels earned.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think purely on the basis that it's such a gigantic sleeper hit, I find myself wanting to put it above Bocchi.
Yeah. So
just because Bocchi is so spoken for.
In relation to that, where do you think Chainsaw Man and Pop Team Epic lie?
I think the Chainsaw Man should go above Akiba Made War.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like was it you who made the comparison that this feels like Oshimo having a hand in the direction of Akira?
Yeah, because we found out that Fujimoto actually like during the time between part 1 and part 2 of the manga, he had been meeting with Mappa quite frequently to like kind of map out the show and
contributing storyboarding.
Yeah, and contributing to storyboards. Yeah, that's what he said.
I feel like the way that show has iterated on the pace of the original manga by just giving it so much more room to breathe has been revelatory. I feel like I've found an entirely new way to love something that I didn't think I could love more.
Yeah, I have like a weird relationship to it, I think. Not that I think like it's like I don't like it or anything.
Right.
It's just that like I've had a hard time having the motivation to get super into it. Because like one, like I just always have this hard time like whenever I've already enjoyed the manga of something to get into the anime version and stuff, just because I've already seen that, you know, personally.
See, I thought I was gonna have a little bit of that, but I realized that I don't fucking like the last like 4 episodes. I've been like, wait, why don't I remember this? I fucking completely forgot so much of that show.
But also I think I'm such a fan, like, of how the manga particularly carries itself.
Yeah.
In how kind of frantic and weird it is, that it almost felt like weirdly alien to me, just how picturesque and how detailed the anime was.
Right.
I kind of like wasn't prepared to see like that version of Chainsaw Man.
That makes sense.
Just because that feels almost counter to what Chainsaw Man is in my head. But like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just like it's so different. And I think that's cool. Like on a fundamental level, that like the anime and the manga are actually like in experience 2 different things. Like when you read and when you watch it, it's like it's just 2 very different versions of the same story. But it's just like, I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to kind of like fully lock in with the anime because I have like such an attachment to the kind of gonzo, you know, like we said before, like the kind of almost like 70s like Go Nagai sort of storytelling of it, where it's just so rapid, and like if you get what it's referencing and what it's going for, then you get it. But if you don't, then fucking who gives a shit? The next thing is happening right now. Go, like, you have to pay attention. And so, but with the anime, it's able to take so much time, and it's so much more filmic that I think it's really valuable in a different way but it's just not. It's just a way that's that I personally haven't connected to yet. But I think I will later, but I just haven't had the time to sit down.
There's one episode in particular that I think will probably sell you on it, if anything will.
Okay. All right, yeah.
I won't even say which episode or what happens in it, but I think you'll know when you see it. Yeah. And again, like, if it doesn't wind up clicking, like, the manga has been the best it's ever been.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, it kind of goes without saying. It goes without saying that I was asked to contribute to a friend's newsletter recently, and I decided to contribute a top 10 manga list of like my favorite individual chapters of the entire year, and I decided to make it only stuff that was featured in the magazine Weekly Shonen Jump, because I was so like comfortable with where Chainsaw Man was at that I didn't think it needed any flowers. I was like, it's fucking, it's motherfucking Chainsaw Man Part 2. It's more of it. It's so good. But why the fuck do I need to say anything about it? You have to be reading it. You have to. So same thing with the anime and stuff. Like, it's so good, obviously. You have to be watching it. I'm not, because I already read it a year before you fuckers did. So, like, it's, I'm fucking amazing. But it's just one of those things where, like, I think I it's just one of those things where I just know I'm being weird about it. Yeah. And it's like, that's...
I feel you, though.
Yeah, it's just what Do
you think we should put it below Bocchi? Do you think we should be insane and put it below Bocchi?
That'd be hilarious, but I think it should probably be below Maid War.
Okay, I'm down with that.
But above Bocchi. It would piss... Like, this will piss somebody off, but it won't be, like, everybody.
Yeah, definitely.
And
where do you think we should put Pop Team Epic?
Oh, at the top.
Okay, cool. Me too.
Yeah. The Pop Team Epic is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like all year. Like it's not even a fucking contest. It's like, and I've only seen the first like 3-4 episodes or something, but it's like, it's seriously so fucking funny.
Pop Team Epic reached a point where I felt like it felt like I feel like I don't even have the words for it.
It's like
it reached a point where I felt like almost like I was having like an innate like fear, like animalistic fear response to how anything it could be.
The Dora the Explorer bit.
Right, like that genuinely, like, I was stunned to fucking silence. I was gasping.
My eyes were going all cockeyed like a fucking, like, insane anime character, like, fucking laughing deliriously at how fucking funny it was. I, like, couldn't handle just, like, the guy coming in, and he says something untoward to these girls, and they're fucking, like, they just, like, kill him. Or, like, it's just, I don't know, there's just something so amazing about that fucking Dora the Explorer.
I'm going to send you a clip from a later episode.
Yeah.
That we had to pause because it was making us laugh so hard for so long. I'm literally downloading it so that you don't see the title of it before you watch.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
So while I do that really quickly, I'm going to run back down our list as has been decided.
Yeah. Pop Team Epic is just so obviously good.
Yeah. I'm really relieved that you feel that way, because this was the one thing that I had pre-planned, which is that Akiba Maid War is my personal anime of the season.
Right.
But Pop Team Epic should be our number one.
Yeah.
Like, even if there were a show that you and I both felt stronger about, I would still want to put that over it, because it feels so so much like the right pick for this show and for the energy that I think we try to bring.
Yeah.
So I need you to watch this clip.
Yeah, this is a good show. That's a good show.
It's a good show.
It's a good show.
That's a good show.
That's the anime of the season. That's the anime of the year.
That's the anime of the year.
Yeah, that's the anime of the year.
Yeah. So, from the top, DIY is in last place. Mm-hmm. No hard feelings, kid.
No hard feelings.
Followed by Me and Roboco, and then Uruseiatsu Reboot. Then it is Bocchi, then Chainsaw Man, Akiba Maid War, and Pop Team Epic Season 2.
Fuck yes.
Meanwhile, again, just anything that got more than 2 votes. For 3 votes are Cyberpunk Edgerunners from our fans. I mean, from listeners. Edgerunners got 3 votes. Urusei got 3 votes, and My Dress Up Darling got 3 votes. 5 votes was Witch from Mercury. 6 votes were Mob Psycho 100 and Pop Team Epic Season 2. 25 votes was Chainsaw Man, and 30 was Bocchi.
Oh man, we disappointed the fuck out of you guys.
But you know what? Here's the thing. Yeah. I really respect our listeners.
Yeah.
That sounds condescending. That sounds like there's like a backhanded part of that.
I
respect our listeners so much that I was kind of subconsciously factoring their answers into how we decided things, you know?
Right.
Because in my mind, like, I knew that Bocchi was listener favorite, so I don't feel like I need to thump for it.
Right.
You know, I feel like I can let the problems that I have with it factor in a little bit more than I think I than I think I would if it were still very underspoken for, shall we say. But everybody loves Bocchi.
Everybody loves Bocchi.
Somebody did a fucking parody of my fucking album cover that Alyssa drew, but with Bocchi.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It's very, very cute. Very cute. It's retweeted somewhere on my Twitter.
So you want to talk about music next?
Fucking, I'm exhausted at the thought of doing so.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, we got to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah. So this is the one category where we are going to rank our belated albums.
Yeah.
As well as our albums from this year.
Okay. So there are 3 that you have that I don't have, and then 3 that I have that you don't. So
I think we can just axe those.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough.
There's still so much left to talk about.
Yeah. But hey, Gezon, I love you guys. Next year, you're getting your flowers. I swear to God. That new album, But it's probably for the best that we just go ahead.
So how do we even talk? Like what? This year was revolutionary, I think, for both of our music listening.
That's the thing, is that both of us got into so many albums that are like some of the best albums we've ever fucking heard. That, like it's like between the both of us, both for Burned In and just in general and stuff, we were able to listen to new albums that we hadn't heard before, that were old, that were just like completely fucking like just life changing in terms of just how just amazing they were. And I think they should all be there. This is gonna be the hardest fought category in this whole fucking show. I'm just gonna tell you.
I already feel exhausted looking at this.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to take the list? Reading out what we have here.
Okay. So do you want me to just tell you? Just read out the list.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have Question Number 13 by Velt Punch, Every Song by The Hated, Hikari no Kakara by Walrus, Split Personalities by 12 Rods, IE by There Is a Light That Never Goes Out, Yurishitsuzukaru by Calpers, Phantasmagoria 1 by The Sleepwalk, Irony by Akko, and Polycotherms by Popcatcher.
Jesus Christ! And I can't even think of which one of these we put at the bottom.
That actually is legit one of the strongest lists of anything I've ever fucking read out in my whole life.
Yeah.
In terms of the bottom, I have only listened to Phantasmagoria 1 once.
Okay.
That is...
I've listened to it quite a bit.
That's the only fucking, like, thing I can possibly poke at anything on this fucking list.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that record kind of felt like, like...
Right.
If I was like a musical genius and not just like some dumb cuck, that is the kind of thing that I think I would be trying to make if I were an adult in the 90s and not a tiny stupid baby.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of like a real recognizing real moment.
Yeah.
Listening to that record for the first time.
The thing that needs to happen with all of our listeners right now is that literally this entire list needs to be listened to immediately. Like it's this not. This is not. We
literally just listed the human insects canon.
Right. Yeah. This is not like a what is best thing or whatever, or like whatever gets bottom here is not bad. By any measure, it's still a 10.
There's so many more out. Like if you've listened to this year in Pod Spirit and Human Insects, you know how many records we loved that are not on this list.
Yeah, for sure.
How do you feel about the There's a Light That Never Goes Out record?
I really like it. I think
me too. I think it wowed me the least, but there was a lot on it I really loved.
I do think it probably makes sense as a bottom, though.
Yeah.
Because whenever I think about it, I think of certain songs. It stands out less than the others or whatever. Because I don't know. Like whenever you think of what stands out about it, it's like certain songs that are like incredible.
Yeah.
But it's not so much like this thing, like a whole experience, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So that one makes sense as a bottom.
Yeah. I think I'm comfortable with putting the Sleepwalk one space above that.
Okay, yeah. I was also going to say Akko and Irony could go right above that or right in that same space because that's a similar thing for me where I think of certain songs that are like, holy fuck, but I haven't like listened to the full thing in a while.
I refused to listen to it until winter because that became such a wintry album in my mind.
Yeah.
And I will say that when it snowed for the first time over here, I put it on in its entirety while I went on a walk to do some errands.
Oh my God.
And I felt like I was ascending to a new plane of existence.
It fucking, oh my God. This is like the fucking Yukari telepath plane flight fucking thing for me.
Right.
It's like you like fucking craft a perfect situation to listen to an album and then you're like, yeah, motherfucker.
Was Yukari telepath this year?
That was last year.
Okay.
No, like I'm having mercy on us. Like we can't fucking put that with all these records.
This is
too fucking hard.
Yeah. But that being said, I think putting Irony up at that spot, I think for a Human Insects list is just.
Yeah.
It is the just thing to do.
Okay, so this is where it gets really fucking hard. I kind of want to say to put the Hated over Irony. Yeah.
I agree.
It's less immediate.
I agree.
It's also got some of the best songs I've ever fucking heard on it, but you know.
Yeah.
This is fucking them's the breaks.
Them's the fucking breaks.
Them's the motherfucking
breaks. I would say that there's one song on that record that if it were replaced with a song as good as all of the other songs, I would be thumping for it way harder. I would be going for the throat right now.
Right.
But I think this is such a fucking stacked list that I think it has to that one song has to be the deciding factor for putting it there.
Right. Yeah. So this is where it gets to low blows. All right.
Yeah. So here's the fundamental fact. Here I can tell you right now. There's one record on this list that I listened to more than any other this year, that I thought about more than any other this year.
I think I know which one it is.
And I know that is the one that doesn't quite carry to the same degree for you. And that's fine. But I also think that puts us in a very difficult position.
I know. We're about to be fucking mean to each other.
Okay. So here, fuck me.
This is bad.
Okay. Can we go out of order for a second?
Okay. Yeah.
I think the stuff on this list that feels the most mutual are Question Number 13 by Velt Punch and Hikari no Kakera by Walrus.
Yeah.
I kind of want to put Walrus at number 1 just so we don't have to fucking fight each other over a different number 1.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Though I have,
However, I'm not so attached to that I'm unwilling to put something else on there.
No, you're right and everything. I'm just saying, like you also know that there is also another record that I have, being obsessive over.
Yeah.
That, I can't... Okay, yeah, so this one's... I think Walrus is a good, let's say,
we'll put it at the top for now.
It's like a democratic number 1, right?
We'll put it at the top for now. Yeah. Things may change.
It's so funny that record, sounding the way it fucking does, is this is the one that both of us agree with. It's not just this some weirdo one.
Yeah.
Velt Punch, I think, is also easy top 3 or something.
Yeah, we can definitely put it below Walrus for now. That record, I've listened to it so fucking much since you showed it to me.
There's there's just so many, the songwriting is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it hit me so hard that that songs from that record have found its way into my casual listening in a way that only one other record on this list has. Whereas other stuff I will listen to if I'm looking to be really inspired, or if I just want to hear those songs. But Question Number 13, some songs from that have made it onto playlists that I use to write to.
I will say there is almost 1-to-1. I was asked to make a list for a thing that'll probably be out before the podcast comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And the list was top 10 rock songs that were incredible, that were inspirational to me, that I heard for the first time in this year.
Mm-hmm.
Really specific list. It is damn near 1-to-1. A song from each album on this thing. It is crazy how fucking stacked this is. So
yeah.
Okay, so next most mutual, I think, is maybe 12 Rods.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can put that definitely above Velt Punch, but do we put it above Walrus?
I don't. Oh my god, this is where it gets fucking hard. I think.
Let's hash this out. Let's bring our emotions into this.
I think it goes above Velt Punch at very least.
Right.
Because the songwriting decisions are so fucking incredible and profound.
Yeah.
And the lyricism is so meaningful at the very least to me that I definitely think it has to be up there.
Yeah.
But the production on Walrus is so titanic that I don't know if I can fucking reasonably put it below anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that that's the one to beat, is because the production on Hikari no Kakera is so it's so unbelievable that it made us completely structure a song around it. Not to tease something too far ahead of time. There's a Burned In song where we basically just went we have to fucking I
just went I need to see if it's possible to do this. How the fuck does something sound like this?
Yeah. Hikari no Kakera made us reverse engineer a song.
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah. But fuck, like, some of the songs on Split Personalities, though, like...
I will say this. I've listened to Split Personalities in full a few times. I've listened to a few songs way more. Way more. I think that is a record that I've plucked a few perfect songs out of, and I don't feel quite so much obligation to do a full listen if I'm going to listen to it.
God, this is so cruel. This is like, just the act of doing this is like pulling teeth. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair though. That's fair.
Yeah, so I think I want to put it under Walrus, above Velt Punch.
That is completely fine. Oh, fuck. Yeah. This is where it fucking hurts.
Cowper's, I feel like top 3, right?
Yeah. But then where the fuck do we put Popcatcher?
I don't even know how to quantify how much that record hit me this year.
Same with Cowper's.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's the thing that's fucked up. Is that whatever, like, Popcatcher, like, there are some songs on that I fucking, that I come back to.
Yeah.
Pretty frequently. But Cowper's, like, straight up, like, I feel something in my chest and in my stomach.
Yeah.
When I hear Sion, or, like every single time I hear it.
Yeah.
Same with, like, half the songs on that record. The way that those songs are able to linger and build on themselves, it just means so much to me. Like, it's like,
I feel okay. Yeah. I think in the same way that Walrus got a top spot, I almost kind of wonder if we should put Cowper's above 12 Rods, because I think that us listening to that record in particular, as we were, because we were listening to it after we started work on videotape, but where we were going with videotape felt like it was another experiment, I think, until we got into that record, and then it became a direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like...
Because I feel like that was a moment where we both kind of realized that, like, our other projects haven't necessarily given us a window of opportunity to build and ruminate musically.
Yeah.
In the way that has been proven as an artistic decision.
Yeah.
If by no other music, by this Cowper's record.
That Cowper's record, I think, is one of the most, like, songwriting wise, like foundational works to me, I think. Like, immediately. Like I just knew, like the way that the songs were written on that thing were just so fucking, like, naturalistic and meaningful in their changes. Because I love whenever songs shift all the time, right? Like I love songs with like 10 million parts on them and stuff. It's fun. But Cowper's was able to contextualize those changes into being genuine, like, emotional moments.
Yeah.
And this is something with a language barrier. They're not singing in English at all. I don't know any of the lyrics, but I'm able to feel it just from the playing. And, it's, like, enormous to me. I think it's fine to put it under Walrus, and I think if you put Popcatcher at the top, it would make sense, especially as a Human Insects pick.
I think I want to put it above Velt Punch.
Really?
I think that's my pull. Because I can tell you right now, for as much as I love that record, I know for a fact it doesn't mean as much to me on, like, a pure like individual level as Split Personalities does you.
Right.
I feel like I didn't find an album this year that revolutionized the kind of like this was like a year of finding, like, songwriters bands. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas I feel like I didn't quite have very many records this year, belated records this year that struck me to my core.
Yeah.
I was listening with my brain this year. Nothing made me listen with my heart like I know 12 Rods did for you.
12 Rods, like, you know, personally, because you know the tracks I was sending you.
Yeah.
12 Rods single-handedly changed how I sang the first verse of Videotape.
Yeah.
I completely changed how I did that fucking song because of 12 Rods.
Yeah.
Yeah. I almost feel selfish, though, having that pick right there.
I fucking... listen.
Yeah.
Listen. I fucking love that record.
Right.
I listened to few songs as emphatically as I did sorry, hold on just a second. I'll be right back.
I need to know which one. Walrus being number 1, though, totally tracks. That just has to be it. You know, like it's like the most agreeable pick. Especially because the both of us went fucking completely insane when we heard it. So yeah.
Wander has this box that a package came in that we just kind of laid out and he started using as like a little cat bed, and we were gonna throw it away because we didn't think he was using it very much, but I was watching him paw at it trying to get it back down on the side that he could lay in it in, and it broke my little heart, so I gave it back to him. What is the fucking song called?
Oh my god.
The one with the fucking... Why am I not remembering? I'm like remembering the subtitle. It's got numbers in it. Hold on.
Is it Red?
Yes, it's Red. No wonder I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Red is my favorite song as well.
Yeah.
It's like the chorus is literally like euphoric. In how
it's euphoric in a way that only Walrus on this was for me, in terms of like each chord change, each note change, each drum hit elevated the song for me.
It's this is a good list. I like this. I like this list.
What would you say out of these is your personal favorite?
Yoroshitsuzukaru by Calipers.
Cool.
And that's purely because I think I would count Sion on that record is my favorite song, period, that I discovered this year.
Definitely.
The way that song sprawls out from its conclusion is like unbelievable to me. Like I haven't heard something just linger like that and not feel boring. Like maybe ever. And so it's just so interesting and inspiring to me. It's great. Holy fuck, we have a long ass list for best album.
Do you feel like we should also really quickly just pare this down to stuff we both listen to? Like we can say our pieces. We can say our pieces about the stuff that we would cut in this case.
Yeah, possibly. I'm just gonna throw out a couple shout outs.
Yeah.
The Oxbow live record that came out this year with the saxophonist Peter Brotzman, fucking fantastic. Some of the most titanic versions of those songs ever. Absolutely love it. But yeah. Fucking the new Soul Glow record was incredible. Just a really, really fantastic, fast, mean version of some punk music. Death Club is a grindcore record by the guy that made by one of the guys that founded The Locust. That is it's just one of those. It's just one of those records that I go to whenever I want a good time. I just want to hear some cool Clash chords and fucking just really insane shit happen. And so that one had to go on my list. And Hiss by Wormrot is without a doubt, personally, the best metal album of the whole year. It has like 20 songs on it, but all of them are so long. So short that like oh no, it just bleeds into one another in such like a great cohesive way. It's also grindcore and everything, but like the way that it finishes in its second half with the stings of like string accompaniment and other things like that. Like, I don't know, like it's able to get to like a level of like shrillness and like
I think I listened to the closing track on that record.
Yeah, the closing track on that record
is really amazing.
The closing track on that record is one of the best songs released this year. It like just period. It is incredible. Wormrot is really one of the best bands like going on right now, and Hiss is their best work to date. So like if you're into heavy music and like really chaotic stuff, you really should be listening to that. And I want to throw a shout out to Duke Deuce.
Yeah.
And Memphis Massacre 3. This is a very rock-centric podcast, I realize.
Yeah.
And it's something I try to be kind of more attentive of. But
yeah.
I do really love some just like stupid ass, like just fun fucking rap music about just like killing people and shit. And like Duke Deuce did a whole album like they just released on like by surprise on Halloween, and the album cover is just like him with a miniature doll of himself, like just being evil, and like every song sounds like final boss music. It's fucking awesome. It's so cool. And like this being the year that I got into like the Memphis Grizzlies and stuff, like I don't know, like I feel like I've had a lot of love for Memphis this year, and I should go one day. I should go and hang out with my friend Brian. And we'll just hang out and go to Memphis and just like listen to some cool music and fucking watch some basketball and shit. But like Duke Deuce was a really like kind of a shining light this year because his music is just so unapologetically fucking fun. Especially in a year where I had to listen to stuff like the new Kendrick album, which I don't think is horrible, but it's just like misguided in certain ways that just made me upset more than anything else. And not in like the productive way. It was just like, oh, you're kind of just like getting out some weird stuff right now. But yeah, the Duke Deuce thing, like, I don't know, it was just really lovely.
I feel like next year we should maybe have a separate section for songs because like this is the kind of hard thing, right? Like I'm looking at this and these are almost all rock records. Yeah. And I think so much of that just comes down to the fact that I have always been a rock album listener and a especially with like rap and also pop, like a song listener. Right. And I think that those lists would invariably come out way, way, way different.
I think that would be really, really interesting thing to evolve on. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because and that doubles for the podcasts as well, right? Like it feels weird to say like, oh, here's one song that I listen to because like we talk about so much on the show that especially because we're doing it every 2 weeks, it feels kind of like we kind of have to like trim the fat a little bit and talk about things that where there's more to say than like, I listened to this song and I really liked it. So yeah. I definitely want to kind of expand on having more than just like favorite blank next year.
Yeah, for sure.
Were there any other records that you listened to? Do you wanted to shout out?
There's a couple, like I don't know, like some of the ones I would want to. I feel like they're going to get even better the next time around, right? You know, I will just shout out the Band Apart put out a record this year called Ninja of 4. Very understated. It's just some cool songs, and one of them is about a ninja and stuff. And it's just so they're so good at what they do. I can't ever be mad at them. Like literally, I've never been disappointed in an album they've come out with, even if they're not like the most exciting thing I've ever listened to in any given year. But it's just they're so good. They're such good standbys. So like if you ever need an album like a band where you can just listen to like literally like 150 songs of theirs that they just have so many songs, and you can just listen to stuff and just like have a good time. The Band Apart is like one of the best bands alive right now, so I'm comfortable with that, and then kind of know not so much the rest.
I'm going to shout out a record that I found out about because it was not the number one by any means, but it was on the list of fan submissions, listener submissions. I keep saying fan. It feels so fucking presumptuous. I don't know why you're listening to this. Maybe you hate my fucking guts. Who knows? Listener submissions. EPO TSK. Their record "See You Later Stratocaster" is a Vocaloid rock record that I really adored. I really, really liked it. It was crazy to hear someone else using Eleanor Forte and like, which is the Vocaloid, the vocal synth that I've switched to using in more of my recent efforts. And hear how differently two people can tune the same vocal synth. Like the way that this artist tunes her is really different and really fun and really cool from the things that I do. And it's not even necessarily so much that it gave me more ideas on how to use her, but more that it was like kind of cool to see that because like, I don't mean this in a way that sounds necessarily like dismissive of English language Vocaloid music, but so the programs that we have been given for Vocaloid in particular up until vSynth got big have been so miserable to work with that it's no wonder that everybody who uses it really stock. But vSynth is fucking revolutionary. It makes it fun and exciting to tune a Vocaloid. And hearing such a different take on this voice that I'm so familiar with using a very particular way on my own music was fucking sick. So shouts out to that record. You should buy it on Bandcamp. Hell yeah. I'm also going to give a quick shout out to Regal Lily's EP, Love and War. Good EP. Yeah. Nothing like super amazing, but there were a few moments on it that like really arrested me, and felt really like kind of like you know when something feels like this sounds so stupid, but it's kind of like understatedly monumental. You know, like something kind of hits you, not even because it's unassuming, but like just kind of like I don't know. I feel like I haven't quite found the words for it.
The vocal performances on that record are amazing.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to hear more of that band.
Yeah.
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 Especially because one of my Belated records I never mentioned actually was one by the band Sasquatch.
Oh yeah.
And that's a math record that has some of the best vocal performances I've heard on any math rock stuff at all. So vocals important, good.
Yeah. And the band is called Sasquatch.
Sasquatch, it's so good. Yeah, it's the one with apples on it. It's the one that I like a lot. So yeah.
And then Tokyo Shoki Shodo released an album this year called End of the World. Mm-hmm. It's pretty back heavy. I think that their vocalist can kind of rely on a few vocal quirks a little too heavily, but there's some really, really great stuff on that back half. I think that they're a band that if they are able to take their songwriting to the next level, it could be some of my favorite shit ever.
I haven't heard them at all, so I'll definitely take a look.
Yeah, it's a good time, especially if you like stuff like Gingnong Boys. Sorry,
right, yes.
I have to kind of keep an eye on Wander.
Right, yeah.
Because he's a sickly little Victorian child.
Yeah. We're on piss watch right now.
Yeah. He's been in and out of the letterbox a few times now, and I'm trying to figure out if he's having a good time or a bad time. I think that's. Did you listen to the new 100 Gex?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, good
really
time.
Good. It was really good.
They're having fun.
Their record next year is definitely going to be where they really like kind of make a bid.
I'm really fucking excited about it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's honestly, I don't even want to fucking talk about Weezer.
No, hold on. That's what I'm saying. That like fucking, I was about to go fucking surprise Weezer moment. I'm gonna fucking mention that I've listened to all 4 of those Seasons records, and
I could only do the first one, and then I had to tap out.
There's like maybe 1.35 good Weezer albums on there, and it's like Well, fucking, like, there's, like, at least 10 good Weezer songs on the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so I think, like, out of, like, an entire year of Weezer music, that's actually, like, not bad.
Yeah.
Like you
definitely.
could do worse. You could do worse. People have done worse for multiple years.
4 years ago was the Black record, right?
Exactly.
It was 2018.
Yeah.
Count your fucking blessings.
Exactly. So, and then before that was, like, Pacific Daydream, which is, like, the worst piece of shit they ever released. So, like, like, yeah, so like, Season's okay, but, you know, unremarkable. So, we don't need to talk about on the best album list anymore.
There we go.
I'll also go ahead and shout out, because I'm pretty fucking sure, they will have an album sometime in the near future, enough to the point where we maybe don't need to put it on our list here this year on 2022. Should we talk about My Chemical Romance?
Yeah. I feel like just giving them a quick shout out, like, for listeners who submitted it asking if it counts, for their case it does. I feel like because it's just a song so far, they're gonna get their flowers whenever they put out a full record.
Yeah, exactly. There are not to fucking feed into stuff too much or whatever, but I have read stuff that suggests that there are heavy rumors that they are hitting the studio at some point next year to release something in 2024. So, you know, because like, apparently part of the plan is also that there's, like, a live, like, record and, like, DVD with a lot of the tour that they just did. So, I have good faith that they will be releasing something soon, relatively soon. But Foundations of Decay is incredible. Like, it is an incredibly important song to me. Maybe my song of the year. Purely for the fact that it's proof that, like, age and time does not take away from someone that truly has sight on what they want out of music. Like, someone making music and making it for the reasons, and still making it for the reasons they wanted to when they started. And then bringing that still 25 years later, and then being able to kind of, like, just still channel that and make something new that still feels true to that original vision. It's just so important to me that they didn't, like, do some, like, fake vapid bit at nostalgia, and that they didn't like you know, just do some stupid shit. It's, like, literally just a thing that they would make, but just now, and, like, as 40-year-olds. And it rules. It just rules. Also, I think, like, compartmentalized with that, the fact, like, the choice of songs for that tour, as, like, because I was, like, psychotic and I fucking looked at all of their like set lists and stuff.
I loved getting the update and DMs about the songs, the deep cuts that they were playing.
They had such incredible taste in what they were playing. That told me they knew, for, like, without a shadow of a doubt, what their best songs were. And
definitely.
That those were the songs that I also thought were the best. So like I don't know, I feel like there's, like, a lot of fans that, like, I don't know, just the more attentive, more, like, kind of interested fans in, like, the musicality of it, that, like, kind of got into bands that were, like, sort of in that satellite, right, that, like, I'm also a fan of, like, Thursday and other bands that are kind of in that same range. Knowing, like, or, like, kind of having an opinion on what their best of their discography was, and that they also shared that, and those are the songs they frequented the most. It just meant a lot. And then the fact that they fucking made this, like, 6-minute weird fucking post-hardcore song, and that's their comeback single, is, like, mwah. That, like, I couldn't have asked for anything better. So, even if that's the last thing they ever release, I'm, like, totally cool. So,
yeah, I feel the same. Okay, so here is the shit that we have on this list that we've both listened to that we were going to rank. We've got the Ono Darkness record, Silver Screen. We've got Hobo Yume by Kabanagu. We've got The Lakes of Zones B and C by Emperor X. Yamada Hanako by I always keep wanting to say Moeru, but it's Moreru.
Yeah.
Air Guitar by Sobs. Look a Rainbow by Kara's Walk Home. Mile of Unsound Mind by Nouns. God's Country by Chat Pal. Now we're through the nepotism zone. Island by Asuno Joke. And The Family by Brockhampton.
Oh man, that last
which
one
I feel like we
so...
should talk about last, no matter where it winds up on our top list.
Okay. All right. So,
let's just talk about Ono Darkness first.
Yes. That is such an uncomplicated band to like.
Yeah.
Literally, it's just cool ass pop songs with big riffs.
Yeah.
And it's like the shit. And so like you said and I said, they're kind of like carrying the Koltar torch a little bit.
Yeah.
But definitely doing it in like a more pop centric way. They could feasibly do an anime opening, you know?
Yeah.
But like Koltar would never, you know?
No. I mean
they have, but
yeah.
But Koltar going forward, I can't imagine them releasing a record 30 years into their career and then they're like, oh yeah, fucking listen to us in fucking Jujutsu Kaisen season 2, and it's like, oh no, that's just not gonna happen. As much as I'd love it, but you know,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, they're just they're by far the most uncomplicated band to compliment here. They're just so fun. The performances are great. The guitarists are really creative. Genuinely some really fucking weird shit on that record. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big fan.
I feel like I'm comfortable putting Yamada Hanako at the bottom.
That was the one I just was about to mention. That's so funny.
Okay,
yeah,
cool,
yeah. I feel like that one is down there too.
That has the most limited appeal.
It's so.
But I also
brutal.
think it's it's kind of the most it feels harebrained to put that on an end of year list. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that it got its due. But I feel like putting it above anything else on here would be kind of insane because it's some of the most abrasive shit in the world. Some of the most that is the audio, the music equivalent of getting spat on by a stranger.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's cool. Right? It's like a cool stranger, but yeah. But
with tattoos.
Right. Yeah. And it's a woman and.
Yeah.
Oh no! Where did human insects
go? For some reason,
go?
human insects, I think, auto disconnected. Hold on.
Oh no!
Let me jump back in. I got you.
Human insects are so disgusted with what I just said.
So disgusted, but but you're right. Is the thing?
It's so disgusted by my perverted thing I said that
Yeah, but you were right.
Is human insects still recording, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. The Audacity window is clocking this at 5 hours and 15 minutes so far.
all the listeners are like the therapist right now. It's is the podcast in the room with you right now? It's let's speed through this some more.
Out of the 3 that we have so far, Asuno Joke is the top of these 3 that we've ranked. I think it goes without saying.
Yeah.
What a fucking great record. What a fucking great band.
It's so good that it's basically eliminated another band that's similar to it completely from my fucking listening pool. It's
you just don't need them anymore.
Yeah, it's so good that I was I literally told someone it's like if Deaf Heaven was way better at what they did. And now I just don't need to listen to Deaf Heaven literally anymore ever forever for the rest of my life. I don't hate them. They're cool guys, I'm sure. But Sunbather versus this, nah. Fucking Island is so fucking insanely good. It bodies it in so many ways. I definitely think it could go high.
But it's also hard because like I don't even know what the fuck to say about it. Like it's just so good at being exactly what it is. Right. It feels kind of hard to sell it to an audience
it's not exactly like surprising, is it? Yeah, right. Like it's like It's like a shoegazy atmospheric like black metal record, but like fuck, it has like pop sensibility. Right. The thing that's like really striking about it. Like I dare you to listen to that record and not have something stuck in your head.
Exactly.
It's so good. But yeah. But then also on the same level, Air Guitar by Sobs is such a perfect record, like in terms of pop appeal.
Yeah.
That like fuck. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah.
I will say this right now. I think for all intents and purposes, that's my album of the year, knowing that Human Insects has a different album of the year, if that makes sense.
No, Human Insects is different. It's
I think for this podcast, I think I'd like to put it below Asu no Jokai.
Right. Yeah. I think
if Sobs, you're cool with that.
Yeah. I think so. I think so too. I think Sobs is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single song on Air Guitar had a moment where I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like just like like it's not even like, oh, they've got pop songwriting down to a science, because I feel like that undersells it.
Right.
There's just kind of like an implicit like excellence that everybody involved is operating on.
Yeah.
So in crafting like a really, really lovely power pop record. Yeah.
So what do we do with the nepotism guys?
I can tell you right now that my feelings about these records wouldn't change if I didn't know them.
Right. Yeah, same.
Because for all intents and purposes, like...
yeah.
Like, okay, so just to show you my goodwill,
right,
and being unnepotismed, I want to put God's Country below Island. How do you feel about that?
I feel fine about that.
Okay, yeah.
But the way Riff feels about being below an anime record is...
if you call that... Look,
I'm joking.
If he's got beef with it, I'll put it even lower. How about that?
I'm just
no, I know. I'm kidding.
Around. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause like, number one, God's Country feels pretty spoken for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like you want to hear something fucked up? 2 of our nepotism albums are tied for our listeners' favorite of the year.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I really like God's Country.
Yeah.
Fuck, I think I might like Air Guitar more. How do you feel about that?
I kind of feel okay about that. Even though personally maybe I would probably put God's Country over it, but
definitely.
For the podcast, for Human Insects, it makes sense. God's Country, like literally, like I want to make it absolutely clear. These are all outstanding fucking records.
I think everything on here ranges from like an 8 to a 10.
Right. Yeah. Like God's Country is like amazing. So, I sort of have I'm gonna be honest with you. I almost have an ulterior motive.
Okay.
With like, because the more I think about the 3 records by people we know, the more I think that there's another record secretly that I would put as number 1.
Okay. Don't reveal it just yet.
I won't.
Keep that close to the chest, and we'll see how these things go.
Yeah. Okay, so where would you want to put Emperor X?
I think I want to put it also below Air Guitar.
I think that also makes sense. I think that it's a good record.
There are some moments on it that are amazing. I think there's some songs that you could probably cut completely, and it would make it a tighter package.
But hey, Chad, if you ever want to come on the show, fucking, I swear to God, like, I'd love it.
Here's the thing about the likes of Zone B and C.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this, like Emperor X is literally like we're the man is in his 40s and we're still watching him develop as a like solo musician.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
In a way that I think is continually really exciting and compelling.
Yeah.
The first like 3 songs on this record are like fucking amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can say that for sure. Like, it's crazy how good this guy is at writing like pop songs in the context that he does. It's very compelling.
I definitely think it trails off though, so I totally
agree.
get it. Yeah,
I agree.
So honestly, I think it might need to go below Chat Pile. Because
I agree.
Because I don't think God's Country trails off.
Yeah. I was thinking about it, and it feels kind of like a basic thing to say, but like the more kind of like abstract the record gets sonically, the more I lose it, and that's certainly not true of other records that do have more abstract moments. Just think something about the way that it plays out on like Zones B and C just kind of doesn't click with me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What about Look a Rainbow? What about Below Air Guitar, Above God's Country?
I agree. Fuck. I think I might want to put it above the air guitar.
Yeah?
Fuck.
I'm kind of okay with that too.
I feel okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
That is future proofing.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now, Look a Rainbow, I'm going to love it more and more the more time goes on, because that's what happened with their first record.
I kind of feel that too. I've listened to it increasingly more since it came out.
Yeah.
Like in the summer I wasn't listening to it much, but then I've been listening to it more and more the past couple months.
Yeah.
What about Nouns? I feel like out of what we have, it might be top.
Yeah, out of what we have so far, it's definitely at the top.
It's the top. Like, it's incredible. Like, and it's incredible, and not so like, and on top of that, like we said on the podcast, it's also like-minded. It feels like something I want to see from rock music.
Likewise.
And so again, like, I feel like it kind of got understated in the podcast, but I really I can't express enough how cool it is to hear anybody else inspired by Oxbow in indie rock music. Definitely. And I was so happy to hear that. And like, the more that I was like picking up on that, the more I loved it. So yeah. Okay. So,
I feel like, do you also want to put Kabanagu's Hobo Yume at the top?
That's the one. That's the one I was like, I think
so.
that might be the one that needs to be at the top.
Yeah.
Because it's just so...
I don't think I've listened to any other song from this year more than, what is it called? Tsui...
It's like Suiteru or something.
Suiteru?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Suitara.
Yeah. It's, I mean, the whole record is incredible, but like that song is so like viscerally like creative and fucking fascinating.
Yeah.
And I think what Kabanagu is doing in conjunction with like what Hakushi Hasegawa is doing.
Yeah.
In conjunction with like whatever any number of guys are doing in Japan and stuff. I think it is some of the most exciting stuff I've heard in music right now, because it's like, it's taking pop and applying like decidedly like jazz or rock, like songwriting elements to it.
Right.
And like completely fucking with it and making it really abrasive and interesting and fucking like, I don't like it is. I
think I feel these are records that are evolutions of texture. Yeah. And that includes in their composition, if that makes sense. I think when we think of texture, we tend to think of production choices. Right, or sound palette.
And I also
think that...
Yeah. And I also think whenever you think of like electronic pop music, you think of pop. But I think these guys are like actually like breaking that. They're like actually like willingly destroying that notion and just making it like really alternative and like weird.
Right.
The stuff that Hakushi is doing, as well as Kabunagu, is like really incredible. But Kabunagu on that record, like the fucking moment when he brings in like a toy piano on one of the songs is like truly like, oh, this fucker is not messing around. It is like he's really here to be super weird. But also like to perform really well, because like the performances, the vocals and everything is like so great, and like uses it's like some of the best use of auto-tune I've heard like this side of fucking like T-Pain, you know? Like it's like really great. It's really great stuff. I think the more like Kabunagu has like grown on me over the months.
Same.
It's only gotten more and more impressive the more I've thought about it. Yeah. And his singles since that album, fucking In Imaginary Speed is like incredible. Like I can't believe that fucking song. But the most complicated record that probably won't make it to the top, and I don't know where we'll put it. But
I have no idea either.
The weirdest record to rank is Brockhampton's The Family.
I need to pee before we talk about this. How the fuck do we even talk about this record?
I seriously don't know. I think, okay, so like...
We should probably set the stage on it a little bit.
It's the most meta record.
I literally haven't heard anybody talk about it outside of you.
Right, and like I've seen Rate Your Music people just like emphatically not get it, which is funny. So like it's like it's by far and away the most meta weird record to come out this year that I think like especially from a bigger artist that's like hyped. It is a record that is ostensibly credited to the entirety of Brockhampton, but is in fact only Kevin Abstract mimicking Brockhampton by doing like certain different inflections and voices and stuff to kind of just make a record about Brockhampton rather than by Brockhampton. And it's a record about the breakup of Brockhampton, about the dissolution of that union, by kind of just airing out a bunch of grievances about just the whole process of being Brockhampton. And it kind of gets into like some really ugly details and like really kind of uncomfortable stuff. And that's some stuff that a lot of people don't really want to listen to. And I don't really think I do either. But I found the record, especially with its runtime being so short, because it kind of hits like a mandated like 30-minute rule or whatever that RCA had. It makes a joke about it too. Like at the like in the first few tracks of the record, they make a track about like they make like a joke about like they needed like a 33-minute record or something, 35-minute record to give to the label. But then like as a listening experience, though, I found it so enjoyable to kind of just like hear and also kind of like low-key cathartic as someone that like was kind of like interested in the Brockhampton experiment at first and thought like the saturation stuff was cool. And then I thought Iridescence personally, I thought was really cool. I thought they were like kind of doing some really creative stuff, even though they were like going through some like really tough stuff with like one of their members getting called out, then they had to get rid of him and stuff, all that and everything. But then like Ginger and their other album since then like was just like really dull and boring to me, so I kind of like fell out of love with them, and I was kind of just like, oh, you know, whatever, they just have another thing coming out. But then whenever I found out about like the weird context and the fact that like it's basically just a Kevin album where he just kind of like is just going on about Brockhampton rather than like, you know, having it be a Brockhampton album, and also the fact that Kevin's solo stuff I think is pretty fucking good. I actually think the record came out pretty fucking good as well, and I think is like an interesting snapshot of someone that's like genuinely just like very unhappy with their place in the music business and what it's done to their relationships. Yeah. And it's something you just don't get to see, especially with something with as many eyes on it as Brockhampton was. So I found it very fucking interesting, and one of the most like, I don't know, just like interesting releases of the year, just because of like, just what it was able to dig into about its own creation.
I think it was really fascinating to listen to not that long after releasing the final Pop Spirit comp. Because we ended that label's run on the best note we possibly could.
Yeah, right.
So
no one was mad at each other. Yeah.
Polar, yeah, we all still love each other so much. So having the complete polar opposite,
right,
was really weird and like not necessarily challenging, but like I think the idea of kind of coming out of a creative endeavor that involves other people, just kind of wanting to wash your hands of it and move on, is I think it's universal, maybe not so much in a creative sense,
right?
In the sense that I think everybody reaches a point where they just kind of want to
be done,
start over with certain aspects of their life, be it social or otherwise. But I think that I don't know. I think that it is a record that, like, you know, it was kind of a half joke to say that I was future proofing the Kara's Walk Home pick,
right, for
favorite.
Yeah.
Or for where we put it, future proofing it.
Yeah.
But I think that The Family is a record that I think in like 5 or 10 years, people are going to be like, wait, holy shit. Like, it's going to get a reevaluation. It's going to completely change the kind of public response to it.
Yeah. I think it's just like, it's just too interesting to just stay what it is.
Right.
Like eventually it's going to be picked up by somebody younger than us. That's going to go like, whoa, like what the hell happened here, right? Because like,
right.
Because now, like instead of this band, right, like I don't know, like you look at boy bands, right, like as a concept, like NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, those are things that could ostensibly come back in certain circumstances, right? But with Brockhampton, you have like if you were to come
it's live. It's just all congregated in South Korea,
right? And like. But with Brockhampton, if you were to come and, like, revisit that, right, like, 10 years from now, all you would be able to see is a fucking blast radius. Where just something fucking happened to these people. And so, and The Family is the truest, most raw documentation of that you can possibly get. And people are going to be picking up on that and kind of, like, piecing stuff together for, like, I think a while. Trying to like not even really figure things out or trying to like true crime podcast it or whatever. But but just kind of just like picking pieces from it and being like, man, like what even was Kevin's read on it? And so because that's the thing is that like you're like that's the thing that's almost the most interesting part of it is that you get this documentation about the band after it broke up, but you're only getting one person's story out of it. Out of like 12, and so, and it's just such raw thing. But the fact that the band together, essentially because they released a thing also alongside the record that I don't think was as good, but like they released something together with it and stuff. It's like it comes with the implication that they approved what Kevin had to say on it, right? That like kind of makes it just really like weird, like and interesting, and I don't know. I think people are kind of like at the end of the day, I don't think it's getting very high on our list, but I think it's too interesting for people to just ignore and to just call like a bad album whatever.
Yeah.
Like Fantano put on his red shirt to talk about it on his fucking channel. I don't know if you know
what the fuck does that mean?
That means it's bad.
Is that a thing he does?
That actually is a thing he does. The red shirt means it's not as good, and then the yellow shirt means it's pretty good. And then
that's really weird.
If he wears something else, it's somewhere in the middle.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's really strange. I don't know why. Like, I thought he would like play with people about it, but like no, apparently this is like he's just like super true to it. Anyway, so a lot of people don't like it, but I think they're discounting it a little bit too much. So if I was to place it,
I think that it's one of. I think it's a record that where its musicality is kind of superseded by what it is and what it represents and what it means.
By the conceptually, yeah.
Yeah,
so if I was to place it somewhere, it would either be right above Oh No Darkness or right below Chat Pile.
I think below Chat Pile sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah. But definitely higher than that, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think that,
yeah.
I wish that I could put it into words.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like there's kind of something about it that, like, I just haven't really been able to find the words for.
Yeah. But hey, I mean that's a list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you want to read that one off for the album?
Yeah. So bottom to top, we have Yamada Hanako by oh my god, I almost said Moeru again. By Moeru. Oh No Darkness, Silver Screen, Emperor X, The Lakes of Zones B and C, Brockhampton, The Family, Chat Pile, God's Country, Sobs, Air Guitar, Cares Walk Home, Look a Rainbow, Asu no Joke, Island, Nouns, Well One Sound Mind, and Kabanagu, Hobo Yume. And then our listeners, again, everything with more than 2 votes.
Right.
This was by far the most diverse one.
Right.
I mean, we got like 100 entries on each of these.
Right. Yeah.
I think more even. I think it was like 120. Yeah. And most favorites that people put in, they were like one of the only people that put them in.
Right.
Each. And these were like big records. So a lot of music, a lot of really good records this year. So for 3 votes was Look a Rainbow.
Okay.
4 votes was Black Midi's Hellfire.
Oh, that was a good one.
And then 6 votes each was While of Unsound Mind and God's Country.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. All right.
So, hey, what can I say? Our listeners have pretty good taste.
Yeah, and they're divided on if they like noise rock or other noise rock.
Noise rock more.
more noise rock. Noise rock negative, noise rock positive, or like I don't know, something like that. Anyway,
yeah.
That's
So
funny.
what is your album of the year personally?
Oh fuck. Yeah, yours is Sob's air guitar.
I think so. Yeah. Like again, because we can have a different album of the year for Human Insects. I think air guitar is mine. That one came at me completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, that one really fucking like stupefied me as well.
Yeah.
I think mine might be While of Unsigned Mind.
Cool. Yeah. I think that is such a close second that if it didn't feel cheap to say, I would be more comfortable saying that was my favorite.
Yeah, right. I just need people to listen to Kabanagu, really, at the end.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
God help every other album that comes out the year a fucking Hakushi album comes out, because it's not fucking winning.
Do you think we're going to get Oxbow and Hakushi in the same year?
Oh, hurt. Pain.
And Mike-Hem, could you fucking imagine?
God. Yeah, okay, yeah. 2023 is with the albums that are possibly impending. I'm truly afraid of what's coming.
Yeah.
Because next year actually might be too much. Because there's also possibly like a Death Grips maybe because they're doing that tour. That's like
Christ.
Out of nowhere and weird.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And then like I don't know, there's just too much weird cool shit happening. So yeah, 2023 might be really tough. Also, games is gonna be hard next year.
I don't even know what's coming out.
Final Fantasy. I will stomp so hard. Like, you don't even know how fucking annoying I'm gonna get about that game. I'm gonna get bad.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it'll be a rough year. But yeah, we have a couple more categories left. Unfortunately, we keep going. This is. Do you want
to do biggest Lamau?
Yes, that was my idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So.
So this is an important distinction here. Is that this is the biggest lowercase Lamau.
Right. Yeah. Just.
So some of these things are things that are genuinely really funny, and some of these things are things that are just kind of elicit like a wry.
Yeah. Right.
Haha, man, this sucks kind of response. I think we should rank this one because it would be really funny to rank these things.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna. I'll read them off if you don't want to. Since
that sounds good. Yeah, they're a little long.
From the bottom to the top. The bottom is the way longest because I couldn't find a good way to say it succinctly.
It's way funnier that way.
Yeah. So biggest LMAO. The Rock's Black Adam press tour, we are changing the hierarchy of power in the DC universe, and then fucking failing, and then The Rock leaking doctored financial documents to Deadline to try to convince them the movie was a success because he couldn't handle the crushing weight of the L. That's one.
This is literally like that. What you just said is all I know about this movie.
Yeah,
and the fucking screenshot of him careening toward the earth.
Yeah. So the next one is Yuji Naka's 2 arrests. The pro fishing cheating scandal. Where someone made a later blog post talking about how important it is to realize that these people fish sober, and that they don't fish while drinking and having, fun. They just fish while they're bored as fuck, and they're just pissed off as hell. We'll get into that one a little bit later. There's also the time that MCR came out in old people makeup, like from Jackass 2. That was me. That was me editorializing. To play to a nostalgic audience at When We Were Young festival. There's Kevin Gates starting a car battery with his bare hands.
May God murder my children.
May God murder my children. Today. The JAV Splatoon streams, which is what I said 5 hours ago when we were talking about video games.
Yeah, that is what we were alluding to about Splatoon.
Yeah, the Chris Pratt Mario Twitter meltdown that we quoted out loud on podcast on episode 4 or something.
Yeah.
Morbius bombing 2 consecutive opening weekends, and then Shinzo Abe getting ganked by a gun made out of Kellogg's box tops. Oh my god. Okay, so I think there's almost 2 tiers of funny.
Right.
That are clearly being illustrated here.
Right.
The funny poetic justice ones
right
have to go at the bottom, right? I think Morbius bombing, which is crazy, because if you asked us in May, this would be the funniest thing that happened all year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Morbius bombing 2 consecutive opening weekends is somehow the least funny thing on this list.
I agree.
Which is crazy. That means so much crazy fucking funny shit happened this year.
Yeah.
I think as much as I love MCR, I think the time MCR came out in old people makeup is maybe right above that. Even though that is extremely funny to me also.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, that's just they're just making fun of the whole idea of the festival that they're at by coming out and Frank was drooling on himself. It's they were in character as old people the whole concert.
Do you want to put the pro fishing cheating scandal above that?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
If you need to look that up, I don't even know how to fucking tell you how to look it up. It's just, this guy was putting weights inside of his fish catches.
And other smaller fish.
Yeah, other smaller fish and little lead weights inside of his fish catches to make sure they weighed more. And there's a video of fishermen, like, swarming this guy, fucking tearing him apart verbally to, like about, like, him cheating and stuff, and, like, the shame on his face, like, the whole situation is really funny. The Chris Pratt Mario Twitter meltdown might be right there, because, like, mainly, partially because I feel like we got the maximum amount of laughs out of that one just by doing our dramatic reading of it.
Yeah. I think I want to put it below the fishing scandal.
I agree.
Yeah. The Rock's Black Adam thing, I think, means more to some people than it does to me.
I agree.
So I think maybe putting it above pro fishing.
Yeah. That shit is seriously so funny, though. Like, both as someone that, like, thinks the whole DC movie project is, like, really stupid and misguided and weird, and also someone that thinks that The Rock,
he's had it coming.
His whole thing in Hollywood, he's been such a weirdo and stuff. So, like, yeah. So these last 4 are really difficult.
Yeah, right. Because these are literally these are the 2 different kinds of funny.
Yeah. I think JAV Splatoon streams goes right above Black Adam.
I kind of feel like it should be at the top.
Really?
If not for Yuji Naka's arrest. The JAV Splatoon streams, for those who don't know, this was an instance wherein a few VTubers, I think it was specifically, but otherwise just Japanese streamers were streaming Splatoon, and they realized that if they lock the ink colors, which you're able to do for compatibility reasons,
right,
or for accessibility reasons, excuse me, if you lock the colors of your ink and the enemy ink, you can chroma key out the enemy's ink so that you can put whatever you want behind it, right? These are things that people knew about. Like, I think I did that as a bit when I was streaming Splatoon 1 in like 2015 or 16 or whatever it came out. So the thing that they iterated on with it is essentially by going, well, the better I do, the less of the enemy's ink you'll see.
Right.
So in order to incentivize myself to play the best I possibly can, I will play something that will get me banned if I show too much of it. So what they showed was JAV. One streamer in particular, the ultimate Chad in the game, she fucking put JAV that she acted in.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Beneath her Splatoon stream.
That's
so
wild.
Shouts out to her.
Yeah.
That is hilarious and amazing. However, Nintendo didn't like that very much.
No, I can't imagine they fucking did. Not one bit.
Twitch didn't like that very much. Twitter didn't like it very much.
Oh, I loved it.
The platform.
Right. Okay, yeah, right.
The thing about this to me that makes it so funny is not only is that a genius idea that was executed so well on their part, like that is that is like comedy gold that they happened upon it, that they acted on.
Yeah,
it is also hilarious that something so ridiculous caused a Nintendo to update their rules for things like streaming. But beyond that, yet another delicious layer to this cake is the fucking fact that nobody like this is everybody, like, this is one of those things where you hear it and you kind of assume that it's something where, like, how do I say this? Like people were so preemptively upset that they were about to cause Nintendo to, like, backslide to, like, 2013 level. like you can't monetize what we do at all because we clearly can't trust you guys. Yeah. So people were fucking furious about this.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, I don't mean to say that everybody who disagreed with it was outraged. There were people who just either didn't think it was funny or who, thought it was inappropriate or didn't agree with it, right? Like, I get it. Fundamentally, it's a kid's game.
Yeah.
You can decide how you feel about people using it that way in live streams that they're curating toward an audience that they've built,
Yeah, right.
You decide how you feel about that. But there are so many layers to which this caused controversy. Like, I got into a few genuine disagreements about it with friends of mine. Not like heated. Like, we didn't like fucking come out of it thinking less of each other. Like, whatever. We're fucking adults. But it was something where it kind of like... It was something that kind of took the internet by storm for a minute, despite the fact that, like, it was hard to even find clips of it because they were getting removed for violations of TOS fast.
I was trying to see what the fuck everybody was yelling about and stuff, and I think I had to ask you for a clip.
Right,
yeah.
So because it caused so many ripples of controversy, I would say that nothing quite did, obviously not on the same scale, but nothing quite did this year, except for, I think, the Oscar slap, which I don't really want to talk about.
Yeah, right.
So, to me, that is really significant.
Yeah. I think it's definitely... for some reason, it's so funny that you said that, like, the Splatoon streams thing is top, saving only the Yuji Naka's 2 arrests thing. Whenever I think it could be Shinzo Abe saving only Kevin Gates. See,
I feel that way too.
Yeah,
I feel that way too.
Yeah.
If Yuji Naka had been arrested once, I think I would agree. But the fact that he got arrested twice, and then I forget who it was. Somebody looked inside their copy of Balan and saw that there was an advertisement for the game he got insider trading busted for inside of Balan.
Whoa. Okay.
That motherfucker was working the system.
You've done enough research into these two that I might just have to give it to you. And so
No.
No. But I will mention the Shinzo Abe thing.
Yeah.
Is so, I mean, like, it's awesome he died. Like, let's make no bones about it. It's so fucking cool that he died, and so and it's so.
Not only
funny.
is it cool that he died, it's also cool that the government listened to the guy who did it.
Exactly. This is the type of content you get 6 hours into this fucking podcast. Is the fact that, like, no, it is full on dope and hilarious that he died to like a fucking Lego Star Wars gun, and then fucking like. And then the government was like, fucking, yeah, you've got a point, dude. And then it's like, let's fucking investigate the fucking Unification Church. So like, but that's like more of a gooder thing than it is a funny thing, right? So it's kind of like a Is it like it doesn't quite service the same Lamal. So maybe.
Did you see that? I think they did a vote in Japan, and I think not overwhelmingly, but by a significant enough margin, more people agreed that there shouldn't be a public funeral held for Abe.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Than who thought that he should have one.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely,
which is crazy.
He definitely shouldn't. Like, because he sucked.
Right.
Even if he was good, like why, like, for a politician, like, who cares?
Right. Like this is the thing, right? Like this is a year that's so stacked that like this is what's fucked up, right? Like the Queen dying caused people to post really hard. There were some amazing tweets after the Queen died.
That's not even in our list.
That's not even in our list. Because literally, you just say Shinzo Abe got killed with a gun from whatever thing.
Yeah.
You literally ascribe the gun to being like anything, and it's automatically funny.
Yeah. Just like that shit is crazy. Like it is like, it's a fucking old timey like fucking 12-barrel gun or whatever. Like they didn't know how guns worked or whatever. It's so like stupid. It
looks like a fucking t-shirt cannon. What's that?
My dad's turning on a heater, so that's the noise in the background for any listeners.
That's fine.
because this has gone on so long, my dad is up and going to work. So that's where we're at right now. So unfortunately, which is crazy, I honestly thought Shinzo Abe getting killed like gruesomely in public was going to be number one, but I think it might have to be over Black Adam, and then the other three are going to be over that. Maybe.
Okay, well, how do we feel about Kevin Gates?
It is maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Is him talking to DJ Academics, who was completely fucking unequipped to fucking dismantle this guy's obviously awful, stupid thought. That he fucking conducted enough body electricity to power a car battery. And that, like, DJ Academics is like, well, no, you didn't. And then Kevin Gates is like, I swear I did. And then he's like, okay. He couldn't even fight back or say anything.
Was this the same year as he started talking about semen retention?
I hope it is. I really fucking hope it is. Kevin Gates is so fucking funny. He is just like a full-on weirdo. But the fact that he thinks he was ordained by God to have like electricity powers, like fucking, like, I don't know, like fucking Black Adam. It was like connecting back to The Rock. But like, I just don't understand. Like, it's just crazy. Maybe Kevin Gates is over Black Adam.
Okay.
But I
think
love
I'm comfortable with that.
I just love it so much. I love it so much. Like,
I've watched that clip probably 30 times at this point.
I need everyone to be absolutely fucking clear. The second tier that we're belly aching over right now are 4 of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe. Okay, so now I guess here's the real question, because I'm willing to give you the Splatoon streams thing, because that's like so amazing.
I feel like the more I think about it, like, I think it should be number 2.
Okay, then. Okay.
Which means I'm torn between Yuji Naka and Shinzo Abe.
Right. So, I guess here's the thing. I feel like I'm personally more partial to the Shinzo Abe thing, just from my personal sense of humor and how funny I think it is. Yeah. And how just bleak and cruel.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Shinzo Abe getting killed by a fucking quake gun.
Right. Yeah.
Has no downsides.
Right. Like that's the thing, is that like that actually produced something good. So it's less
like so many of the things that would theoretically be funny that we've excluded from this have major downsides. Right. Like for a second, Elon pretending to be Lotax was funny, and then it was immediately like, wait, no, it's not actually.
Yeah. Though, but here's the thing though, when we think about the category and we think about just lowercase LMAO.
Yeah.
There might be nothing in this fucking universe that embodies that more than Yuji Naka, creator of Sonic the Hedgehog, getting arrested twice and going to prison for fucking insider trading.
I was sobbing with laughter when it hit me, like, a few hours after that. Like, oh my god, the man is in a jail cell right now.
He's
because this came in the same fucking year. Yeah. This came in the same fucking year as he blacked out a picture of, I think it was Naoto Oshima.
Right, yeah.
Like a fucking scathed ex.
He's like, Yuji Naka is right now in a prison cell, like rattling like a metal like mug, like asking for change or like spare milk or something.
Yeah.
Molly, hey, come on. Quit yowling like that, dude.
She's valid. Let her spit her shit. She's got shit to say about Shinzo Abe.
I think my dad is gonna feed her in a second, and I think she's just impatient right now.
Yeah.
That's all it is. But
well, do not worry about the noise. I think the listeners need to acknowledge that we're not recording this in a theater during a showing of Avatar 2 after all.
Right.
We could have seen the movie twice over.
Fuck. Like, we forgot to shout out things like, hey, look at that whale, or hey.
I there were a few times where I thought it might be funny, but I kind of realized that I don't think it would be funny enough to derail from our conversation.
Yeah, fair enough. Man, how about Avatar 2, huh? Wasn't that a movie?
Wow.
Wow.
There were special effects.
It was filmed with a camera.
It looked like a fucking like Radeon graphics card from 2006.
Jim Camera sure did a great job on that movie. So
I feel like you top to bottom, Yuji Naka, Shinzo Abe, JV Splatoon.
Yeah. I think that might be the what it is.
Yeah.
Yuji Naka, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
It's so funny. Why? Why?
How did he think he could get away with it?
I don't know. And it's literally over just shitty fucking Final Fantasy mobile games too. That like people seriously don't care about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness motherfucking gracious.
So do you want to read that back bottom to top, since we wound up deliberating on that for way longer than I expected?
Yeah. Okay, so the bottom to top, the somehow least LMAO thing of this year was Morbius bombing twice in 2 consecutive opening weekends. Then that time MCR came out in Old People Makeup. The Chris Pratt Mario Twitter meltdown where the guy was like defending Chris Pratt. Oh no.
Yeah.
And then the pro fishing cheating scandal, which is outrageously funny. Make no mistake.
Yeah, we're getting into the like highest possible echelon of comedy with these last ones.
And then The Rock's just Black Adam everything, just everything about that. It's still going. He like put up an apology for like the fact that they might not make a second one. It's so stupid. It's so funny. He was so passionate. And then the Kevin Gates starting a car battery with his bare hands. And then the JAV Splatoon streams. Shinzo Abe getting ganked by a gun made of Kellogg's box tops. I really love that you typed that. And then Yuji Naka's 2 arrests.
2.
The funniest, the biggest LMAO of the year. So for our second to last thing, it's actually really simple and really short, so we don't need to belabor the point too much. But Belated comic. I just wanted to. Oh, okay, all right. I see you adding something somewhere else. But for Belated comic, I want to bring up just Shonen Jump in general, just being very, very top tier this year. Like it's just been really great. There's been a lot of like this year more than others. I feel like the series, like the magazine has really like diversified in its approach this year. Like there's many different series of different kinds going on. A lot of newer stuff that we're going to talk about here, but I also want to just give some shout outs to like some series that had particularly great years this year. I want to also bring up the fact that we have a bit of a rule with Best Comic, because comics run for such a long time that it's hard to quantify when something is eligible for like a Best Comic of the Year thing. And I think what we decided, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Hazel, is that something can win Best Comic in either the year it debuted or both. It can win the year it debuted or the year it ended. Yeah. But none of its like intervening years where it's just running as an ongoing. That's just something we just decided because we have some newcomer stuff that we want to give shout outs to because they're new and we think you should read them. But then also, whenever things start ending in intervening years, because we're going to keep doing this podcast for the rest of our lives, maybe.
Hopefully.
Then we'll be giving our flowers to series that are ending or that have ended their long, illustrious runs and everything. But I do want to give a shout out to like both One Piece and Hunter x Hunter, who are both have like incredible years of serialization. One Piece has maybe had the single best year for me as a fan in like at least 10 years, where like I don't know if I've been more excited to read One Piece every week like ever. Like I am so excited to see what's coming and what's you know, and this is in conjunction with the movie and with the anime actually looking pretty good and things like that. One Piece has been doing great. Hunter x Hunter's new chapters have been just absolutely incredible. I might bring them up in Best Comic because I kind of have an entry for that. But I also want to give a shout out to what I think is maybe the most underrated comic that didn't debut this year and will end this year. But the most underrated comic that I think everyone should be reading, and I'm probably going to have to do an article on it or something to just get people talking about it. I really need people to be reading Sakamoto Days, like, really bad. I think it is the most exciting, like, long-running, like, I think it's the most exciting action comic to come out in a very long time, and partially because it doesn't, like, really involve that many, like supernatural powers or, like, a power system or anything like that. It's really just, like, some crazy, like, kung fu movie, action movie shit, but it's so well, like, done in its execution panel to panel that I really, like, I just have to celebrate it every week. It's one of the most well-drawn things, and I seriously cannot believe he actually publishes it every single week. Like, week on week and everything. So, it is one of those things I'm going to be, like, just singing praise for. And it just reached its 100th chapter last week, so big shouts out to that one. I think everyone should be reading it. And
Wander's here. He's jumped up on my lap, so if you hear him, that's why.
But
little lad himself.
But in terms of Belated comics, I actually don't really have anything other than
I actually didn't really read a lot of comics this year. I think that I
focus so hard on, like, catching up with what's new.
Right.
That, like,
I got into the rhythm of reading just a few chapters of something a night and then forcing myself to go to sleep. I read a few things that I don't like. They got, like, a few chapters scanlated, and then that was it. So I don't really feel like I want to shout them out just because I don't really know the direction that they go in.
Yeah.
Not that I'm, like, worried about them, like, getting, like, bad or whatever, but just, like, I don't know. It feels a little weird to, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I do really want to shout out Kyoko Okazaki, whose work I got into this year. And by extension, Moyoko Ano.
Kyoko Okazaki is on like my, like, must read list that I just haven't gotten to yet. Yeah.
I really just can't stress enough how, because, like, I've always really loved josei. Because in the realm of Yuri manga, that has always been, like, josei Yuri has always been the stuff that I've gravitated to most. There's plenty of good Yuri that's ran in, like, shonen magazines or seinen magazines, or even like Yuri specific magazines, but the stuff that got published in either, like, josei publications or in like Yuri, or excuse me, like lesbian lifestyle magazines, like that kind of thing always really, really spoke to me, because it is just such a different perspective that I'm used to getting. It's just that kind of, like, just, like, stories about gay women written from an adult woman's perspective. So that was kind of what got me interested in josei. And then, the difficulty is that just, like, not a lot of it gets scanlated. In part just because there's not that much of it to begin with, but also because there's not nearly as much of an audience. If it isn't Yuri. So when Pink got published by Vertical, I saw it at my local Kinokuniya, and I was really stricken by it, just by, like, the art and by this idea that it was, like, a comic from all the way back in the 80s that was getting, I think it's technically the early 90s, it was getting published so late. I was like, well, fuck, this must be, like, something. And then shouts out to Isaac, a friend of the show.
That guy rules.
Who, extremely good poster, who mentioned reading it, and I was like, shit, I was eyeballing that. And I just hadn't pulled the trigger on it yet, so I'll give it a go. And then I read through it, and I had, like, January of this year, for me, was Drakengard 3, Popcatcher, and Pink.
Yeah, so fucking, like, that was it. Done deal. Fucking 2022, that's a wrap.
Yeah. I later read Helter Skelter, which I also loved. I think that's kind of considered her masterpiece, but something about Pink, everything just kind of came together for me for that one. And I think it's definitely one of my favorite comics I've ever read. Really, really quick shout out, though, to obviously the Book of Human Insects.
Yeah.
That was a huge one this year. It sent me down a pretty massive Tezuka spiral, which I really enjoyed going down and will continue to. And then as far as comics that are running this year that I feel like I don't really have enough to say about to put in the ranking, to go back to Yuri, there's just been a lot of good Yuri this year. My wife and I have talked a lot about it on our Patreon Q&As, which you can find on my second YouTube channel, which you might be listening to this on. Just a lot of really great shit. Really, really fun and resonant stuff. Oh, fuck. What year was... okay, so... I'll shout this one out because it is being published this year in English.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, I think it counts. Run Away With Me, Girl is, I think, the shining example of Yuri manga. I think it was Bleach who recommended that author to me. Wander. Oh, Jesus. Hold on.
Naughty.
He, don't do the math on this because it will make me sound kind of pathetic, but he knocked over some of my trash, and one of those things was the can of Modelo that I was drinking during the Game Awards.
That's awesome.
I was worried it was going to spill, and then I realized that it had been sitting there long enough that it's probably dried out.
Yeah.
Look, it's fine, okay? I have
okay.
a trash can right next to my desk. Don't worry. It's fine. But yeah, that comic really tugged at my heartstrings, we'll say.
Yeah.
Very, very sweet story. I think Bleach also described it as being like a kind of fairy tale, which I thought was really a really, really kind of sweet way to put it. I really appreciated that take on it. So that's that for me as far as just stuff in general I want to shout out.
Yeah. So in terms of Belated comic, I feel like I want to say Human Insects is my favorite that I read.
Yeah, that is like an extremely close either second or third to the two Kyoko Okazaki works I read this year.
Yeah. I think Human Insects is
shout out to Starfruit books, I will say.
Right.
If Not All Girls Are Stupid by Minami Kita had come out or had arrived, I'm not quite sure where its publication status is at, it would be really high up there for me as well.
Yeah. I need to get into some of that Starfruit like backlog or whatever. They have some cool stuff. But yeah, so do you want to get into best comic of the year and wrap this up?
Yep. Yeah, let's do this.
All right. So I will say just to kind of give like a warning or whatever, is that like because of just straight up like convenience and like just accessibility, a lot of our picks are going to be from Weekly Shonen Jump.
Yeah, because we're kind of strapped for like this is the fucking hard thing about this category, right? Is like there's part of me that wants to say stuff that got published in English for the first time is game to throw on here.
Yeah.
Like I thought about putting Kowloon Generic Romance on here because it started getting published in 2022 in English. Yeah. But then it's like if we count that, and we're also counting stuff that debuted in Japan at the same time.
Right.
Where do we draw the line? Like we kind of don't want to make the pool too broad. So I think unfortunately we kind of do need to keep it to things that debuted this year. I think until this kind of thing, this kind of simultaneous release becomes more the norm with various comics, which I hope it does, but I don't expect it. I think it's going to kind of wind up being a jump oriented list.
I also think we could stand to kind of like take more note of our Belated comic picks or whatever, and maybe broaden that out and stuff. So more stuff gets sung praises, but it was just like thinking back this year and stuff, I really can't think of much, and I didn't get to like read some of the stuff that I literally own.
Yeah,
I own like 6 volumes of the Fist of the North Star like hardcovers, and I haven't read it yet. So like I've been stockpiling and stuff.
Yeah, I've got a really huge manga backlog that I wanted to get through this winter.
Right.
Like some kind of hibernation.
Yeah.
We'll finally finish that gigantic volume of Nanan and Kaoru.
so maybe next year for that. But just with that in mind, it's a pretty Jump centric list. But I think Jump has so much interesting stuff right now, as far as newcomer stuff, that like I think it is worthwhile to kind of have that discussion. So. I'm going to go ahead and say that we don't have to count Hunter x Hunter, but I wanted to mention that the 10 chapters, because he's releasing one more by the end of the year, and it's already come out that he's going on a sort of break, but they're also kind of figuring it out to where, like, we've talked about it. That I think... the chapters that he turned in this year are some of the best ever in the whole fucking series. It is like some career best work that he's turned in this year. And I think that he really needs to get his flowers for that. Just in 2022, especially coming back from a like 8-year hiatus or whatever. He like it really feels like he's been like charging power this whole time. Like, it is unbelievable some of the stuff
he's been practicing Kevin Gates semen retention.
like the stuff that he turned in this year is like on such a different level from the rest of Jump, even One Piece. And I love One Piece. But like it's on a level that like it almost feels like a French comic that like someone worked on for like 40 years, right? And then it finally came out after they died. But like Togashi is just spitting this out weekly. Like on this like weird like schedule and stuff he's on, but like this is like the all I'll say is that there are flashback chapters. There's a section of it that's like 4 chapters that's like flashbacks to this certain group of people's past, and it is some of the best stuff I've ever seen him draw ever, and I've been a fan of his basically my whole life. So I'm like really taken aback with his work this year, but I don't know that it really needs to fit in our list whenever we start ranking. So I'll just go ahead and just say that. Everything except for one other thing is Jump, so that's really funny. Okay, so I think just to like pick on, I feel weird picking on it just because of how new it is, but really, that Nisio Isin fucking like new Jump series, Cypher Academy, not doing it.
It's fucking cringe.
Not doing it.
It is fucking cringe.
Yeah, it is. It is not doing it. It's cringe. I think if it was a better series, like if it was. There are certain story elements of it that if it was executed in a way that was less obnoxious and wordy and stuff, and also like just wasn't like in service of this plot with like weird like I don't know like crypto stuff or whatever, like it would be kind of cool. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's not completely the worst thing I've ever read. I've read worse.
It feels just so fucking built to age.
Which is, yeah, I don't know. It's like funny because, like, and excuse me because sometimes I get into kind of like analytical, like, will this do well in the magazine brain or whatever. But I almost wonder if that's actually a good thing for it right now. Is that it's so topical that it actually is going to do well? I'm very curious to see the numbers whenever this stuff starts, whenever these 4 new series start getting new volumes and stuff. But yeah, if we want, if we wanted to be mean, which I think we are, and just give a bottom and stuff, that probably might be it. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. I think the 4 new series.
I keep looking at this list more, and the more I look at it, I'm like, I think we definitely just need to consider whatever came out in print within a calendar year as counting as coming out in this year.
I think so. I think
for next year.
I think that'll be I think when it comes to like, okay, so we can just bring up the 4 new series that just came out then.
Yeah.
I think Ichigoki's Under Control is the new gag manga. I actually like am super like the week after week I like it more. Like it's funnier and funnier every time it shows up. It's like genuinely like a lot of fun. But it's not like amazing, and I think it's probably gonna get like lost in the shuffle with like Roboco and High School Family and some of the other gag manga stuff going on there. But I think it's kind of better than both Cypher Academy and Ichinose Family.
Right.
And Ichinose Family, it is maybe the hardest to recommend Jump series I've seen in quite a while.
Right.
And I don't know exactly how to quantify it other than just, if you look at it and it gives you a bad vibe, I get it.
Yeah.
But like,
definitely.
I think it's doing interesting stuff, like under the hood, that I am interested in hearing it out, right?
Yeah.
Where Cypher Academy, I don't really want to give it the time of day. But Ichinose Family's Deadly Sins, I'm like willing to hear it out. The most recent, as of today, the 22nd. So like I think the chapter that came out on like what, the 18th or something. The most recent chapter looks like it might be pushing it to a place that I am not confident in it pulling off.
Ooh, okay. So this might be really fucking funny.
Yeah.
Depending on how this week's Jump comes together.
I am very nervous about the next chapter. Let me just say that. But
I don't even know what it's doing right now, because I tapped out after I think 3 chapters.
Yeah.
I liked the first one, and then immediately I was like, no, fuck this, actually.
Hold on.
Yeah. Just type it, and we'll see where this goes. Because I feel like whatever you're about to type is something I kind of worried was a foregone conclusion. Okay. That is. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought, but I don't trust it.
That's the thing, is that like it's not the worst thing I've ever thought of, right? But it's also like, oh, I don't know that you are the guy to like fucking like nail this. It would be, I will say, if it pulls it off, huge points, honestly.
Sure.
Sincerely. Sure. Like if it pulls it off, I'm like, okay, I'm down.
Right.
But
like this is the thing about being a Shuzo Oshimi fan. Right. Is like you're kind of doomed if you try to talk about his works before they're finished.
Exactly.
Because they're structured in such a way that, I mean, we've had this conversation before. I don't want to belabor this point, but it's the kind of thing where the egg could very well be on my face for prejudging it before it has a chance to settle somewhere. Until it gets to that point.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be on the sidelines.
I sincerely do get Shuzo Ishimi vibes from Taizan 5, the author of Ichinose Family. I get that sort of like familial drama vibe and everything, and I think it's interesting. I think it's fucking wild, to put it in Jump. But like,
I know how it came together, but still.
But editorial, like, those motherfuckers are crazy. So like right now, like they're putting anything on there. But yeah, I think Aliens area goes right above Ichinose Family, but under Ichigoki maybe, because it's this is so funny because Ichigoki only has like 4 chapters, but I'm like, it's so funny. It's like they have a horny gorilla joke in the first chapter, and I'm like it's so funny.
What more could you want?
Yeah. What more could I want? But like Aliens Area had so much potential. It's canceled now. So if you want to read it, it's only 20 chapters. So have fun. But it had so much potential that I feel like it only warmed up to halfway through. That like it just was not able to deliver on because it didn't come out swinging. And that was just really sad to me. Yeah. Because by the time it got canceled, it was like, oh, like it could have been something, but it took too long to warm up. Right. Yeah. So it gets a very solemn farewell.
How do you feel about Ginka and Luna?
I really like that one a lot. I think out of the ones we've ranked, I think it's above all of them.
Okay, cool.
Because
I agree. It feels weird to say I gave up on it. I kind of just needed to pare down the amount of stuff I was reading week to week, and that got the axe. Right. But I really love how much it's punching above its weight, and I really love its attitude.
Have you read the most recent stuff?
I can't.
It's having its first like actual major fight. And like, and the imagery that it's like hitting on is like actually unsettling and weird. And so it's like, okay, hold on, this shit is like strange. So I think it's starting to like really come into its own, but it feels like and this is like an incomplete picture of how things are going and stuff with Jump. With like the rankings of like the title page and stuff, but it doesn't hit the bottom like nearly as much as I thought it would. So I think it actually might be doing okay, which is surprising. So it might stick it out over some other series, and like actually like. I don't know. So I feel like maybe like the readership is actually going to give it a chance to like grow into its own, like it should.
Yeah, definitely.
So
definitely.
So which is weird because I really thought it was destined for an axe. Like at some point, it was like a few weeks ago. I was like, I don't know, but now I'm feeling better about it. So yeah. Let's see.
Do you want to put Fabricant above all of these?
I think so.
Okay. It's 3 chapters in, but I fucking love it so far.
It's so good.
I think the art is really great. I think it's great that we have Black Butler for boys. I think that the giant scary MILF is great. I think she's so funny. I think that the kind of simultaneous, very grim but very freewheeling attitude it carries is that kind of like very sort of flippant. It's got a sort of flippant energy to it while still kind of taking itself seriously, if that makes sense. Like it's a work that's able to kind of shrug off its own darkness. Yeah. If that makes sense. Yeah. And that's an energy I really, really like.
It also it plays with the tension inherent in its character dynamics.
Right.
Like
right.
already
Yeah.
From the jump, like it is like it is almost the exact opposite of what I think about Aliens Area, where it it feels so figured out immediately about like what it's doing, where it's going, what its characters are, that like it's like really like it's incredibly impressive. I can't say enough good things about it. I'm like I don't know, it's like wild. Like it has world building too. Like many series that come out of Jump right now are like set just in Japan, so they don't have to do world building. But like Fabricant 100 like is doing it, and it has like weird like Full Metal Alchemist like weird like 1910s like I don't know, it's like strange. It's really cool.
I really like it. Is Ayashimon next?
Yeah, let's do Ayashimon. Ayashimon is the heartbreaker for 2022. This one hurt me. Because I think it deserved the world. It was by Yuji Kaku, the who used to who used to be an assistant for Fujimoto on the Fire Punch era. I don't think he worked on Chainsaw Man.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah, because he was because he did Jigo Karaku right after Fire Punch, I think, and on his own.
Yeah.
And Ayashimon is a series that like thematically was tackling like very different stuff than a lot of Jump series. Going for Yakuza and yokai, kind of like mixing those two cultural things in Japan quite a bit, and then also having a character, because the series was also set in the early 90s, having a main character that was obsessed with Jump comics and was emulating them himself. And there's a bit in the first chapter that also like kind of paints this background where he actually had an abusive childhood with his father, and he's gotten away from that, and he's using this comics as an escape. And so it's like, I was telling a friend of ours, Max, like in a private chat and everything, that Ayashimon is almost the dream concept for a Jump fan to like
right.
But like yeah, like as a Jump fan, if I'm looking at a series that's coming up and I'm like, oh, this is gonna have potential, this is what I want to see as a fucking 27-year-old Jump fan from across the sea, right? And everything is I want this like interesting kind of Yakuza, kind of like sort of city politics type of story, but also I want there to be some fantastical stuff. I want there to be stuff that's like sort of like self-feeding into Jump and it's kind of about Jump. And Ayashimon, I think, was just doing such a special thing, marrying all that stuff and moving forward with like a really great, cool, like fun momentum and everything. But I think it just was so deep into it, and like so kind of like I don't know, just had such a weird concept that I think fans were not resonating with it, especially not the younger ones. And
yeah,
I think
definitely.
that was what actually spelled its doom. And I don't really think that like having it published on a service like Jump Plus would have even helped, because Jump Plus is so like trendy by its nature, by like kind of having to kind of go off of meme energy, right? Like Spy Family is maybe the biggest success that's ever been on Jump Plus, and it's because of like the fucking that girl is cute. Like everybody loves the little girl in Spy Family, you know, like she's awesome. And I love her, and I haven't even seen it, but I think she's great. But like Ayashimon was just a little bit. It was like almost like too nerdy, and that makes me sad because I want there to be a cool nerdy thing for me, but you know that's just it's the ultimate like them's the breaks lesson for someone like me, right? Where it's like I can't be like, if I'm gonna be this much of a Jump fan, right? Where I'm studying like the magazine and stuff, and kind of like constantly reading it week after week or whatever. I can't completely have my soul broken every time something like this comes around and it goes away.
Yeah.
I will say it ends extremely abruptly and in a very unsatisfying way, but chapter 24 is incredibly special because I don't know if you know about this, but chapter 24, which is the second to last chapter of Ayashimon, it opens completely like in a stark difference to like literally anything that's going on right now in the manga. And it opens to the manga studio that Yuji Kaku is drawing at, and he's basically like talking with his assistants about like, oh, like, yeah, this is the manga and stuff. I have all these plans for it, but I don't know if it's going to work out. Everything I like, you know, I have this main character. He might die at the end, but who knows if we'll get there and stuff. And then another assistant's like, hey, he kind of looks like you. And then that's when it snaps into the story. And that is such a fascinating way to like frame the ending of the series when you know you're going to get canceled. That, I don't know, this is great. But, however, I would put it, this is very bold because it's only 3 chapters, but I think I might put it under Fabricant 100.
Okay, word, for sure.
As impassioned as I said about it, I do think Ayashimon has enough flaws that I just understand.
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
It makes sense that it got canceled, but it's and again, that's like it got canceled in the summer, so it's just like time has healed and it has made me reckon with the cancellation. So this is where it gets hard, because Fantastic Four Full Circle is a really incredible piece of work made by someone that's at the top of their craft and is one of the best comic cover artists of our generation, but he actually drew an entire comic by himself, and so it looks incredible the entire way through, and it adds, like, is actually like a weird sequel to one of my favorite single issues of the Stan Lee, Jack Kirby run of Fantastic Four. Like, it's so for me that it's, like, dizzying. However, I would probably put it, like, under Ginka and Gluna for this podcast.
We can put it above it if you want.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Either one is fine with me.
Oh, so okay. So this actually does bring up something kind of important that I wanted to address, and I probably should have done this while I was a little bit more lucid, but the kind of window of opportunity never really felt like it came up.
Yeah.
So I feel like to some people it might be a little bit weird that we are ranking comics as something sort of innately international, whereas when we looked at anime, we looked at it strictly as anime, like stuff out of Japan, right? We actually got a response kind of criticizing that decision in our listener poll, and I actually think that that's pretty, like, valid. Their argument was essentially that it is kind of diminishing like animation by sort of segregating it by region.
Yeah, right.
I think that there's a fair argument there, but for me personally, from where I was standing, it felt a little bit weird to say best animated series when we were realistically only going to put anime on there to begin with, because that's at least all I watched.
Yeah.
And it would have felt weird to put TV on there because, again, like, it would have such a heavy bias toward one, like, sub medium that it would feel a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But as far as on a fundamental level, attributing anime as though it's a different medium from Western animation or animation anywhere else in the world, I get being prickly about it. But for me, as someone who's done a fair amount of digging into the history of anime, I think at this point it's safe to say that from a technical perspective and from not ideological in terms of like politics or philosophy, but like from an artistically ideological perspective, it has geniated so differently from animation elsewhere that I don't think it's necessarily its own thing, but I think not categorizing it separately kind of diminishes some of that. And I think looking at it as something that is kind of encompassed within its own kind of bubble feels more fair to it. Which I'm sure then also raises the question why there's only one non-manga comic here. And the answer to that is because I did not have time to read Simon Hanselman's Below Ambition before we did this.
Also, like Fantastic Four was the only other thing I read. I wanted to read some other stuff, but I think something to... I think maybe that's something we can kind of address with maybe making the... listener polls different than what we will actually be talking about, because
that is very true.
I don't know that it needs to be 1-to-1, because the anime thing, that is mainly just true for this year because such a ridiculous amount of anime came out right at the end of the year this year.
Right. And you'll also notice that we only talked about stuff from this season because that was when we started keeping score.
Yeah. And
we weren't even really thinking about doing a year-end podcast until it started coming up.
And also, like, I straight up just, like, even for the small amount of anime I watched for this year, I definitely will not watch this much ever again. Or at least for another several years until something like this happens again. Like, next year, I'm probably only going to be watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and that's maybe it.
Right.
Like you know, like, I think, it, like, what I'm trying to say is that it's going to be a year-by-year basis.
Very true.
Because
Yeah, it's possible we'll read a bunch of books next year that we were talking about. I read like one book from this year specifically, so it wouldn't really make sense to do a whole section for it.
Like 1 year's anime list is going to be another year's like just regular TV list because next year Succession season 4 comes out and there's no fucking way like you can stop me from talking about that like on the year end thing. Is it like it's just a matter of what our watching habits are. Again, like I appreciate the criticism though because this is like our first time ever trying this,
right?
And we're gonna.
And I also think that from a purely philosophical perspective, I do think it is important to address why we make these distinctions.
Yeah,
I think the person who wrote it specifically described delineating anime as its own thing as being purely a matter of marketing.
Yeah.
Like a holdover of marketing from like the 80s and 90s when anime was first crossing over. And obviously I'm aware that in Japan, like Disney is referred to as like American anime.
Yeah, right.
Like that is the term that is generally used. At least enough of the time that I understand why it feels strange to categorize it separately. But again, the medium has codified so many techniques and storytelling modes that like even if these things had osmosed culturally internationally far more than they already have, the very fact that a season of anime means something very different than a season of American animation.
Yeah.
I think inherently means that we need to look at it differently.
Yeah.
So that is why. Hopefully that makes sense. If you don't agree, I understand.
Yeah.
There are a lot. There's no single solution. Yeah. And also, like, at the end of the day, this is all arbitrary to begin with. You could easily say it's just as strange to compare a dating sim to a tactics RPG.
Right,
you know?
I don't know. I can see the argument both ways and stuff. I'm a pretty big proponent of, like, comics like needing to be like a fluid thing and stuff, and like the manga comic like divide being kind of really
right. So that is another angle to it. Not to belabor this too much, but like I think that manga sits in a really weird spot. In comics, I don't think anime sits in a very similarly weird spot within animation. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think, but I think at the end of the day, though, regardless of personal like definitions and stuff, this list initially was, or these categories initially were only created just off of mine and Hazel's habits this year.
Right.
That undoubtedly will change somewhat in the years to follow, and we will figure out a way to like categorize it better. And I think it's also possible we'll keep an anime section next year. That's also possible too and everything. But I also think like we could probably broaden some of the user poll stuff and everything, or some of the listener poll stuff, to kind of just like make room for like a bunch of other different stuff too. So because you guys obviously don't have the same habits we do and everything. But
definitely.
So it just makes sense. To continue on with the manga thing, because we have only a couple left. I'm very interested to see how these go, because these are the 3 best comics that came out this year. Just straight up is the remaining 3. Goodbye Eri is incredibly special. It is.
Look Back wasn't also this year, right?
That was last year. That was summer of 2021. So
thank God.
Goodbye Eri is I don't know, like I love Look Back and Goodbye Eri like just about the same, I think.
I think
Goodbye Eri like was more surprising in that, like,
yeah,
it messed with, like, my personal, like, well, it just messes with format so much more. It's so much weirder, like, as a comic, because of, like, how much it, like, keeps the same framing constantly because of the gimmick of it, with the camera. And I don't know, I just think it is, like, if you're gonna buy any one volume of manga next year, because it's probably gonna come out next year through Viz, but if you're gonna buy any one volume of something, you probably should buy this. Like, it's just an incredible piece of work.
I almost feel like so after Look Back and Goodbye Eri came out, I found myself thinking, like, I don't know if I even want Chainsaw Man Part 2 that bad. And then we got Part 2.
And then you saw what it was. My mind. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I feel like Fujimoto is, like, he'd get the top spot for fucking everything every single year if we let him.
Yeah,
we got to put a stop to this guy.
Yeah, Fujimoto's just.
I'm gonna say he should be third out of the three we have.
That
left.
Is exactly what I was thinking.
And there's yet another reason to that, but obviously that'll be self-evident before too long. Yeah. So now it comes down to Ruri and Akane Banashi. Mm-hmm. And I don't know.
I
thought I knew going in, and now I'm looking at these two, and I really don't know.
I really don't know. I actually really don't.
I thought I knew.
Yeah,
I thought this was obvious.
I also thought I knew, like, literally 30 seconds ago, and then I was about to say it, and I couldn't say it.
Yeah, right.
So
okay.
So here's my thing. For reasons, I actually revisited Ruri Dragon very recently. And I think it is, without a doubt, one of the best things that's been published all year. No fucking questions asked. And I think Chapter 5 is one of the best chapters published all year by anybody. Like, Chapter 5 is the one where Ruri is hanging out with friends and then realizes that, like, people are just, like, normal, and then she goes home and she fucking, like, plays Mario on Wii with her mom, and it's, like, probably the best thing I've ever fucking read in my whole life. It's just amazing. It's so it's beautiful. It is.
That was okay. That was the comic that got me actually interested in keeping up with Jump.
Exactly. Yeah. Like,
I didn't want to fucking touch it, and then I saw that and was like, these comics could go fucking anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, Ruri is like the example of, like, Jump is changing hugely. Yeah. And the fact that it got it did really well. Like, the first volume sold really fucking well. Like, sold out everywhere, like, that kind of stuff. And to the point where it's like it only got 6 chapters and then had to be absent, and, like, it's still not back yet. And like, that's just such a sad situation. But, like, the fact that Jump is willing to hold the space for something that is 6 chapters, like, I mean, one speaks to Shueisha's vastly changing, like attitudes toward this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume in the wake of Miura and his passing and some other things going on societally, everything, but
and for what it's worth, like we know that it's been well established that Miura's death was not related to his working schedule, right? But, like, without a doubt, that sent so many quakes through the manga industry, through the manga, like, fandom or whatever you want to call it, that I think invariably that has made people reconsider a lot.
The idea of letting someone comfortably finish their work and just, like, and especially if it's popular and doing numbers already, why stress it? Why?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of publishers are realizing that, like, it's okay. And I think Ruri is, I don't know, like for the longest time, Togashi was basically the only guy that could get away with shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And, like, Ruri is just, like, 6 chapters, and it's so special that like it's just like sticking around and stuff. Like their series have come and gone and gotten canceled since it published its chapter. And it's a debut series. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I think what Ruri has more than anything is potential, which is what makes it so hard to rank it number 1, even though I really want to because of what's already there. But I think Akane Banashi has to take it because...
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's got enough for a volume right now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my favorite shit is as long as Ruri Dragon currently is.
Yeah. But also Akane, I really have to fucking say, though. Like...
Right.
It is slam dunk for Rakugo. That's my fucking, that's my thing. And stuff. That's my take I'm giving on it. It's slam dunk for Rakugo. Rakugo is getting a new like wave, like as an art form. Like I've seen articles about like there's growing interest in it because of like there's also like other Rakugo anime that have come out recently. Right. So it's not only Akane, but Akane is kind of like a new like poster child of this like sort of boom for this once dying art form to kind of to get more recognition in Japanese culture. And Akane, like as a piece of work, is so excellently drawn and paced and fucking translated. Fucking shouts out fucking Stephen Paul having to do like
that is the thing. Like if we're going off, if we're factoring our translation or the translations into our rankings, I cannot think of a translation. I mean, Ruri Dragon is also amazing. There's a lot of really really fantastic,
so naturalistic the way it's
adaptation of exactly. They're both fucking phenomenal, but like Akane having to play with these insanely like linguistically loaded stories and puns is astonishing. And moreover, seeing Viz's willingness to be flexible in how it presents its story in another language has been really great to see.
It is the manga that I feel like this is really hard picking between these two because these are the two manga that I think are going to shape the future of this of Jump more than anything else. Because One Piece is a ticking clock. It is, if you ask someone named Nicky, it is probably the best thing that will ever have run in that magazine ever forever. But once it's over, they will have to find a new thing for Jump to be. And it can't be One Piece forever. No one just has a 1,000 chapter, like Odyssey in their fucking back pocket. Like, that's unreasonable to expect of anybody. People, the recent wave of manga, like that got really popular with, like, Dr. Stone and Demon Slayer and stuff, all rounding about, 200 chapters. That's, the healthiest we're hoping for, right? Big 3 era had way too many 400, 500 chapter manga that were just mid for way too long of their runtime. And now we're getting manga that are coming in and going and stuff like whenever their time is done. But I think the future right now is more naturalistic, more kind of formally creative works in the way that they present their ideas and embodying Jump in different ways than just the usual that we've been deriving from Dragon Ball for 30 years now. Dragon Ball has been the Rosetta Stone for such a long time, but I think now that's starting to wane, right? Like now the fans are getting older and older for that sort of thing, and I think it's starting to kind of go by the wayside whenever you start to see, especially the popularity of stuff like Ruri, which is actually representative of real school life and stuff, and actual just how kids talk, the way Ruri's dialogue works is so beautiful to watch. And but Akane is great because it has a fired up feel with a female protagonist that genuinely feels very modern, walking into an old art form that wants to express her love for it, but also put her own mark on it. And that also speaks for just the mangaka walking in and making their manga, right? And so like, Akane is just such a special thing, and it has made such waves in this 1 year that it's been running. It started running in like February or something, or January, I think. And it's just been like amazing week after week after week. And then I think like it came to like a fever pitch for me around like chapter 26, 27 or so, whenever you get to like the end of the first like tournament thing, and you get to like kind of the end of the first like arc of the series, and realizing just how much, like how the series is able to kind of just explode from that point and go into different fractals of this art form, and like actually like explore it in its breadth, and use this character to kind of learn about it and kind of educate about it. Like, I don't know, it just, again, it reminds me a lot about what Slam Dunk did for basketball in Japan.
Yeah.
But this is with something that's like that's a uniquely Japanese art form. So it's almost like, more impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like hearing you talk about it in that way kind of helps me to work through this, because I really love Akane. Mm-hmm. I feel like I have yet to be really, really wowed by it.
Yeah.
Like I have yet to have an oh shit moment with it. Mm-hmm. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's really masterfully put together.
Yeah.
But I think as far as something that manages to simultaneously like be a love letter to an art form that is at risk of being forgotten.
Yeah.
And also a cry to allow it to be modernized, not because that's what it needs to continue to survive from any cynical standpoint, but because that is how all art forms continue to thrive.
Yeah.
On like a humanistic level, I think is really amazing about it.
Yeah, yeah. And this is just from the first year, right? Like there's still so much, right? That like Akane is a series. It's one of the first, or one of the only new series I can think of that like, one isn't ending in the next couple years, because a lot of them are. A lot of the younger like 100 chapter series are ending very soon, and then a lot of the longer ones are too. But Akane, I could see going for a long time. I could see it bolstering stuff for a while. So but I'm okay with either one of these at number one.
Yeah, me too.
So
I think.
So for Human Insects though, like that's the fucking issue.
I feel like for Human Insects, I feel like it's got to be Akane. For people who care about the history of manga in totality, and moreover what that means for it going forward, I feel like it's got to be Akane.
Yeah,
even though on a raw emotional level, I think Ruri, especially with where it might go, is probably going to continue to be the one that I actively anticipate new chapters for.
I agree with you. I think Ruri makes me feel more powerfully, but Akane, like, for a podcast named after Tezuka, like it feels more correct to just be like, man, this thing is actually like a light for like the next like where Jump can go. So hopefully we'll have more stuff. You can bold me for Ayashimon if you want, because
sure.
I don't know, I just like that one a lot. But even though it's not really my favorite, I just like that one.
I think that.
But
so do you want me to run through the listener submissions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so again, everything that got. I'm going to do everything that got more than 2 votes for this one, just because there aren't too many.
Yeah.
2 votes was Ruri Dragon, and I guess Saga came back this year. I think I read the first collected edition of Saga in high school, and I liked it.
Okay.
and that's been my only exposure to it. So
yeah.
Congrats to the people for whom its return is exciting. Then with 3 votes, we have Dungeon Meshi, Poison Ivy, Aliens Area, and Dead Demons Destruction, which I forgot ended this year.
Oh, it did end. Yeah. Neither of us read it, though. So.
Yeah, I didn't. 4 votes is Golden Kamui, which also ended this year.
Yeah, that was a big one. I really wish I got to finish it because I love it. Like, what I've read of it, I think it's incredible. So, yeah.
I fully believe it is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a little intimidated by it.
It's a lot of big guy dicks and abs. And
which
stuff.
is great.
Yeah,
amazing.
So,
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's like the
more of that, please.
It's like the Jackass Forever of dudes rock manga.
Yeah. 6 votes is Akane. 12 votes is Chainsaw Man Part 2.
Of course, that made sense. Yeah.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
21 is Goodbye Eri. So that is why I'm comfortable putting it third.
The only reason why Chainsaw Man Part 2 didn't get any call outs on this or whatever is that it's technically
they didn't technically call it.
Yeah, it's not its own series. It's not its own. It's Chainsaw Man chapters 98 through whatever the fuck it is. So snooze you lose, guys. It's not its own thing. It's fucking sorry, guys. I love being antagonistic, even though like Chainsaw Man's literally one of our favorite things. But like it's just like whatever.
Do you think I can't remember, did you say that you have a favorite chapter from this year?
I do, but I think I'm gonna shout out.
Save it.
No. There is an article that's gonna be coming out that might be out by the time this episode comes out, and I will have it plastered on my Twitter and stuff because it has some reflective writing on this year that I did that is some of my favorite writing I've done in a long time. So
I'm really excited for that.
Yeah. I it just came out of me one day, and I was like, all right. Yeah. So I'll be contributing to someone's newsletter is like what it is. So cool. It'll be like I have a section of someone's other things. So, but yeah. So that will have some specific chapter shout outs and stuff. But yeah.
So.
Do you want to take some questions? Do you want to go back through? Can you imagine?
Well, let's look. Let's see what we have.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, Jesus Christ, please don't.
Okay. No, I want to now. I just want to see.
For the love of God.
Just really quickly.
No, the next episode's going to be... The next episode will be questions only. That's our announcement.
I just want to see how many there are.
Too many. It'll be scary.
Oh, wow. That's actually a lot more than I expected.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah. So we'll just close that box and look at it later. Yeah. So shit. What did you ask me before I fucking said something stupid about?
Do you want to go back through everything just to recap this end of year?
Yeah. Why not?
Ranking.
Yeah.
So this is the part where I say a bunch of names of things. Or you know what? I'm just gonna because I think we should let this double as finalizing anything. I feel like there might be a few calls in here we want to reevaluate last minute. So, games. Our belated favorite games were Drakengard 3 for me, Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions for you. Our fans' favorite game of the year was Elden Ring. Our ranking for games that we played from worst that's on here to best that's on here is Valkyrie Elysium, the Eve remake, Splatoon 3, God of War Ragnarok, Live Alive, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Vampire Survivors, Dragon Quest Treasures, Pokemon Scarlet, a tie between Dokisei and Tactics Ogre Reborn, and finally at number 1 is Pentiment. Pentiment being Nicky's game of the year, Dokisei being mine. Movies. Belated were high and low for Nicky and The Long Goodbye for me. Our listeners' favorite was Everything Everywhere. And then our rankings are Morbius, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, Mad God, Dragon Ball Super Superhero, Sonic 2, One Piece Film Red, Jackass Forever, Drive My Car, and then finally, both of our favorites of the year, unanimously, was Nope.
It is so funny that our movie taste is that of both is simultaneously a 12-year-old boy and also like a 30-year-old like man or like woman or like just a 30-year-old fucking film person.
Yeah.
And so this is funny. Yeah.
It's extremely especially like not even just in our of this year, but also like the like I when I read out our Belateds, I was like, oh my god, like these are both like
it's
very very funny. Anime, my belated anime of the year is Genshi Ken, although obviously there was a lot of really amazing stuff this year that I watched for the first time. Ranked anime, I kind of want to swap the bottom two here. How do you feel?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay. So bottom of the list is me and Roboco, followed by DIY. I made that change because I was thinking about how good the first episode of DIY was, and I feel like that counts for something.
Fair enough.
Then Urusei Yatsura Reboot, Bocchi the Rock, Chainsaw Man, Akiba Maid War, and Pop Team Epic Season 2.
Perfect, that's listeners, the number one.
Yeah, listeners said unanimously Bocchi was their favorite. My personal anime of the year is Akiba Maid War, and then Nicky, you don't need to have an answer yet if you don't feel like you have one.
I'll just say Chainsaw Man or Mob.
Cool.
Honestly,
Perfect.
I like Mob a lot too. So
cool.
But
awesome.
Yeah, I've not seen either one enough.
Our goodest thing of the year was the YouTube channel David Fink. Close second being 1980s Gamer. Jesus Christ, we've been recording a long time. I know. Do you want to take the rest of these?
Yeah. So our ranked. I'll just go ahead and do the LMAO as well. The ranked LMAO was the Morbius bombing, 2 consecutive opening weekends, that from lowest to top, and then the MCR old people makeup thing, the Chris Pratt Mario Twitter meltdown, the pro fishing cheating scandal, the Rock's Black Adam debacle, Kevin Gates starting a car battery with his bare hands, the JAB Splatoon streams, Shinzo Abe getting killed hilariously, and then the funniest, biggest LMAO of the year was Yuji Naka getting arrested 2 times for insider trading at Square Enix. The best belated album was for Hazel, it was Popcatcher, Polycotherms. And then for me, it was Calper's Yorishitsuzukaru. And then I've gotten really good at saying Yorishitsuzukaru. I just wanted to give myself a shout out.
You have, yeah.
I'm not even like a native Japanese speaker, but I'm just like, yo, that's like pretty good. The best ranked albums of 2022, nepotism notwithstanding, is from bottom to top is Moreru with Yamada Hanako. Oh No Darkness with Silver Screen, Emperor X with The Lakes of Zones B and C, Brockhampton, The Family, Chat Pile, God's Country, and then Hazel's favorite, and also in the list is Sobs, Air Guitar, Kara's Walk Home, Look a Rainbow, Asano Joke with Island, and then my favorite of the year was Nouns, While of Unsound Mind.
Honestly, it tied with air guitar for me, I think.
Yeah, right, yeah.
The more I think about it.
And then, but we're not going to change the rankings, are we? Then the number one album of 2022 that everyone should listen to is Kabanagu with Hobo Yume.
Can I just say the amount of restraint that we exercised by not calling it the Lakes of Zones B and C D's nuts?
Yeah, that is true.
And then our listener favorite album was a tie between God's Country and While of Unsound Mind.
That's so funny. That's fucking hysterical that worked out that way.
Yeah.
And is the last thing just comics?
Okay. Yeah.
Our belated comic, our Hazel's favorite belated comic was Pink by Kyoko Okazaki, and then my belated comic of the year was The Book of Human Insects by You know who it is.
This little guy called, you might have heard of him.
Osamu Tezuka. And so, yeah,
some know him as the god of manga.
And then Viz Media presents, Weekly Shonen Jump presents ranked best comic in Human Insects 2022 is from bottom to top.
We should have lied and acted like this section was sponsored the whole time.
That'd be so funny. We should do that. We should fish for Viz sponsorships, because I feel like we probably could do that one day. But from bottom to top is Cypher Academy, Ichinose Family's Deadly Sins, Aliens Area for 2022.
Can we just say it's pretty wild that this guy has made 2 manga in a row with Sin in the name?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
It's a little on the nose.
Above Aliens Area for this year is Ichigoki's Under Control, and then Ginka and Luna. I keep wanting to say Gluna, but like it's Luna. Like it's.
Well, yeah, the alliteration is so alluring.
Yeah, I know. It's so. And then Fantastic Four Full Circle by Alex Ross with the one American comic of the year. That it's a great comic. It's great. Beautiful art. Ayashimon. Which was my favorite of the year, ostensibly, just because I was just really sweet on it. And then Fabricant 100, Goodbye Eri, and then Ruri Dragon, which was Hazel's favorite, and also kind of mine also. And then also my favorite also was Akane Banashi, which is the number 1 of the year, best comic.
And then our listeners ranked the Goodbye Eri as number 1.
That makes sense
for them.
Yeah. And after a fucking relentless 7-hour recording.
What could possibly go wrong in trying to get these files to each other? You're gonna have to mail me a fucking flash drive.
I'm gonna have to fucking walk over with my laptop with the fucking project file saved.
Yeah.
Hopefully fucking Link has it. Fucking hey Link, Human Insects at discord.com. Do you have this shit? I hope you do. If you failed us, I swear to God, I'm not recording this again.
I'm watching it still record, so the app would have to crash when I hit stop.
Yeah, which would be maybe the worst thing that's happened to me all year, which is saying something.
Yeah, which is likewise.
Which is really saying something.
Yeah,
but so. After just an absolutely titanic fucking podcast, but honestly,
do you want to be insane and pick a single favorite thing from the year out of all of our top spots?
Oh, you know what's really funny? I thought about that actually before ever doing the podcast, and I think my favorite thing is something that isn't on any of the things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my favorite one thing was we didn't have a TV category, but the rehearsal is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Nathan Fielder's rehearsal just meant so much to me. Just the way that it was expanding on the base concept of what Nathan Fielder's thing even is, and watching him grow as an artist and do shit that genuinely scared the fuck out of me. Just as a person, not even just as a viewer.
That show made me feel sick.
Yeah. It is one of the most actually people say this about TV, they usually don't mean it. I mean it. A lot of people did mean it with this show. This show actually is legitimately challenging to the human fucking sensibilities. It was so inspirational and so huge to me that I started on a lark watching more documentaries that I could find that made me feel as holy fuck, weird, scandalized, fucking strange as that show did, because I feel like it kind of exposed me to a different wing of art that I kind of hadn't sat down with yet, and so it's exposed me to some stuff that honestly some stuff that I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about on a podcast and promoting. But it's some cool shit. It's some interesting stuff. So I don't know. I feel like I'm growing, but it's just some weird ass shit. So that's my thing that my thing of the year 2022 is either Nope or that, but also all of my top number ones of this year are like some of the best things I've experienced in years.
Yeah.
This was an incredible year for me in terms of art alone. It was like, I mean, holy shit. But what's your big thing? What's your favorite thing?
It's actually really hard for me to gauge. I feel like if I look at it at a really micro scale, I think, like you said, that chapter, I think it's chapter 5 of Ruri Dragon, really made me feel very, very warm.
Yeah.
The episode of Bochi where they struggle to take a band photo might be my single favorite episode of something, like my favorite slice of something from this year, we'll say. Right. If I kind of want to keep looking at looking at it from that scale, there is a particular sequence in the Dokusei remake where you take one of the romance options is a woman who works at a host club, and you take her on a date that spirals so ridiculously out of control without it ever being like overly serious or like a dire or whatever, but like it goes so far out of the protagonist's control that it's simultaneously extremely funny and also kind of like I don't really know how to put it. Like it just kind of, it's like I joked that the last section of Kirby was like the key changes at the end of Love on Top. Where they just keep getting it higher and higher. Right. I feel like the other moment from this year that made me feel that way was that sequence in Dokusei. But then like if I were to pick like a single favorite thing from this year in totality, I feel like there was like a really good YouTube video from this year that I'm blanking on that just really felt like something I really wanted and needed. But I'm blanking on it now because I watch a lot of YouTube and I don't necessarily remember what came out this year and what didn't.
It was David Vink's worst RPGs of the year list.
Was Mecha Gamezilla's Ava video this year, or was that last year?
I actually didn't. Yeah, I didn't see that.
It was July 2021, so I was off. Never mind.
18 months
It's a great video, though.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah. There's a lot of really good shit this year.
A lot of
I don't know if I can pick just one.
Yeah. Oh, well, hey, you asked me the questions. I just bounced it
at you. Yeah.
But, holy shit, we've been talking. We've put in basically an entire work shift. Recording this right now. So
this podcast is an OSHA violation.
It really is. We only took a couple pee breaks. That's it. So yeah, you guys got us like Amazon workers, like peeing in bottles, like talking about this shit. See you next year.
Do you have all of the cans of Four Loko that you consumed near you that you can take a photo of? Because I think the idea of just posting that and then the amount of Red Bulls I consumed and then the runtime for this podcast would be a really hilarious teaser.
Yeah. I had 3, so it wasn't an extreme amount, but
sure. But that paired with
Yeah. I'll.
Three Four Locos is an extreme amount for me.
It's 12.
I will say
it is 12 Locos. Yeah.
It's
So but this was fun as fuck. Next year we might have to take a whole month to do this by doing 2 episodes maybe. or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, because now we're realizing,
or at least doing 1 and 2 parts.
Yeah. Because. Like, at the very least, like, we cannot hold ourselves back from saying as much as possible about every single thing. So
I really can't believe this went as smoothly as it did. I'll be looking forward to
don't speak
describing this.
Yeah, don't speak too soon, because both of our logic files might just completely fucking explode as soon as
I just mean the
stop.
recording process. But you are right. Yeah. I think that it'll be fun to pitch this on Twitter as the only end of your podcast where nobody argues.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we did it though, didn't we?
We did. We
didn't say "fuck you, motherfucker" or like say like "oh come on" or whatever like that. Like nothing like that. It was just like, yeah, that makes sense.
You could have said Midsaw Man.
Midsaw.
About the Chainsaw Man anime.
I wouldn't dare. Fucking look at it. Do you see me with a fucking My Hero Academia shirt on? Absolutely not. You don't. I fucking. But yeah, I don't know. I fucking. If you really listened all this way till now, holy shit.
Hopefully it took you like a few weeks. It takes me like a week and a half to listen to an hour-long podcast.
Yeah, it better have taken you some time. If you had nothing to do, like for this amount of time, like I don't know, like I hope you were at least playing a mobile game or something.
Hopefully it got you through a whole work shift.
Oh, that you
didn't want to be doing toward the end of the year.
I'm just imagining someone like staring at a wall, just listening to this, really doing nothing. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm like done. I'm like tapped out.
I'm drained.
Too many podcasts. So
yeah.
Me going by.
As of this getting scheduled.
Yeah.
I am done for the year. Which
I'm
really
also done for
about.
the year. No more anythings this year.
No more anythings.
Yeah. So I'm gonna chill out, have Christmas with my family. Human warmth. That's some cool stuff. So
yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
We're not seeing any family this year,
yeah.
which is kind of a relief because traveling is really difficult, and also our baby boy needs to be on piss watch.
My mom's making pork chops. That's all I know about Christmas
Fuck
right now.
Fuck yeah.
So, pork chop city over here. Anyway, I'm fucking leaving. We gotta stop. So
yeah, I'm so fucking tired.
No more podcasts. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.